Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail or land or life if freedom fail? This is Burgess Meredith in Hollywood speaking for the Free Company. Today we hear Francho Tone and Gail Patrick in a new radio play by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night. The Free Company is a group of leading writers, actors, and radio workers who have joined together on their own initiative to present a series of dramas illustrating and explaining our basic American liberties. All members contribute their services as a free expression of their faith in American democracy and in the basic civil rights which make that way of living together possible. The list of writers for the Free Company includes some of the most distinguished names in American letters. 9 Free Company members have won Pulitzer Prize awards. Our dramatists include Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, and John Steinbeck. Today, Robert E. Sherwood's play, An American Crusader, seeks to honor the memory of a man who fought against cruel odds for freedom of speech and for freedom of the press. His name was Elijah Parrish Lovejoy. He lived more than 100 years ago when our country was in a period of growing uncertainty and fear, increasing doubt of the permanence of our institutions. Americans in Lovejoy's time could be heard saying many of the same things that we hear today.
People are hollering about the need for national unity, but there ain't no such thing.
Got to abolish slavery. There can be no compromise with evil.
If we keep on the way we're going, we'll be in war, and that'll mean the end of democracy.
What this country needs is sound money.
This new doctrine of President Monroe sounds good on paper, but it won't work. The trouble with this country is we're getting mixed up in the politics of Europe. The trouble with this country is...
One of the greatest American voices was raised in an expression of faith at the dedication of the Bunker Hill Monument in Boston. It was the voice of Daniel Webster.
If the true spark of religious and civil liberty be kindled, it will burn. Human agency cannot extinguish it. Like the earth's central fire, it may be smothered for a time. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave both the ocean and the land, and at some time or other, in some place or other, the volcano will break out and flame up to heaven.
So spoke Daniel Webster, and his words burned into the soul of young Elijah Lovejoy, who had gone from his native Maine to the Theological Seminary in Princeton. A day before his graduation, he is called to the office of Dr. Guthrie, the Dean of the Center.
Oh, Mr. Lovejoy, I'm glad to see you. Do sit down.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to have a word with you before you leave us. I knew there would be no time in the midst of tomorrow's ceremonies. Of course, like all the others, you'll be glad to be out of this stuffy, scholastic atmosphere.
I'll never stop being grateful to you, sir, for your kindness, your understanding.
I hope you really mean that, Mr. Lovejoy.
I shouldn't say it if I didn't mean it, Dr. Guthrie.
No, I'm sure you wouldn't. I've observed that you're one who isn't afraid to speak his mind. I believe you'll make a great name for yourself as a minister of the gospel.
Dr. Guthrie, I have a confession to make.
I'm eager to hear it, Mr. Lovejoy.
I'm not going to preach the gospel. At least not from the pulpit.
But tomorrow you'll be ordained as a minister. You've been working hard for years to reach that goal.
I know it, but there's a great battle going on. A battle which will decide whether freedom and slavery can continue to exist side by side in the same country, in the same world. I want to join in that fight.
And how do you propose to fight, and where?
I have an opportunity to become editor of a newspaper in St. Louis, Missouri. That's where the fight's strongest. You feel I'm making a mistake.
Naturally, I'm disappointed. I've been a minister of the gospel all my life. For the past 30 years and more, I've been instructing young men like yourself in the Word of God.
And you taught it well, Dr. Guthrie. So well that you filled me with a desire to preach it. Not only from the pulpit, but in the marketplace, in the streets, on the farms, and across the great waters. For the Word of God is the promise of justice to all men, equality for all men, freedom for all men by God's will. I know I can say these things in the church to pious people, but I believe I can say them more strongly through the press, the free press. More people will hear them.
You realize, don't you, that in following this course you'll be risking your life? This war you're entering is a bitter war, a war to the death.
I realize that, Dr. Guthrie, but if I am risking my life, it could not be in a better cause.
That is no more than the truth, Mr. Lovejoy. May God give you strength in the battle that is ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Elijah Lovejoy went to St. Louis. He gained recognition as a young man of high promise, of courage, of intelligence, and integrity, and there was no one more appreciative of his good qualities than a certain young lady named Cecilia Ann French.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, miss. What can I do for you?
We want a marriage license.
Well, I suspected as much, seeing as this is the Marriage License Bureau. Name, please.
Elijah Parrish Lovejoy.
Date and place of birth.
Albion, Maine, November 9th, 1802.
And the lovely bride.
Celia Ann French, born right here in St. Louis.
You don't have to say when. Your occupation, Mr. Lovejoy?
I'm a minister of the gospel. And I'm editor of the St. Louis Observer.
Oh, I thought I'd seen your name somewhere. Been having a mite of trouble, haven't you, Mr. Lovejoy?
Yes, a little.
Well, I guess everybody is these days. Here's your license. Wish you both luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elijah.
Yes.
What did he mean, trouble?
Oh, nothing in particular. All newspaper editors have trouble as part of our job.
Elijah, don't lie to me. You have been having a particular kind of trouble, for my father said.
I know what your father says. He thinks I'm one of those crazy reformers who'd better keep their ideas to themselves.
And maybe he's right, Elijah. If you endanger yourself by expressing those ideas.
Celia, listen to me. Your father's a dear old gentleman who has a fine, big plantation and many slaves. And a beautiful daughter. And ideas and beliefs that are not the same as mine. He doesn't think anything should ever be changed.
And you think everything should be changed?
Not quite everything, but many things. Oh, I don't say your father isn't justified in his convictions. But he doesn't realize that times have changed. That what was true in his time is no longer true in yours and mine. He helped shape and build his world, as you and I must shape and build our world, Celia.
But if it means danger and trouble.
There is always danger and trouble when men battle for truth. Celia, darling, I love you more than anything in the world except one thing.
And that one thing?
Man's liberty.
But that's only an idea.
Not an idea, Celia. An ideal. An ideal for which men have fought and died since the beginning of history. It's a never-ending battle, for in every generation there's a new threat, a new menace. And it must be met, no matter what the cost.
I'm not sure that I understand. And I'm a little frightened, too. Oh, Elijah, promise me. Promise me you'll keep out of danger for my sake.
I promise to love you for as long as I shall live. Be content with that, darling. And right now, let's forget everything except the one important fact that we're going to be married.
See
see a nice young bride like you turned all of a sudden into a widow.
What do you mean? Get out of here.
Now, don't start any trouble, Mr. Lovejoy.
We mean business.
Let us hear what they have to say, Elijah.
That's good advice, Mrs. Lovejoy.
Come on, then. What is it you want?
We want to tell you we don't like your newspaper, Mr. Lovejoy. And we're telling you in the interest of your health, you better get out of St. Louis. Get out fast. Move to some district where your opinions are more popular.
Have I been printing anything that's false?
We're not here to argue that point.
We're telling you to get.
We've given you fair warning, Mr. Lovejoy. That's all. Come on, boy.
Oh, Elijah.
I'm sorry this happened, though.
Is this what you meant by the battle for truth?
Yes, this is what I meant.
The country was becoming more seriously divided. One group was shouting slavery must be abolished. The other group was shouting each state must mind its own business and leave its neighbors alone. And Lovejoy was forced to move his printing press across the Mississippi River to Alton in Illinois. There he and his bride set up housekeeping anew, and he started another newspaper.
Look, darling, the first issue of the Alton Observer. Aren't you proud? You read it.
Slavery is a crime against God and man. It is poison in the very lifeblood of human society. But, Elijah, you're saying the very same things that you said in St. Louis.
Of course I am. They're the truth.
But people don't want to hear the truth.
Nonsense, Celia. Illinois is a free territory. It was the truth that set us free. It'll keep us free.
It's all very well to fight for the truth, but not at the risk of losing your home and happiness and maybe your own life.
I wish I could make you understand, Celia, that the truth for which I fight is worth all that risk. Once you see that, once you understand, then you'll not fear any longer.
In a way, I understand. But it all seems so hopeless. You're only one man against a city. What good does it do to raise your voice? Who listens?
When I was still in college, I heard Daniel Webster. I've never forgotten his words. They burned into my very soul. He said, if the true spark of religious and civil liberty be kindled, it will burn. Like the earth's central fire, it may be smothered for a time. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave both the ocean and the land, and at some time or other, in some place or other, the volcano will break out and flame up to heaven. Those were his words, Celia. I don't want to have it said they were spoken in vain. That's why, even though mine's the only voice in all this territory, it must be raised to keep alive that spark of liberty.
The risk, Elijah.
I'm going to fight them to the end, Celia. I'm determined.
Good, Jake. What is it? The new newspaper. Read that. Slavery is a crime against God and man.
Well, who's printing that disgraceful
It's
inflammatory?
that young preacher that just moved in. Name of Lovejoy. I say, he's the fellow they threw out of St. Louis. Sure he is.
He ain't got no right to print such stuff. That's war talk.
That's precisely what it is. Trying to stir up trouble. As Judge Douglas says, he's trying to inflame the passions of men.
If you let people like that go on talking, and worse, printing their opinions, why, we're civil war. Well, since we seem to be agreed, the next question is, what do we do about it?
Elijah, look. There's a mob of men coming up to the house. Men with torches. Oh, darling, I'm frightened.
There's no need to be, Celia.
What are you going to do?
I'll go out to talk to them.
Oh, Elijah.
I'll be all right, my dear. Well, gentlemen,
We just come to call, Mr. Lovejoy, to tell you won't be needing to go down to your newspaper office tomorrow. Because the newspaper ain't any good without a printing press, and your printing press ain't there any longer.
you've stolen it?
Oh, no, we ain't stole it. We just heaved it in the Mississippi River.
Yes, you'll find it in the mud, Mr. Lovejoy.
And it won't be in very good condition for printing anymore. Your fire
isn't big enough to drown all the words that are going to be spoken before this issue's settled. Good night.
You're all right, Elijah?
Yes, dear, I'm all right. But I'm silenced. Oh, you should have listened to your father, Celia. Never married a crazy reformer with no gift for anything but antagonizing people.
Would we have to leave Alton now?
I don't know. I don't know where we could go or what we could do. We haven't any money left.
Does it matter, darling?
Yes, it does matter. We can't let them beat us this way.
But what's the use of going on, Elijah? Yours is only one voice crying in the wilderness.
All the more reason why my voice must be heard then. For surely somewhere, somehow, somebody will hear. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave over ultimate land.
And there were some who heard, even in Alton. Some who knew Lovejoy was fighting the good fight. And some, too, who knew that he could not fight alone.
Mr. Lovejoy?
Yes, Dr. Maxwell.
I believe you know these gentlemen, Mr. Strother, Mr. Callahan, Mr. Enton.
How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do, sir?
We've come to you on behalf of certain citizens of this town. Citizens who've come here from all parts of the country, north and south. We represent all sorts of political opinion. But we are united in our devotion to the principles of our Constitution, including freedom of speech.
Well, I'm glad to hear those principles have not been totally forgotten by all Americans.
I'm from South Carolina, sir. My family have been slaveholders for generations. But I believe in the words of Voltaire. I disagree with what you say, but I will defend with my life your right to say it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Strother. You're a real patriot.
As we all are, I hope. We've taken up a collection sufficient to buy you a new printing press, Mr. Lovejoy. We wish you to resume publication of your paper.
And if that scalawag mob comes around again, call on us. We'll help you fight them.
Are you ready to fight for freedom, Mr. Callahan?
I'm an American of Irish descent, Mr. Lovejoy. Need I say more?
No, you say no more, or any of you. Gentlemen, this is an act of great generosity and great faith. I shall do my best to justify it.
Once more, the Alton Observer printed its attacks on slavery and intolerance. But the mob was strong, and again the crusader Lovejoy was attacked and his press destroyed. He set up a new press in a warehouse in Alton. An armed guard of volunteers assembled to defend the building on the night of November 7th, 1837.
I suppose it's useless for me to ask you, beg you, please don't go down there.
Oh, I have to go, my darling. I've got to get the paper out.
They'll try to kill you, you know that.
Yes, I know it. But I also know that they can't kill what I stand for. All over the country, the Friends of Freedom are interested in this fight. We can't surrender now.
What satisfaction will it be for me, knowing that your ideals live on while you...
Darling, there are certain things that are more important than our own lives. The things which make our own lives worth living. I'm no hero. I'm just an ordinary person who believes that there's no point in being an American. There's no point in being a man unless this country lives in freedom. If I denied that belief, I wouldn't deserve to be your husband. You know it. There'd be no happiness, no peace for either of us.
All right, Elijah. If that's what you believe, then I can't change you. But I'm going with you.
No, Celia, you can't.
Wherever you are, I want to be.
I've made this fight against your wishes, against your better judgment, yet you've stood by me no matter what you felt or what you believed. But I can't let you do this. The risk's too great, Celia.
No matter what the risk, no matter what I believe, a wife's place is by her husband's side, and that's where I intend to be. I'm going with you, Elijah, and nothing you can say can stop me. I'm determined too, Elijah.
Lovejoy from printing that filthy sheet of his, and we've got to stop him now.
That's right. We can't let him get away with his radical talk any longer.
Destroy his press. Burn his warehouse. They've got the warehouse gone. Yeah, but there's only 5 or 6 men at most. We got 30.
And we got guns and we can shoot them.
We gotta get that Lovejoy. We gotta prove to him that guns are what talk. They talk louder than words.
Guns that'll stop his word.
Yeah, that's it. Kill Lovejoy. That's the only way to stop him.
Kill Lovejoy.
subhead, our forefathers fought for liberty, so must we.
If we print that, Mr. Lovejoy, this press will go into the river like all the others.
Just the same. Go ahead and print it. Where's the rest of that copy, Celia?
Right here, darling.
Thanks. Ready, Joe?
Sure, Mr. Lovejoy.
All right, let's get on with the editorial. The Declaration of Independence.
Elijah.
Lovejoy!
Yes,
Lovejoy! There's a mob of men out there. They're armed and they're surrounding the warehouse. What should we do?
Lovejoy, we want you to come out of there. We're holding our fire for 1 minute. If you ain't out by then, we're coming in.
Elijah.
Oh, Celia, I should never have let you come. Now I've no choice but to yield.
Not because of me.
Yes, Celia, those men out there are desperate men. They have guns. They mean to use them. Your life's in danger here. That's all my fault. I won't let you take the risk. I'll go out.
Elijah, once you said you were not afraid to die. Then neither am I.
Celia.
If those men out there are the ones you're fighting, if mob violence and hate and destruction are your enemies, then I understand at last what you've been fighting for. Elijah, go on with your editorial.
I'm giving you one last warning, Lovejoy. You better come out.
You're not going out, Elijah. You're going to show them that not even guns can stop you.
Celia, you're wonderful.
Callahan, return that fire.
But shoot over their heads. We don't want any bloodshed.
I'll tell the boys.
All right, Joe, once again. The Declaration of Independence said to the people of this nation, the whole world, we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator. Life, liberty.
They can't shoot. They haven't hit one of us yet. Hey, you, Gus, Bill, Lem, get around there behind that warehouse and heave in some of them flaming pagans. Set it afire. You bet, Jake. And the rest of you keep shooting tight.
Final word of that declaration, with a firm reliance in the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And where is our sacred honor today if we submit meekly and timorously to evil?
Lovejoy, Macklin's been killed.
Oh, how terrible.
What about the others?
Two are bad hurt. We can't hold out much longer.
There's no use going on.
There's
Joe.
every use in going on. That's just what that mob out there wants, to stop you, but they can't.
I'm thinking of you, Celia, of your safety.
Please, if you love me, Elijah, go on.
Oh, you're very brave. All right, Callahan, keep firing.
All right.
Let's go on, Joe. Ready?
Yes.
In the preamble to the Constitution of the United States, it is written, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish...
No use, Lovejoy. We can't go on. They fired the warehouse. There's nothing to do but surrender. It's suicide to go on. Suicide for all of us.
We've got to fight on.
No, Celia, Callahan's right. There's no use going on. They've trapped us. I've got to go out with them.
No, you mustn't.
It's my fight, but I've got to finish it my way.
Come on out, Lovejoy. We got to finish up. Come on out.
Elijah, I can't bear to have him.
Are you coming out, Lovejoy, or is you?
You've been very brave, Celia.
It's you that's made me brave, darling. Without you.
And we've got to go on being brave, both of us. The fight didn't begin with us. It won't end with us.
This is your last chance, Lovejoy.
I'm going out to them, darling.
Yes.
I love you. I love you so very much. Remember that. Always.
It's about time, Lovejoy.
There's no use continuing your useless murder, gentlemen. You succeeded.
You bet we've succeeded, and that ain't all.
Once again, you've succeeded in suppressing freedom of speech.
Oh, what's that? We thought you'd learned your lesson, Lovejoy, but I guess you're slow to learn. Huh? Big bullets to learn here. We've gone on and on with your war talk. Now we're going to put an end to it once and for all.
Do you really believe that guns can suppress freedom of speech?
We can certainly suppress you, and that's all we're after.
If you believe that in suppressing me, you suppress the beliefs and the ideals for which I stand, then I pity your ignorance.
What's the use of letting him go on talking? Why don't we get it over?
Let me say this one thing. If preaching the gospel of freedom is a crime in this land, then I'm a criminal and I'm ready to die. Other men have died for that same gospel. And God willing, there'll be men who come after me, willing to die.
Let him have it, Jake. As long as you're ready, Mr. Lovejoy.
I'm ready.
So be it.
So died the Reverend Elijah Parrish Lovejoy in the the halls of Congress, an ex-president of the United States, John Quincy Adams, rises to speak.
Elijah Lovejoy is the first American martyr to the freedom of the press and the freedom of the slave.
And in the years that went by, the gospel of freedom that Lovejoy had preached was spread through the land. And in that same state of Illinois, an obscure small-town lawyer arose and spoke. That he was a future president of the United States, and his name was Abraham Lincoln, and he fired the imaginations of men with these immortal words.
If we could first know where we are and whither we are tending, we could better judge what to do and how to do it. A policy has been initiated with the avowed object and confident promise of putting an end to slavery agitation. Under that policy, that agitation has not only not ceased, but has constantly augmented. In my opinion, it will not cease until a crisis shall have been reached and passed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free.
As Elijah Lovejoy gave his life for freedom, so did Abraham Lincoln give his life for freedom. The Union was saved, and this nation did endure, all free. Today, the freedom Lovejoy fought for, freedom of the press, is increasingly denied as the enemies of all human liberty march to victory after victory. And under the threat of a world half slave and half free, let us renew again the pledge of Lincoln, and let us once more highly resolve that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Franchot Tone and Gail Patrick, soon to be seen in MGM's Love Crazy, as well as the author of today's drama, Robert E. Sherwood, joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists and to the Columbia Network, all of whom have combined to make this series possible, to all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed. This is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mr. Sherwood's play this afternoon will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents One More Free Man by James Boyd, with an all-star cast including Alan Dinehart, Betty Field, Elia Kazan, Margot, Dorothy McGuire, and Lionel Stander, and will be directed by Norman Corwin with music by Bernard Herrmann. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company. what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fails?
This is James Boyd speaking for the Free Company. Today, Paul Lucas finds himself unable to take part. But you will hear the Dean of American Actors and one of the best-loved Americans, George M. Cohan, with Paul Herrenried in Above Suspicion. Today's drama concerns freedom from police persecution. It was to have been written by Sherwood Anderson. In his death last month at Colon Canal Zone, the Free Company suffered its first loss, and the country lost a great American. For 30 years, Sherwood Anderson represented a vital part of the United States, the America of the small town. He was kind and gentle. He was the easygoing, friendly American with everybody he met. But there was nothing soft about this friendliness. When it came to justice for the oppressed, to freedom for all in equal measure, nothing could move him. He was poor. He was not always well. But he was always ready to give himself for a juster, a fairer, a more honest world. The last thing he ever did was to start his contribution to this Free Company program. The script for his play was not completed. But the Free Company has taken his original idea and developed it. We therefore present it under the title he'd chosen. Not, of course, as his own work, but as a tribute to his memory. In this play, the scene is the combination dining and living room of a small, clean apartment in New York City. The time is 3 years ago, when the storm clouds just began to gather across the sea. And now a play about freedom from police persecution. Above Suspicion.
So, Trudy, now we put clean napkins in the napkin rings.
Okay, Mama, here's a napkin.
Thank you. And now by every napkin we put a little flower. So.
Gee, that's pretty, Mama. It looks like a birthday party.
Yeah, we're making a little party for Fritz. Now, please bring the spoons.
Okay, Mama. When will they get here?
As soon as Fritz gets off the boat, Papa will bring him. Soon they come now. Go on, Trudy, set the table.
What's Fritz like?
Oh, I don't know.
Do I call him cousin?
Yeah, cousin or Fritz.
How was he my cousin, Mama?
You know that I came to this country when I was a little girl like you?
Yes, I know, only you had pigtails.
Yeah, not brown, fluffy hair like you. Long, yellow pigtails. Well, when I came here, in the old country was my sister Trudy. We gave you her name.
Why didn't she come with you?
Because she was married already. And so like you are my child, Fritz is my sister's child, only older. That is a cousin to you. No, the box must be on the left side. Oh, now I must go look at the steak. You can set out the glasses, the big beer glasses. Mary!
Yeah?
Come here, watch Trudy while she sets the table. She wants to do it all by herself.
Oh, okay. Mary, I have a cousin.
Yeah, I know, this Fritz.
Have you a cousin?
Sure, 10 of them.
What are they like?
All kinds. One's a bank cashier and one's in jail.
In jail? What did he do?
He was a bank cashier, too. The best-looking member of the family, Bill was, so it had to be Bill. Oh, well. What does Fritz do?
Nothing, I guess. He's pretty young.
Huh, when I was 16, I'd had 5 jobs already. Lost them all.
Hurry up there, hurry up.
Mama, Mary has 10 cousins.
Is that so? Oh, Papa and Fritz should be here now. Mary, you want to chop the vegetables for the salad?
Sure, anything you want.
Thank
Mama, Mary has a cousin in jail. Did you know that?
you. Oh, I really don't know anything about her. I just saw her at the market and asked would she like to help out for dinner today.
But ain't that awful, in jail?
Well, if she admits it, I guess she's honest. Listen, it's them. It's Papa and Fritz now. Now, Trudy, listen, please don't ask questions.
Yes, Mama.
Well, Mama, here we are. Here he is, right here. Grüß Gott, Tante.
Oh, also, das ist der Fritz.
Willkommen, Fritz. Ich freue mich ja so. Willkommen in unserem Haus.
But we shall speak in English. I do speak it.
I should say he does. He speaks it pretty near as good as I do.
And this is Cousin Trudy. How do you do?
Hello, Fritz.
Well, come on, folks. Now, let's all sit down. Here, Fritz, here, you sit over here.
Thank you.
And, Mama, I'm hungry, I am.
Well, I hope so. We are having a real old-fashioned dinner, just like the old country. All right, Mary.
Mama, can I have beer?
When it comes, yes, a little, just to drink Fritz's health.
Do you have for me?
Yes, we can start, Mary.
Okay. Can I have coffee kuchen? Can I have apple strudel? And then can I have
a little? Now, be quiet. Fritz, how are you all? How is my sister?
Oh, she's well, Aunt Anna. She sends her love.
And your good father?
He's well, Aunt Anna. He sends his respects.
Fritz, how is the boat?
Oh, it was a fine ship. All our new ships are fine ships.
Yes, sir, and this one was a whopper, too. You know, for a while I thought I'd never find this boy, not knowing what he looked like or anything, you know.
How did you find him, Papa?
Oh, I found him right under his right letter on the pier. And Mama, Mama, who do you think was the customs inspector going through Fritz's bags, huh?
I couldn't guess. You know everybody.
Yes, well, it was all out of Rhinelander. You remember? They used to live next to us down 14th Street?
Yeah.
Yes, I hadn't seen him in years. Say, Fritz, what got into you with Otto there, anyway, huh?
Pardon?
You know, Mama, I found Otto was talking the old country language to Fritz, and Fritz here, he didn't say nothing. He just looked kind of scared.
To talk to officials, please. That is not wise.
Well, you sure didn't give him anything to get hold of, I'll say that. Say, boy, you ain't trying to run nothing through the customs now, are you, huh? None of them Dutch cigars, no diamonds, no narcotics or something?
Oh, no, I could not violate the law. I've nothing to declare.
Papa, stop teasing Fritz. Fritz, pay no attention to Papa. He's always like that.
Papa's a tease. Papa's a tease.
And you too, Trudy. Don't tease Papa. Now, Fritz, now we shall be serious. Tell me some more about my sister and your father, yeah?
They are well, Aunt Anna. She sends her love and he sends his respects.
For so long now they have not written.
Sometimes that is best, for the good of the state.
State? What's the state got to do with it, huh?
The state has to do with everything, naturally.
Jumping Jehoshaphat. Listen, the state's got nothing to do with folks' private affairs, nothing.
Please, Uncle Joe, with all respect, if the state doesn't control private affairs, how can the state become strong?
Oh, it'll become strong, all right. You know, it might become too darn strong, I'll say. And I also say let the government mind its own dot-blasted business, and I'll mind mine. That's the way I feel.
Excuse me, Uncle Joe, again. I speak with respect. But with us, no one would speak so of the state. And so our leaders say, we shall become strong, the strongest of all.
Well, now, son, you know, there's been lots of nations claim that, and they've all had to climb down in the end somehow or other.
The end? Excuse me, but who knows the end?
Well, of course, nobody knows the end. Nobody knows the end of anything, I guess. But that's why I figured that what we do today stacks up so big.
What we do today in my country is big. You shall see, please. We grow strong.
All right, you grow strong. Now, what for, huh?
So that we shall win. Already the Ruhr we take, Austria we take. What we need we shall take. That is what our leaders say.
Yes, well, son, I don't say it can't be done or that you won't do it, but after all now, what is there in it all?
Papa, don't begin to talk politics. You always get indigestion when you talk politics.
No, now, Mama, now, please, now, let me finish. Now, what's the idea of giving up freedom, food, and happiness for an end that we don't know anything about? Well, now, I say this. I say if we hang on to the things that a lot of folks have died to get for us, then we know we got something good. Now, don't that make sense, huh?
Excuse me, please, Uncle. I cannot agree.
Well, all I mean is that any government at all that takes away freedom and happiness on any excuse at all, in the end it costs them more than it's worth.
Papa, stop arguing and eat.
Me? I'm not arguing. I'm just telling Fritz here.
Here, Papa, have more steak, yeah? What is it, Trudy?
Mama, how did Fritz learn English? Fritz, how did you?
In school. In our school, we learn all things that will be useful. We learn English and marching and running in gas masks and the history of our country.
Is that any fun?
With us, school is not for fun. It is for the state.
Why did you come over here, then?
Well, because I cannot run in the gas mask. I have sometimes a little cough.
Oh, are you not well?
Oh, it's nothing. Merely a bronchitis. The state says that here I shall have more milk and butter. Well, that is all. Then I shall return.
Well, speaking of the government now...
Papa, nobody is speaking of the government.
Well, I am right now. I'm speaking of the government. Now, wait a minute. Now, you take this administration, for instance. Now, they've got no experience, and they've got no horse sense.
Uncle Joe, with all respect, please.
Well, look at the relief racket. Well, they're just a bunch of chiselers. And look at this...
Uncle Joe, please.
Now, son, please, don't interrupt me now. Just a minute. What do you know about it, anyway? You don't know a darn thing. Now, you listen to me. You know, they don't buy votes the way the crowd used to down at the City Hall. They just hire them now and put them on the government payroll. That's what they do.
I protest.
Oh, shucks, boy, what do you know? Let me tell you something. Before we know it, the entire country will be living off the government, and there'll be about only one taxpayer left to support them. And by gravy, I shouldn't be surprised if I happen to be that taxpayer, too.
But talk is dangerous.
Dangerous, Lord. I wish it was. The trouble is, nobody pays any attention. Again, all I hope is that the people wake up before the country's stolen right out from under them. That's what I hope.
It's dangerous.
It's stolen. Always the country is stolen. Did you ever think the government was any good, Papa?
Oh, yeah, sure I did. From what I hear, the Second Grover Cleveland administration was all right.
Papa, eat.
I'm eating. But all I say is, Fritz, that I may not know much about politics, but I do know a bunch of goggle-eyed, long-haired professors when I see them. And I know a lot of things.
Look at Fritz.
Here, boy. Here. What's the matter with you,
Fritz,
boy?
What are you looking for?
In the corner, sometimes they put dictaphones.
Dictaphones? Again, I wish they would put some dictaphones here. I'd pay all the expenses to have the record sent right straight to the White House. That's what I'd do. Then they'd know what was going on then. We'd get some results then, eh, Mama? Huh?
There's no dictaphone. But you know this woman?
What woman? Who?
Oh, she in the kitchen.
Oh, I don't. Do you, Anna?
No, I just got talking to her at the market. I told her I wanted a little help for dinner. We'll fix it up.
Aunt Anna, you bring a stranger into your home? Someone you do not know?
I know all about her. She's always changing jobs, and she has a cousin in jail.
In jail? Well, I'll be darned. What's she in jail for?
For being a bank cashier. And she's in love with him, I bet.
You see? They have someone she loves. And so they have her. She must do what they say.
Oh, boy, I don't know what's getting into you, Fritz. Well, she looks to me just like a pleasant, lanky, no-account old girl, that's all.
Oh, you hush. You'll hurt her feelings. Now, look, here's the beer.
Mama, can I have some?
Yes, just a little. And Papa will make the toast, just like in the old country. Yeah, Papa?
Yes, well, I can't pronounce it very well, you know, Fritz, but Mama's taught it to me pretty good at that.
Yes.
And, boy, I want to tell you that I sure do mean this when I sing it. Now, here goes, now. Ein, zwei, drei.
Ein Prosit, ein Prosit, sehr gemütlich.
Go on, Mama, now keep on. Let's listen to her. Let's
ein Prosit, ein Prosit,
finish
sehr gemütlich. Now, ein, zwei, drei. Super.
You know, I want to tell you something. This has been some meal. Now, it's some meal.
Everybody's eating but Fritz.
Excuse me, please, but today I have not an appetite. It is perhaps a change from the boat.
Oh, never mind, Fritz. Now, you excuse me for a minute. Papa and I are going across the street. It's the Bernolfo's wedding anniversary. We'll take them some of these cakes. Trudy, you stay here with Fritz. Oh, Papa, will you give Mary $1 and tell her to wash the dishes before she goes, yeah?
I heard you. They're all washed and put away except them down the table.
Well, here you are. Here, Mary. Here's your $1.
Well, thanks, Mr. Smith. Much obliged.
Well, much obliged to you, Mary. So long, Mary. Pleased to meet you.
Well, same here.
Goodbye, Mary. Much obliged.
So long, folks.
Mary, can I clean up?
Sure, you can carry these dishes into the kitchen. Here, you take them now.
Okay, thanks.
Well, Fritzy, how you doing? You didn't eat very much.
I wish you to understand. These people, they are nothing to me.
They're your cousins?
An accident. I've never seen them before.
Well, what's wrong with them? They look all right to me.
I wish to point out that I took no part in the conversation, in the political discussion.
You betcha. You sure didn't have much to say for yourself.
You acknowledge that?
Well, you kind of joined in some.
But not to agree.
Well, for heaven's sake, I don't know. You're all talking all together there.
So that is all you have to say. That would be your report.
Hey, I don't get you. Looks to me like one of us don't understand English so good. Well, okay, I gotta be moving.
But please. To me, naturally, this is important.
Hey, look, some other time, kid. When I have $1, I burn to spend it. Oh, what do you know? The kids put away the dishes. So long, Trudy.
So long, Mary.
So long, Fritzy.
Fräulein, please, I beg.
Hey, let go of my hand. Who do you think you are? One of them fresh guys or something?
I beg your pardon.
Granted. So long.
Fräulein, do not include me with the others. Fräulein!
I put away all the dishes all by myself.
Can these rooms be seen from elsewhere?
Well, the Raffertys across the area can see. He's a cop.
Pardon?
A policeman.
A policeman? Can we see the entrance to this building?
Sure, right from here.
Oh, keep back here. I will look. Wait. Pull down the shades. You that one, I this one.
What is this, Fritz, a game?
Shh, be silent. Sit in that chair.
What's the matter? You look awful. You scare me.
This is a good room.
It's a beautiful room, but it's all dark now.
From here I can see the entrance just by pushing the shade aside.
I'm getting tired here.
How do your policemen dress?
They have blue clothes, but then so do firemen.
Come here, quietly. Look out there. Are those policemen?
Sure.
One is coming in the front entrance.
That's probably Mr. Rafferty.
The other four go down the corner.
They're from the station house.
Is there a back way here?
Sure, for the cans and trash and things.
Go back and sit down.
I don't wanna.
Go.
Gee, I thought you were gonna be so nice.
Nice. This is no time for niceness.
What is all this craziness?
Listen. Someone comes.
Well, what of it? What's the difference?
You speak, I...
Let go of my arm. You hurt me.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
I was nervous. But they've gone. But it will come again. I must think. Is there here a gun?
A gun? No, it's not allowed.
There must be a gun. All dangerous radicals have guns. We must find it and dispose of it. If it is found, it will be worse for us.
Papa's never had a gun. And who's a radical? Papa's a legionnaire and an elk.
Elk? An elk? What's that? Oh, why must I come here at such a moment? Are there papers? Oh, we should look. We should burn them. Nothing must be found, no proof. Why do you ask me to such a place? Who are you? Is it a trap? No, you're foolish. You're crazy. You don't know what can happen, but I know. I've seen such people at home. They think they will be safe, but sometimes it happens to them. But I will say to you, if I can, you are my people. Whatever they do, I shall say nothing. Now we must wait. Perhaps they will go away. No, they never go away. Listen. They come again. Sit still.
Oh, Papa!
You fool! Rudy!
Here. What is this here?
Papa, he was choking me.
What? Why, you ornery whelp. Say, listen, I got a mind to pin your ears back. What's the meaning of this, huh?
Joe, I beg, please. I wished only to save you, to save us all.
To save us?
Police. There've been one here once. I thought they were coming back. Trudy would not keep quiet. We must move. They came while you were gone.
Trudy, who came here? Who came?
I don't know. Fritz wouldn't let me open the door.
Hey, boy, you must be sick.
I'm not sick, but I've seen.
What's the matter?
Nana, make them understand.
Understand what, Fritz? What's wrong here? The room is all dark.
Fritz pulled down the shade.
This boy here was choking Trudy.
Oh, you don't know, you don't understand.
Fritz, please tell me.
Listen, Nana.
Yes.
Once I was like you. Once I lived with Father and Mother, and we were happy. But in the home, they would talk, they would say things against the state, like you, Uncle Joe. Only not so bad. Not much, only a little. Then one night, I hear steps and voices. It is the police. You understand? The police. And now they come here to this place. Again, the police. While you were away, they come to the door.
Fritz, do you know who that was that you think was the police? It was Jimmy Rafferty, a neighbor's boy.
A neighbor's boy?
Yes, his father's a policeman.
Policeman?
Yes, they are good friends of ours. And do you know what Jimmy wanted? He studies German in his school, and he wants to try if he can speak with you in German. Now, do you see how all this is foolish, Fritz?
Foolish to you, not foolish to me. You were not there that night to hear the big feet on the stairs, to hear the voices. I was frightened, but in the end, I got up. I went to my father's and mother's room. They are gone. Gone! Never did I see them again.
But, boy, you told us a while ago that they were well and that they sent their love.
That is what it told me to say. For the state. But never did I see them again. Never did I hear. I asked and I was beaten. Look on my face, you see. I said if I ask any more, it would be bad for them. Oh, that they would be beaten. My beautiful mother will be beaten.
No, Fritz, don't.
She will be beaten, my beautiful mother. They will make her cry.
Fritz.
My mother.
But Fritz, please, it is not
my
so.
Mother
Here,
will be beaten.
Fritz, it's all so different. You must believe me. Ja, I know
Mother.
you will believe me. Hier wird alles gut werden. Alles wird gut, Fritz.
Aunt Anna.
Please.
Aunt Anna.
So now you are a good boy, Fritz, yeah? Now you are better.
Oh, hello, Jimmy. Hello there. Mama, here's Jimmy back again here.
Oh.
Maybe Fritz wouldn't want to see him right now, huh?
Oh, Papa, could he wait?
No, I will see him. I will be all right. I'm not a coward. But I don't know anymore. But not a coward. Tell him I shall be pleased.
Come then, Jimmy.
Gee, Mrs. Smith, it looks like I come at a bad time.
Oh, the bad time is over, Jimmy. Papa, raise the blinds, will you?
You betcha. Hey, Jimmy, you want a piece of cake, do you? There's some in the kitchen there if you do.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Smith.
Uncle Joe, Aunt Anna, Trudy, forgive me, please.
That's all right, son. Now, don't say nothing more about it. Now, let her go.
See, that's better. The sunlight comes in. Trudy, tell Jimmy Fritz wants to see him.
Come on, Jimmy. Fritz, this is Jimmy Rafferty.
Oh, hiya, Fritz.
How'd you do? My Aunt Anna says you can speak my language.
No, I can't really, but I learned a song, and I thought I might spring it at our class show. You know, kind of surprise them. Only I don't know if I pronounce it right, you know. It's called Ich weiß nicht, was soll es bedeuten. You ever hear of it?
At home all know that song.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, sing it, please.
Oh, no, you sing it. I wouldn't sound so good.
But please, you must try.
Well, let Fritz give me a lead.
No, you first.
Oh, come on, boys. Come on now. Sing it together, both of you now. Come on.
Ich weiß nicht, was soll es bedeuten.
Yeah, Mama. Hey, what's the matter with you, Mama, huh?
My sister.
Oh, now, come on, dear. Now, be brave. Look at Fritz here. Look at him.
He is brave. I won't let him see me cry. I will think how lucky we are.
Sure we're lucky. Sure we are. Oh, Mama. Now, please. Now, listen. Maybe we can find your sister. Maybe we can find her husband, too. Now, maybe they may be all right now. You don't know.
I do not know. The end we do not know. Just like you said.
Yeah, that's right. But we know what's going on today, don't we? I said that, too, didn't I, huh? Yeah.
Today we know. And today we make Fritz just like our son. Could we do that, Papa?
Why, certainly, old lady. You bet we can, yes. Oh, boys, now I'll tell you something. That was pretty good. That was very good indeed.
We ain't so bad. Look here, Fritz, you want to go on with me in the show? Hey, we'd knock 'em dead.
I shall be very happy. You bet.
Okay, we're set. Hey, you must have done a lot of singing, fella.
With his father, I guess. Just like you, Jimmy.
Yes, with him.
For 20 years, his father sings bass in the Lutheran choir. Oh, one time they made a record for the phonograph. So you like the old country music, Jimmy?
Gee, yes, Mrs. Smith. It's great stuff.
You'd like to hear some real great stuff, Jimmy? Trudy, get out the record. It's in my bureau drawer. Papa, wind up the box, will you?
All right, Mama. You know, Mama, it's a long time since you played this record, you know.
Yeah, Papa, a long time. Because I'm so sad about the old country.
Yeah, I know. Well, now, listen. Now, maybe we better not play it at all.
No, I want to play it. Because I'm a little happy, too. Happy about Jimmy, that he loves our music. Happy about Fritz, that he is here in this country where people from all countries are free together. This good country, eh?
Yes,
Papa?
yes, it's a pretty good country, Mama. It's been good to you ever since you came here, hasn't it, eh? It's been good to me, too, and to my folks for over 300 years. Of course, I like to cuss it out once in a while, but by gravy, don't you ever let me hear anybody else say nothing against it, I'll tell you that.
You see, Fritz? Papa thinks like me. Here all should be happy. All should be proud. Because, like Papa says, the end we do not know. Only today we know. So what we have good, What we have great, that let us keep. Please, Papa, play.
Here we go.
This is James Boyd speaking again. Before our revolution, Pitt, the Prime Minister of England, speaking of the right to be free from oppression by officials, was saying, "The poorest man may in his cottage bid defiance to all the force of the crown. It may be frail, its roof may shake, the wind may blow through it, the storms may enter, the rain may enter, but the King of England cannot enter. All his forces dare not cross the threshold of that ruined tenement." That respect for the individual which forbids the king to enter is the basis not only for the freedom shown in our play today, but for all the freedoms preserved in our Bill of Rights. It is our way of life. And as we bring to a close this Free Company series about that American way, the Free Company remembers its plays on freedom of speech, of the press, of assembly, of religion. It remembers the whole body of our American beliefs. And it says, here we stand on our great principles, on our deep, strong beliefs. And the voice of America answers, here we stand.
Columbia has concluded the first series of broadcasts by the Free Company. Copies of today's program may be obtained by sending 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York. The entire series of these radio plays has been published in book form and may be obtained, beginning tomorrow, at your local bookstore. Today, Mr. Smith was played by George M. Cohan, Fritz by Paul Hernreid. Also included in the cast were Lily Valenti, Betty Jane Tyler, Francis Cheney, and Eddie Ryan, Jr. The music was conducted by Howard Barlow, and the entire production was directed by Earl McGill.
Tune in again next Sunday for The Free Company, a presentation of the Columbia Broadcasting System brought to you by means of electrical transcription through WBNS in Columbus. If your son or daughter has artistic or mechanical talent, give it the encouragement it deserves.
Navigator to pilot. Go ahead, Ben. Coast of Holland just ahead.
Good. Pilot to bombardier. Open bomb base and prepare to bomb.
Right. Bomb doors open. Navigator to pilot. We're over the target. There's West Capella. And there's the Great Dyke.
Pilot to bombardier. Target below. She's all yours.
I need a little left. No, too much. Give me a little right. Just a little. There. Steady now. Hold what you've got. That's it. Hold it. Steady. Hold it. Bombs away.
Mission accomplished. The long train of bombs hurtles earthward, and the great dike at West Capella in Holland is breached. The ocean pours through the spreading holes, washing over the land, drowning out the gun emplacements of the Germans. Modern warfare? Well, not exactly modern. A Dutchman thought of the same strategy 400 years ago. His name was William the Silent. He wasn't a silent man at all. It is his story we tell tonight. His story and the story of another time in history, when Holland was fighting for its freedom. And the Dutch broke the dikes.
The NBC University of the Air presents Chapter 7 of We Came This Way, a new historical series for our listeners at home and overseas. With John W. Vandercook as narrator, we present Chapter 7, a story of how the Dutch broke the dikes in We Came This Way.
In the year 1555, Charles V of Spain gave up his throne and retired to a monastery. A tired old man, swollen with gout and sick of conquest. Forget him, but remember his son and successor.
Philip II, by the grace of God, King of Spain. Caesar Augustus, Lord of the earth. Absolute dominator in Asia, Africa, and America. Duke of Milan, and both the Burgundies. Hereditary sovereign of the 17 provinces of the Netherlands.
Philip was a medieval man in a world where feudalism was crumbling. An autocrat in an age when men were beginning to question authority. Philip tried to turn back the clock. He wanted to check the Reformation, build a gigantic Spanish monarchy, and reduce his other possessions to vassal states. He almost succeeded. He would have succeeded except for one thing. William the Silent, Prince of Orange, opposed him. Philip sent the Duke of Alva to the Netherlands with an army. William fled for his life. But don't forget William. This is only the prologue to our story. Alva rode into the Netherlands on a white horse with 10,000 soldiers. He looked around him and he saw the fear on people's faces. But he failed to see the anger in their hearts. So he wrote a letter to Philip.
I am here. So much is certain. Whether I am welcome is of little consequence. I have tamed men of iron in my day. Shall I not easily crush these men of butter? Violence is the only way with these people. I shall act accordingly.
Alva's first act was to establish the Council of Blood. 3 months later, he wrote again.
I would that all the heads of all His Majesty's enemies were upon a single neck, so that I might strike them off with one blow. To date, I have had killed 1,800 heretics.
But even Alva was too slow for Philip. In February 1568, he had the Inquisition pass sentence upon the Netherlands.
Let it be made known that through this holy office, all inhabitants of the Netherlands, with the few exceptions noted below, are herewith condemned to death as heretics. And let it be further known that this sentence is to be carried out immediately, without regard to age, sex, or condition.
Never before or since was a whole nation sentenced to death. Even children went to the stake. The whole population of the Netherlands might have been swallowed up in one vast grave if William the Silent had been a different kind of man. But he was what he was. So, in exile by almost superhuman effort, he assembled an army. Then he came back to the Netherlands to liberate the people, to fight for what he valued more than his life. What William fought for was something new in the world. It was an idea, freedom of conscience. And it is being fought for even today.
Yes, I came back. There is a time, I think, in every man's life when he must choose between inaction and struggle. I came back to lead the people against the Duke of Alva and the greatest army in Europe.
My army was a people's army. A ragged, undisciplined, but savagely loyal force. We called ourselves beggars. For beggars was the name the King's Regent had given us years before when we had gone to petition against Alva's coming. For 2 years we fought. A losing fight. I saw my 3 younger brothers killed in battle. Saw Antwerp ravaged. Saw Zutphen fall, Haarlem fall. Then, when I lay ill of fever at Delft and powerless to stop them, I saw the Spaniards under Valdez march on the city of Leiden in Holland. If Leiden surrendered, all was lost. The people of the Netherlands could stand no more defeat. But at Leiden, where General Valdez was proposing terms of surrender to the Burgomaster.
Burgomaster, a stubborn fool. I am offering the people of Leiden pardon and mercy if you surrender the city at once. Pardon and mercy, do you understand?
I understand, General Valdez, that the flute sounds sweet when the fowler lures the bird. We know what happened at Haarlem when they surrendered. The Spanish mercy, Spanish fury.
You know the alternative to surrender.
Yes, we know.
Very well. The arrangement suits us admirably. We lay siege. We wait outside the walls while you starve inside.
The Spanish army has no other engagements?
You are cool now, Burgomaster. But you will change your tune. I tell you that Leiden will be taken. If I fall in the siege, my son will come and take my place. If he falls, my second son will take his place. And if he falls, then my wife will come from Spain to take his place.
And who will take your wife's place, General Valdez? My name is Peter van der Werf. I was the burgomaster of Leiden, and I do not want you to think that I was a brave man. I did what I did because sometimes a man has but one choice. We had lived for 5 years under Alva. Nothing worse could happen to us after that. So the Spanish army waited outside Leiden for us to starve inside. And we waited for the prince to send us aid. 2 months went by, and every day there was a little less food than the day before. Then one day...
Peter.
Yes, Anna.
There's a boy outside. He says his name is Dirk van Ziel. He has 2 pigeons in a cage.
Pigeons? Tell him to come in, Anna.
I'll tell him. You can go in now.
Thank you. Burgomaster, I had to see you.
What is it, lad? What do you want?
To save Leiden, sir.
Save Leiden? How will you save Leiden?
Isn't it true, sir, that you've been trying to get a message to the prince to send us help?
Yes, it's true.
And that both couriers you sent were captured by the Spanish?
And tortured?
I could get to Delft, sir.
You?
I know the road like the palm of my hand. I could do it blindfolded.
Yes, but the Spanish would not be blindfolded.
I could slip out at night. I know where there's a hole in the wall, grown over with weeds. Only a boy could get through. I could slip past the sentry.
And suppose they saw you?
I'd run. I'd hide under the bank of the canal. Or I'd lie flat in the water with my nose out. I tell you, sir, I could get to Delft.
How old are you, lad?
16. But what you need for the trip is a boy, sir. Not a slow, old man, fat with drinking too much beer.
But if you did manage to sneak out of the city and get to the prince with a message, you'd never be able to get back in with the prince's answer.
I'd not try to return, sir.
Yeah, but the object of the trip is to bring back word from the prince.
I wouldn't come back, sir. But my pigeons would. You see, sir, they're homing pigeons.
Go on, lad. Tell me more of Leiden.
Well, the food is almost gone, sir. And some talk of surrender. They say... Well, they say that you have deserted us.
No, lad. The fair maid of Holland has had many suitors, but she chose me above all others. I'll not desert her.
You'll send an army to help us?
If I had an army, I'd have sent it long ago. It was cut to pieces at Mookerheide. The only force I've left is the fleet. The sea beggars.
But Leiden's not on the sea. How could you send the sea beggars to Leiden?
By sending the sea to Leiden first.
What's that, sir?
If the dikes were broken, the whole lowland between here and Leiden would be flooded.
Of course, the dikes. I'd never thought of it. Then why not break the dikes, sir?
I would have long ago. Wanted to from the minute Leiden was besieged.
Then why?
The Estates General.
Oh, they won't agree to it.
No, not yet. But they must decide.
And what about Leiden, sir? Will we be left to starve to the last man?
No, lad, I've not given up. Tomorrow I go back to Rotterdam to meet with the Estates once more. And may God in his mercy give me the wisdom to make them see.
The prince's proposal to break the dikes was fantastic when he made it 2 months ago. It is still fantastic.
5 centuries our people have labored to push back the sea. Is all their work to be destroyed now?
If the dikes are broken, it will flood the Rhineland, the Delftland, the Skiland.
And all the adjoining districts.
I myself stand to lose many thousand guilders by the flooding of the land.
We will now hear from His Excellency the Prince.
Gentlemen, I make my last appeal to you. If Leiden falls, then Holland will be cut in 2. With Leiden will collapse our last hope. The Netherlands will once more be at the mercy of the tyrant. You know what this means. You have seen the streets of your cities running with blood. You have shuddered in your homes and waited for the knock on the door that would drag you off to the gallows. If you have escaped, and thousands of your countrymen have died for a simple thing, a God-given thing, a thing that men should enjoy as freely as they breathe fresh air. The freedom to worship God as their conscience directs. Think not of your purses now, but of that freedom. Not of a parcel of land, but of those who will come after you to inherit that for which we fight. Do this thing I ask of you. Empower me to break the dikes and send the ocean to Leiden. And I tell you, what you do here today will be remembered. All generations to come will call you blessed. The Estates General yielded. And on the 3rd day of August, 1574, I stood on the great outer dike near Rotterdam with my chief engineer. It was an ordinary summer day, daisies in the meadows, crows in the grain fields, a lazy wind turning the windmills. A crowd had gathered, and we bowed our heads for a moment. God grant us to succeed in this undertaking. God bless Holland. God keep Leiden.
Are you ready now, Your Excellency?
Yes, I'm ready. At the sound of the cannon, let the work go forward. Let the dike be pierced and the ocean come in. Ready, set, fire. The dike was patient effort of 5 centuries destroyed. At Schiedam and Rotterdam, the floodgates were opened, and the water leaped forward, washing over the orchards, the grain fields, and the meadows. Where fat cows had grazed was now the bottom of the sea. But even as men watched, their earthly possessions vanish. They knew a great exaltation. Afterwards, they might carp and haggle and criticize. But for the moment, their vision was pure, unobstructed. They looked upon the desolation and saw something else. The waters of freedom washing over the lowlands.
The boy's pigeon came back to Leiden with the message that the dikes had been broken, and we were wild with relief and hope. It was a foolish thing I did, but the end seemed so near. I gave the order.
Hear ye, hear ye! By the order of the Burgomaster, rations of food will be doubled. Let all good men and true praise God. The ocean is on its way to Leiden. Leiden will be saved.
A week passed. The last of our food was eaten, and still the ocean did not come. The plague came instead. Plague and famine worked silently together. The church bells tolled 1,000 dead the first week. The second week passed. Dogs, cats, rats, everything that lived but man was killed and eaten. Another 1,000 died, and still there was no sign of the water. The third week, people were chewing on old shoe leather, eating the bark of trees, the roots, and swelling up and dying. An inch or two of water, but no more, had crept feebly across the meadows about Leiden. And Spanish soldiers stood below the city walls and mocked us.
Hola, Leidener! Where is your miracle? Weren't you expecting an ocean? Tell your prince to work another miracle and invent a boat that can sail on dry land.
By the end of the fourth week, 7,000 were dead of the famine and pestilence. My wife, Anna, was one of them. No one could dare to hear the church bells toll any longer. So I ordered them to cease. And that was how it was with Leiden when General Valdez unbuckled his sword and paid me another visit.
Senor Burgomaster.
What is it you would have of me now, General Valdez?
I've come for the last time to offer you pardon and mercy, if you will surrender.
You had your answer 4 months ago.
4 months ago you had hope. A faint hope that your prince might send you help. But now you have nothing.
You lie.
A month ago the dikes were cut. But did the water come to Leiden? No, senor. Even God mocks you. He has made the wind stop blowing. The water sinks instead of rising. The prince's fleet, my courier tells me, is stuck in the mud 2 miles from where it started. You see, senor, your last hope is gone.
No, General Valdez. You are wrong. We live. And as long as we live, we have hope.
Pardon me, senor, but we Spanish are not fools. We know you have nothing between you and starvation but a few mangy dogs and cats.
Then, as long as you hear a dog bark or a cat mew, know that Leiden holds out. You wait like vultures to pick our bones. But know this, General Valdez. When our last hour comes and we can fight no more, we will set fire to the city and die in the flames. Nothing will be left for you. Nothing.
What's that?
In God's name, where's that music coming from?
From the people, General. The people of Leiden whom you say are beaten. Today we celebrate the birthday of the Prince of Orange.
May God forgive the burgomaster that lie. It was not my birthday. He had ordered the town musicians out and the people to parade so that Valdez would not know their desperation. I was desperate, too. I had counted on wind and tide to carry the seawater to Leiden. But for weeks, not a breath of air had stirred. The sea beggars were founded in a sea of mud. On the night of October 1st, I stood on the dike. The dike I had reached with so much hope. With me was the boy, Dirk Van Ziel.
The water's like a mirror. I never saw it so still.
Do you believe in miracles, lad?
Yes, sir. I think I do.
Good. They say they only happen to those who believe in them.
Oh, it would be a miracle, wouldn't it, sir, if the wind should suddenly rise and blow the ocean to Leiden?
You think that would be asking too much?
Oh, no, sir. If God has willed it, it will happen.
I see you are a good Calvinist.
Yes, sir. What is it? God bless you, sir. Are you taking cold, sir?
No, it's nothing.
Nothing, did you say? Listen.
It's the wind. The wind has changed.
And the sea is moving.
There were 3 feet of water in the meadows about Leiden by October 4th. And another of Dirk's pigeons had returned with the message that the fleet, the sea beggars, were on their way to save us. I kept watch till almost daybreak, then dropped off to sleep. I was awakened. I'm coming. What is it, man?
The city wall is falling.
No, it can't be.
But it's true, sir. The wall between the Cowgate and the Tower of Burgundy has fallen.
Then the Spaniards have minded. They mean to attack us before the fleet comes. They'll be in the city before it is light.
What are we to do, Burgomaster?
We fight them, of course. Listen, the captain of the guard is calling out our men. Every man, woman, and child in Leiden who is not too weak to stand lined up in orderly array before the fallen wall. The home guard had guns. The rest had pikes, axes, hammers, hay forks. The women had their kitchen knives. A few held lighted torches. We knew what we would do. As long as we could, we would fight the Spaniards off. Then we would set fire to the city and die in the flames. While we waited for dawn and for the enemy to attack, we prayed.
Surely he shall deliver me from the snare of the fowler and the noisome pestilence. Thou shalt not be afraid of the terror by night, nor the arrow that flieth by day, nor of the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor of the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the strength of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? Wait on the Lord. Be of good courage, and he shall strengthen thy heart. Wait, I say, on the Lord.
Listen, the cock crows in the Spanish camp is growing light in the east.
People of Leiden, the Spaniards will come now. Remember our oath. Death, but no surrender.
Look, they're coming.
Where?
There, creeping through the mist. There's one of them.
Wait. Halt! Halt or we fire!
He's Dutch.
Who is it? Who goes there? Dirk Van Ziel. What are you doing coming from the Spanish lines?
But don't you know? The Spaniards are gone.
Gone? Where?
They went toward the Hague. They rode past me as I came in.
Then
Why did they mine the wall?
Well, maybe they didn't, sir. Maybe the sea that's bringing the fleet undermined the wall.
And the fleet is coming.
Of course it's coming. Why do you think the Spaniards fled?
Listen, lad, listen!
That's the fleet now. The beggars! The beggars are coming. They're saluting us! Thanks be to God! Thank God!
God bless Holland. God keep Leiden. God be praised.
Navigator to pilot.
Go ahead, Van.
Coast of Holland just ahead.
Good. Pilot to bombardier. Open bomb bays and prepare to bomb.
Right. Bomb doors open. Navigator to pilot. We're over the target. There's West Capella. There's the Great Dyke.
Pilot to bombardier. Target below. She's all yours.
I need a little left. No, too much. Give me a little right. Just a little. There. Steady now. Hold what you've got.
Once again, the dikes are broken to drive an enemy from the land. And now we who share in this work should remember that we had a stake in that other victory, too. We, you and I, were saved at Leiden. That was the city where, 35 years after the siege that Holland broke, a little band of Englishmen driven out of their own country because of their religion took refuge. Our pilgrim fathers found refuge there because Leiden held and remained free. From Leiden to Plymouth Rock was the way we came.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 7 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Next week, We Came This Way will present the story of the Puritan Revolution in England. A handbook containing background information with suggestions for further reading is now in publication. We shall be happy to send you at cost of mailing this valuable We Came This Way handbook, especially written for the current series. Send 25 cents to cover the cost of printing and mailing to We Came This Way, Post Office 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. This program is presented by the NBC University of the Air, not only for listeners in this country, but also for our servicemen and women overseas, to be transmitted to them wherever they're stationed through the Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight's script was written by Frank Wells and directed by Ira Avery. The original music was composed by Leo Kempinski and conducted by Milton Catums. Feature roles were played by Lon Clark, Rock Rogers, Owen Jordan, and Ruth Amos. The narrator was John W. Vandercook. This series is presented as a public service of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail or land or life if freedom fail?
Ladies and gentlemen, today CBS is proud to contribute its facilities to a new and important development in radio history, the Free Company. The Free Company is a voluntary group of distinguished American playwrights, writers, actors, and radio workers who have joined their talents to bring you this series with no compensation other than the knowledge that it may serve America. with James Boyd as National Chairman, Robert E. Sherwood, Chairman of the Writers' Committee, and Burgess Meredith, Chairman of the Actors Division, the Free Company will present original radio plays written by its members, Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Mark Conley, Noel Green, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, William Saroyan, and Robert E. Sherwood, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. The plays will feature America's most distinguished screen and stage stars in the leading roles. And now, Burgess Meredith for the Free Company.
This is Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood. The purpose of the Free Company is to present in terms as eloquent as its members can command the meaning of freedom, and to serve as a free expression of their faith in American democracy and in the basic civil rights which make it possible. Some of these plays utilize for their dramatic themes particular sections of the Bill of Rights. Others, like today's drama, will be more general in scope. For our first play in this series, Pulitzer Prize playwright William Saroyan has written The People with Light Coming Out of Them. In the cast will be John Garfield, Nancy Kelly, Eduardo Cianelli, Edmund Gwenn, William Tracy, Tim Holt, and Clinton Rosamond. The brilliant work of these artists in motion pictures is known to all of you. When we asked William Saroyan to join the Free Company, Bill said,
Well, sure. I'm fond of freedom, crazy about company. What do I do?
Write us a play.
Okay, when?
Now.
Right now?
Right now.
Good. What do you want this play to be about?
About the United States of America.
My favorite subject.
About why you like America.
Why? You might as well ask me why I like to breathe. What do you really want?
Well, Bill, tell us something about why you think this country is worth living and fighting for. Give us your reasons in a little play. You have reasons.
Oh, millions of them. As many reasons as there are places and people. Take California, for instance, or Texas, or New York. Take San Francisco, or Peoria. Or take any place. Rockville Center, Freeport, Merrick, Belmore, Wantagh, Seaford, Massapequa, Amityville, Lindenhurst, and Babel.
Wait a minute. Can't you sort of break that down a little?
Sure. We'll make it local. Now, look, we'll take one city block, any place, one American row of houses. Okay, now, there it is. Now, we'll take one American. Anybody. Let's take something like myself so I'll know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, anybody. Instead of being a writer, let's say this fellow's a painter. He looks at things carefully and then paints what he sees in them. Okay, now, there's one street and there's this young painter. He's standing on the corner.
What corner?
This American corner. Mm-hmm. Now, give me a typewriter and I'll go to work.
Sure, here you are. Now, you sit right down.
Thanks. Come on, old Walt Whitman. Tell us about America. Tell us about where we live, about home and the family. And Mark Twain, you tell us about it. And old Dan Boone. And 130 million people. You tell us about it.
This is a good block. I'll tell you who lives in this block. Well, in the flat below me is the old husband and the wife and their granddaughter. The old man's retired. He used to be a railroad worker. They gave him a pension about 2 years ago. Yesterday I saw him at the corner, just kind of standing in the sun there, burned up about having no job. And he said,
"Oh, how does anybody know when a man's through? I'm not through, and I never have been. As long as a man wants to work, he's not through. So I'm keeping busy. Aye, they're not going to kill me with kindness. Do you know what I'm doing now, eh? Well, it's the truth. I've got a whole setup in the basement. Aye, last week I made a little table, and this week I'm working on a chair. I've got to keep going. I've got to do things. You can hear me hammering down there now, can't you?
Is that you hammering?
Yeah. How's it sound to you, eh? Young and vigorous?
It doesn't sound old.
I'll say it doesn't. There's plenty of people around here that can use a table or a chair or one thing or another. And I'm going to go ahead and make these things. And if they can't afford to pay for the lumber, I'll make them a present of it. I like to be making something. I don't like the sit-around being an old man. Ever hear me sing while I'm working?
Yes, I believe I have.
Well, now, how does it sound? Hey, come on now, tell me the truth.
Not bad at all. What is that song you keep singing all the time?
Oh, it's Dolly Day.
Is that what it is?
Ah, you mean, oh, Dolly Day, she looks so gay. I run all around and around to hear her fairy footsteps play as she comes over the ground.
Yes.
Oh. Ah, it's my favorite, Dolly Day. It's my wee wifey's name, Dolly. Well, so long, lad.
So long, Pop. I'll be seeing you. Well, the old man and his wife, they're folks. And the girl, their granddaughter, she's a stenographer somewhere. And she goes to work every morning looking like a princess. The old man, he's Scotch. And his wife's English, with a little French. And the granddaughter's mother, she has some Spanish. That's a lot of folks. Well, I was sitting on the steps last Sunday when the girl came home from church. I never saw anything prettier. She's something like her grandfather when it comes to starting a conversation anywhere at all. She came up the street and started talking from about 10 yards away.
Hello. You're the man who's taken the flat upstairs, aren't you? No, it seems funny not hearing a lot of noise up there anymore. There were 5 growing kids in the family that moved out just before you moved in, and, gee, they sure used to have a lot of fun. Gosh, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?
It sure is. One of the most beautiful I've ever seen. Too good to waste indoors.
That's one thing I like about church on a good day. When it's all over, you go out humming the last song they sang, and you step into beautiful sunshine and walk home feeling glad and hungry and happy about everything.
I've got to do that. I've got to go to a church next Sunday myself. What kind of sermon was it?
Oh, it was a little sad and made me feel angry about the war and the way people are behaving, but, well, we got to know about wars and what they mean to people and what they do. So the last song we sang was Rock of Ages.
Rock of Ages. I haven't heard that song in years.
Oh, it's a beautiful song. Rock of Ages, cleft for me. It's good for people to feel that something is solid for them to hang on to. People sing songs like that all over the world, I guess. What do you do?
Yes, that's exactly how she said it. She's an American. She wanted to know, so she asked. She was sincere, and she was interested. I told her. I'm a painter.
Oh, a house painter?
Well, I paint houses, too, among other things, but I don't mean that kind of painting. I paint on canvas.
You mean you're an artist?
Well, yes, although that sounds a little high-toned for me. I'm a worker whose work it is to paint. I've got no boss, and I don't keep regular hours or anything like that. But I work like everybody else.
Gosh, I never knew people could live so near artists.
Wait a minute, don't get me wrong. I'm not famous. In fact, I'm not very well known to more than 10 or 11 people in the whole world. I'm not rich either. I'm sort of poor, but it seems like everything I really want and need, I usually...
Well, how do people get to be painters?
Well, I suppose it creeps up on them gradually until they're so sure they're painters they're willing to work for years trying to prove it. I'm in my 7th year now.
Have you got a lot of paintings?
Lots of them. Dozens.
Could I see them sometime?
Well, I wish you would. But I've got to warn you, they're not nearly as pretty as some people in the world. Well, why don't you get your grandfather and grandmother and someday when I'm in town go upstairs and loaf around? Door's always open.
Oh, we wouldn't go into your house if you weren't there.
Well, why not? It would be easier for you to look at the paintings, and I wouldn't be there to bother you and trying to explain them to you. It's not easy for a painter to explain his pictures. You see, you start to paint things, and after a while, as you learn more and more about painting, you start to paint what's inside of things and always coming out. Light comes out of most things. especially people. And it sometimes comes out of houses and streets and rooms and windows and all sorts of things that everybody sees every day. Well, I sort of concentrate on that light. I'm interested in it, even when there's no sun shining. If you look carefully, you can see light coming out of all sorts of things. But it's not easy to explain.
Gosh, you sound like a preacher. Only it sounds real, not like a sermon.
Everybody's a preacher, yes, but simply a question what a man preaches.
Well, what do you preach?
Tell you the truth, I believe something that's so ordinary it's almost embarrassing to mention it. In fact, somebody sophisticated might laugh at me. I believe there's more good in things than anybody ever bothers to see. So I keep looking for it all the time. And when I find it, I try to keep it in a painting so other people can see it too. After they see it in a painting, well, they see it everywhere else too. That's what painting's for.
Say, can we really go up and look at the paintings?
Well, I'm going to take a walk to town in about an hour. Why don't you all go up after you've had dinner? I won't be back until evening.
You sure you won't mind?
Mind? I want you to see my pictures. That's why I paint them.
All right, then. We'll go up. And thanks.
Okay. Well, she walked off, and I went up to my room. You hear that? That's Michael Agawa. He lives across the street. He's 16. His father runs that cleaning and pressing place. Mike delivers for his father. I've been here only 2 weeks, and I know practically everybody in this block. Take Mike, for instance. He came upstairs one afternoon with one of my suits his father had cleaned and pressed. I was working at the time, and it looked as if it was going to be a good picture, so I didn't want to stop working. I hollered, "Come in." The door opened, and somebody said,
"I brought your suit."
"Okay, bring it up and put it on a chair somewhere." I went right on working. I guess I must have worked at least 40 minutes more before I stopped. The picture wasn't finished, and I didn't feel like doing any more work for a while. Wait till morning and go back to it fresh. Well, I lit a cigarette, inhaled, and yawned, and stretched. Hello, who are you?
Mike.
Hiya, my name is Jim Smith.
Pleased to meet you.
How long have you been here?
Ever since I brought your suit.
Oh, I'm sorry. How much is it?
Oh, it's all paid for. You paid my father the day you brought it in. Don't you remember?
Then why?
I wanted to see you make the picture. I never saw a man paint a picture before. Can I look at it?
Sure. It's not finished, but you can take a look at what I've got so far.
Thanks. That sure is pretty.
Do you really mean that?
That second house, that's our house, isn't it?
But do you live in that house with the green roof?
Sure, right over the shop. Way like Del Pa. It sure is pretty.
What's your last name, Mike?
Akagawa. I bet you know what nationality that is.
Well, since it's yours, I'd say it's American.
Oh, sure. But when it's my father's, it's Japanese, I guess. He was born in Japan. I was born in that house in the picture. Gee, I never thought I'd see that little house in the picture.
Listen to him, will you? Listen to Mike Akagawa across the street blowing the trumpet. Isn't that beautiful? That's what I like about this block. All the wonderful Americans living here, doing their work and raising their families, going to school, trying to learn how to play the trumpet and looking around everywhere for the good things. 3 doors from here is the Areola family. Father, mother, and 7 kids, all under 17. Well, they're a great gang of people. The father works in the wholesale produce market, so he gets up at 3 in the morning to go to work. You know, I sometimes walk around town late at night to see how things are then. And one night, as I was coming home, I ran into Pete Areola on his way to work. Well, it's very quiet at 3 in the morning, and You don't expect a stranger to come up to you and start to talk. But Pete did.
Hello.
Hello.
You are the new fellow in this neighborhood, ain't you?
Yes, I am. I've got that flat 3 doors up from your place.
Sure, I see you before. What's your name?
Jim Smith.
My name is Peter Riola.
That's a good name, Pete. You're up early, aren't you?
I go to work every day at 3 o'clock in the morning. Where you been? You work nighttime?
Oh, in a way.
What do you mean?
Well, I haven't got any working hours, so I guess they're all working hours.
Where do you work?
Pete, I'm a painter. I paint pictures. I look around and paint what I see.
You, Peter? Artiste?
Yeah.
I work wholesale produce market. Where's your family?
Well, my wife's visiting her folks. She'll be here in a week or so.
Lonesome, huh?
Oh, little.
You got kids? I got 7 kids.
7, that's swell. I got only 2.
I got 7. All go to school except 2, the babies. Sometime you lonesome, come over to the house. Have a drink of wine, eat some food, and meet the kids.
Thanks, Pete, I will.
Jim, your name?
Yeah, Jim Smith.
All right, Jim, come on over. We have a good time.
Okay. So I went over to Pete's the next night and met the family.
Hello, Jim Smith. Come in. You have supper with us. Hey, Angela, come and get some wine for our new neighbor. This is Jim Smith. Angela, my wife.
How you doing, Mrs. Ariel?
Hello, young fella.
These are my kids. Hey, kids, wait 1 minute. Meet the new neighbor, Jim Smith. And now let's see. We start with the babies. This is Nicky.
Hiya, Nick.
Hey, Angela, look. The neighbor pick up Nicky. Nicky, you like this fella? Sure you like him, but that's fine. This little girl is Nora, my little flower. This fella's Pat. Hey, Pat, how do you feel?
Okay, Pa. Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hello, Pat.
This lady, oh, she's a lady. Look, those high-heeled shoes. She's Rosa. Gonna be opera singer.
I'm gonna be a school teacher.
All right, Rosa, is school teacher and opera singer, too.
Papa wants everybody to be an opera singer.
Next, the big fellas. Joe, 14.
Hi.
Tom, 15 and a half.
Hello.
And the oldest boy is Dominic, 16 and a half.
Hi.
There's another one on the way. All right, everybody, this fella, our new neighbor, Jim Smith. All right, Jim, drink this wine. Now, come on, kids, let's give a song. Oh, solo me, everybody together. Dominic, give me 1 chord enough and make it a good one.
Well, we all sang, and I sang as loud as anybody else. We drank and had supper together and talked, and before I left that house, I knew how important a part of America it is. What a fine American Pete is, and his wife, and all the kids. They've all been up to my place for a visit. And now and then the oldest boy, Dominic, comes up alone and talks. Everybody I've met on this block so far has had something to talk about. Dominic, for instance, wants to know if he ought to go to college like his father wants him to, or if he ought to get out and go to work down at the wholesale produce market and help out with the family expenses. Well, I don't say anything. I just listen. And after 2 or 3 visits, Dominic answers all his own questions. He gets up and he says,
"Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Smith. Thanks for telling me. That's what I'll do. I'll go to college and work both. I guess there's time for everything. If a fellow makes up his mind to find the time. I can work during summer vacation. And I can work Saturdays. I'd work Sundays, too, but we're Catholics, and Ma'd get sore if I didn't go to church Sunday. Well, I'll be seeing you. Gee, that sure is a swell picture."
There's a fellow who's got a furnished room in the house at the corner. He's a doctor at the hospital up the hill. There's a clinic up there, and I drop in once in a while to see the people when they're sick. And that's where I met this fella. Well, the kids love him. They're afraid of the other doctors, but they love Dr. John. John Bailey is his name, but they call him Dr. John. We got to talking, and he came up one afternoon for a drink. I wanted to know why the kids weren't afraid of him. Most people are a little afraid of anybody whose color is a little different from their own, and Bailey's color is the blackest black you ever saw. I asked him about the kids not being afraid of him.
Well, maybe it's because kids are people at their best. A kid with a pain, all he wants is to have the pain taken out of him. I don't go to work on a kid until I get him to know him. We talk a little while, and the first thing I know, they forget I'm a doctor. They even forget I'm colored. And then I know I can go to work. The greater part of pain is feeling hopeless about it. And I never feel hopeless about anything. Kids find out about that, and they stop being afraid of pain too. Well, by that time, more than half of it's gone, and what's left of it is on its way out. I laugh a good deal too, because laughter's just about as strong as sunlight as a healing force. Where there's laughter, there's never fear. It helps the kids.
Well, how does it happen that you do laugh, though?
Well, I didn't used to. I used to let my own troubles grow until finally I found out that was foolishness. The living are healthy. Life is healthy. I know that from my way. I've got to help them with medicine and heat and treatment and all that. But what really heals them is their own faith. Mind if I have another drink?
Go ahead. Pour me one, too. All the people in this block are like that, like Bailey and Pete and Mike Okagawa, and the old man and his granddaughter. But this block's no different from any other block in any other town in America. People are like that all over the place. And when you've got people with light coming out of them, like it comes out of these people, and you've got light coming out of their houses and the streets they live in, and the towns where these streets are, and the whole land where these towns are, you hear them coming to life in the morning. The alarm clock's ringing, the faucet's running, and everybody getting up to start another day. You know they're a happy people because they belong to a happy nation. They're a free people, and they're glad to be alive. I've done a lot of looking around all over this country because that's my work, and everywhere I've gone, from the biggest city to the smallest town, I've seen people with light in them, human people. People who are young and friendly and kind. Oh, I know, I've seen bad people, too, all kinds of them. But I looked a long time, and it's gotten so I can see them right through people who look as if they're bad. But they're not bad. They're having trouble. They're up against something. Things have gone wrong. They've lost faith. They need more things than they've got. They're out fighting because they don't know what else to do about the trouble. But even these people are good people. Something's pressing against their spirits, hurting them. Everything isn't perfect in any block, in any town or city in this country. But in this country, it's always trying to improve. It's always working at the job. The same as a painter's got to work at a picture he's painting. Look out this window down at the street. It's not a fancy street. The houses aren't much. People in them aren't people you read about in newspapers and magazines. But down there is America. That street and those houses and the people living in them. There is the strength of this nation and the hope of the world. Look at the light shining out of those humble houses. That light is the light of a happy nation, a free and growing people, a human people, a people without fear, a people who love instead of hate, whose casual, everyday humanity is stronger than any other power in the world. This is a good block. I like it here because the best in people from all over the world is growing here into the first real nation of the world, the American nation, the nation of human people.
Burgess Meredith speaking. Thank you, William Saroyan. In many countries, the light of humanity flickers and dies, snuffed out by faceless men, by men who have no light in themselves and who therefore deny the existence of light anywhere. Our nation was formulated by men who cherish the light that comes from people. The meaning of our freedom is this: not here in our land. Darkness can never win. Let us resolve again, in the face of threatening shadows, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. John Garfield, whom you will see soon in Warner Brothers' A Sea Wolf, Nancy Kelly will be remembered for her work in Jesse James, Eduardo Cianelli, who played the unforgettable Trock in RKO's Winter Set, Edmund Gwend, whose performance as the murderer in Foreign Correspondent received high acclaim, William Tracy, who played the delightful fresh kid in MGM's A Little Shop Around the Corner, and was now appearing in Darryl Zanuck's Tobacco Road, Tim Holt, who is starring in RKO's The Fargo Kid, and Clinton Rosamond, who is appearing in MGM's forthcoming Blossoms in the Dust, have joined the Free Company in presenting the first in a series of broadcasts, William Saroyan's original radio play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them. Leith Stevens composed and conducted an original music score, Charles Vanda produced. To all these people, to the Screen Actors Guild, and to the American Federation of Radio Artists, and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mr. Saroyan's play, The People with Light Coming Out of Them, will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast in printed form has been made available for distribution to all our listeners. For 10 cents, the actual cost of printing and mailing, you will receive your own copy by writing to the Free Company in care of the station to which you are now listening. Copies of subsequent broadcasts during this entire series of productions by the Free Company will also be made available each week. Next week at this same time, the Free Company will present a play by the Pulitzer Prize winner Mark Connolly titled The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek. The Free Company series is directed by Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight's story is about a treasure.
Fake or real?
It's a real treasure.
Captain Kidd's?
No.
Sir Henry Morgan?
Not even Henry Morgan's.
No pirates, huh?
No pirates, sorry.
Well, what kind of treasure are you talking about?
Freedom.
Mm-hmm. So that's the treasure.
And that's the story.
The NBC University of the Air presents We Came This Way, a new historical series for our listeners at home and overseas. With John W. Vandercook as the narrator, we present Chapter 6, a story of the struggle for the freedom of men's minds in We Came This Way.
This is a story of men who have no statues or memorials built in their native land. For the heritage of freedom that they left behind has been betrayed. The time is the year of our Lord, 1509. Europa stands upon the threshold of a modern age. The shadowy shape of the world to come looms large. Men's minds question the cowled Gothic universe of the Middle Ages, and their senses, like an astonished caress, discover the beauties of Greek civilization. A wind blows across Europe, up from the Italian south, bright and vigorous. Up from the rich silken cities of Florence, Genoa, and Venice. Up from fabulous Rome it comes, a reawakening, a blossoming, an emancipation of men's reason. The wind brings a new learning, a new philosophy, humanism, a new expectancy, a renaissance. Europa stirs like Lazarus come from the dead.
Only 16 years ago in 1492, an obscure sea captain discovered a new barbaric world.
Out of marble and division, Michelangelo fashions his Moses in Rome.
Galileo's machine brings the heavens closer to the earth.
Look, there goes Vesalius, the anatomist.
In Rotterdam, Erasmus argues for the translating of the scriptures into the people's tongue.
Copernicus, Holbein, Albrecht Dürer, Sebastian Brand, Siegingen.
The year is 1509, and the place, Germany. '16th century Germany, a crazy quilt of a land, an idiot Tom of tatters of armed and suspicious cities under the sovereignty of the Holy Roman Empire and its Emperor Maximilian I, who, by the grace of God and powerful feudal princes, rules this land. But the wind blowing from the south is blowing strong here, driving the darkness from the minds of men, raising the enormous question of man's relationship to man. And throughout this fragmentary patchwork empire, scholars arise, seekers after truth. And foremost among them stands John Reuchlin, scholar, teacher, and humanist, whose life was peaceful and filled with quiet study until his 54th year.
Yes, I repeat, you, my students, are more fortunate than I. For before you, in all its promise, lies the immense discovery of the world. As the unknown sailor Columbus did, you approach a new and varied shore. Behind you, like a cathedral built to the universality of God, rises the wisdom of the past. Take that wisdom, and with it, widen the possibilities and hopes of man. Treasure the holy languages of Greek and Hebrew, through which God first spoke to us. Spread the learning we have won from them. Treat it as the heritage of man. Until we meet again, my students, God bless you all.
Said that God is love, man is hope, and the bond between them, yes, combined in an indescribable.
What a time to be alive
You
in.
loan me a gulden, Damon. I promise I'll pay you back next.
Pfefferkorn.
Eh? Oh, it's you, Von Hutten.
What brings you to the enemy, Pfefferkorn? A love of the new learning, my brother? No, wait, don't go.
I've no time to waste with poets and scriveners. I have things to do.
So have we all. Some for honesty, Pfefferkorn, and some for treachery.
I would watch my tongue, Ulrich von Hutten.
It speaks its own mind, my friend. For the life of me, I can't make a gentleman out of it. Wait.
What is it?
How did you like good Reuchlin's letter, Pfefferkorn?
He speaks well.
Is that the sum of your applause, Pfefferkorn?
I've no talent for flattery.
But fairness, Pfefferkorn, fairness in God's name. His words reveal a whole world to come, and all you can find to say is that he speaks well. There must be more.
There is.
Ah?
Instead of Holy Greek and Hebrew, I'd rather he spoke of Holy German. My Lord Prince, the danger is very great.
That I could discern myself, Peppercorn.
This new learning is like a plague in the universities. At Erfurt, in Freiburg...
In providing myself an informer, I could have done better with an ass. I know all these things, Peppercorn.
Patience, my lord. It will shortly come together.
You come by a long and dull route, man. Well?
The peasant's yoke is a heavy one, my lord.
They still stand.
But they are restless, though without confidence or courage to do more than groan. These humanists will give them what they lack, my lord. For their nonsense about the freedom of men's reason and potentialities will sift and diffuse down to the mass. And a time will come when, on the strength of it, a peasant who used this scythe to cut his hay will use it for a bloodier cutting.
So?
So, my lord, I've found a way to cut down the tree before it blooms.
How?
We will discredit them.
Discredit whom? The peasants?
No, my lord, the bookworms.
How?
We will drive a wedge against their new learning by attacking their Holy Greek and Hebrew.
Holy Greek and Hebrew?
Their Holy Hebrew first, my lord. We will get more support for that.
Will you speak sense, man?
In the name of winning the Jews to Christianity, we will confiscate and burn all their books, my lord. And the fire we light will burn the humanists. But I will not be surprised, my lord, if in this we find them to be enemies of the church.
Peppercorn, your pardon. I have maligned your intelligence. What would you have me do?
A mandate, my lord prince. Get me a mandate from the emperor.
Sire, let us not permit sentimentality to rob us of our values.
But these scholars are men of prestige, my lord.
They are firebrands, sire. They sow the sparks of our destruction.
But this way, my lord.
Sire, let us be frank. We princes of the realm elected you to your throne, and we princes keep you there.
Is this a threat?
Oh, no, sire. But if the floor beneath us rots away, if our strength is slowly sapped by this present danger, when the time comes, you and your throne may have no more protection than a common beggar in a public stocks. Will you sign the mandate, sire?
Yes. Yes, I'll sign. I, Maximilian, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, after solemn conclave with my princes of the realm, do hereby command Albert, Archbishop of Mainz, to gather evidence on the subject of Hebrew books, whether it would be praiseworthy and beneficial to our holy religion to destroy such books. Further, do I command that the Archbishop secure the suggestions of Jacob von Hochstraten, Victor von Carbon, and Dr. John Reuchlin upon this matter. Such suggestions to be set in writing
and given to John Peppercorn, my ambassador in this matter. Signed this day of our Lord by my hand.
You make more of it than is there, Ulrich.
Do I, Dr. Reuchlin? It's my suspicious nature, Dr. Reuchlin.
And your cynicism.
I find nothing ideal about Pfefferkorn.
What does the mandate actually command, Ulrich? An opinion, a suggestion. And it leaves the gathering of evidence in the Archbishop's hand. A friend to the new learning.
In 1,500 years, we've failed to convert them. Doctor, I think it's a trap.
Perhaps.
I think that the princes are striking out at us, and through you. Why don't you leave Cologne, Doctor?
Go away, Ulrich. Truth has but a handful of champions as it is. No, Ulrich. If it is a trap, I shall try to be the only one to fall in it.
Aye, like the cornerstone of a great wall.
And on a bright November morning, Dr. John Reuchlin went to the Archbishop's palace to give his opinion. And in the great hall of the palace were crowded barons and knights and priests. The giant tapestries on the walls stirred with their motion.
Behold the miracle of peppercorn, Doctor. A serpent sitting amongst grown men.
Ulrich.
Truly, this is a momentous event, Doctor. I see ambassadors of all the prince-electors. The Inquisitor of Cologne. A monk or two I don't trust. The hall has more the look of a field of battle than a congress of learned opinion.
Quiet, Ulrich. The Archbishop is...
My lords, please, my lord. His Highness, the Emperor Maximilian, sends his good wishes, my lords, and begs that no malice guide us in our deliberations here this day.
Peppercorn smile.
I will add my hopes to his majesties, my lord. For we are here in the sight of God, and upon his work. Let us not in manner of thought, or deed, or word, profane it, nor cast a single shadow upon the light of his divine justice. Amen. Before me lies the imperial mandate, my lords, upon the subject, whether it be praiseworthy and beneficial to our holy religion to destroy such books as the Jews use, and commanding the opinions of 3 learned men. Victor von Carbon, is such an opinion prepared? It is, your reverence.
Jakob von Hochstraten. I am ready, Your Reverence.
And you, Dr. John Reuchlin.
I am prepared.
Then, Victor von Carbon, read us yours.
I never liked his face, Doctor. It formed his opinion before his brains.
My lords, if you please, my lord.
Your Reverence, my noble lords, my opinion is brief and to the point. I say the books of the Jews be burnt. We cannot hope to win them to our religion unless we destroy the root of theirs. Burn each one. The Old Testament, the Talmud, the Kabbalah. Destroy them not only for the good of our church, but for the good of Germany.
For Germany? Doctor, I see the fine, unsubtle hand of our princes in this.
Yes, Your Reverence, that is all.
The Emperor's thanks, my lord. Now, Jakob von Hochstraten.
Your Reverence, I find no need to read my lengthy opinion, for the sum of it meets with Brother von Carbon's thoughts. I, too, say, burn their books.
These assassins killed justice twice.
I am through, Your Reverence.
The Emperor's thanks, my lord. That makes 2 opinions, my lords, both for burning. We have one more. Dr. John Reuchlin.
Are you afraid, Doctor? You stand alone here.
Do not worry, Ulrich.
They eye you like a starved, unpaid executioner.
Dr. Reuchlin.
I am ready, Your Reverence. My lords, I speak not here in hasty judgment. For a man's opinion is an uncertain thing. Time, the ultimate critic, often has proved him wrong. And not alone time, my lords, but ignorance and the power of self-interest often colors the conclusions of men. In this matter, I have tried to be impartial, to come to it not like an unyielding enemy, but like an honest scholar. What are these books that you would burn? Commentaries, books on ceremonies, on arts and sciences, poetry and fables. Before a judgment can be rendered on these, they must be subject to a careful examination, not piecemeal, not by hearsay, not by hostility. It is true, my lords, there is much that is contrary to our holy religion in these books. But that is the nature of their belief, a belief which is protected by law. Yet there is also much of great value to our religion in these same books. For example, the Kabbalah. It is my opinion that this work assures us, as none other, of the divinity of Christ. Their commentaries, my lord, are invaluable, for they help scholars understand the Old and New Testaments more fully. My lords, it would not be beneficial or praiseworthy to destroy these books. I stand against this burning.
My lord! My lord!
Your Reverence! A word, Your Reverence.
What is it, John Peppercorn?
I have a word to say, if it please Your Reverence.
Well?
My lords, for 30 years I have fought as a warrior of our church. But never, my lords, have I heard the anti-Christian like of this. What have we heard from the lips of this learned man, this advocate of humanism? Is treason to the Mother Church. Sitting amongst us is the Inquisitor of Cologne, our guardian in such matters. I demand that Dr. Jean Reuchlin be seized and tried before the Inquisitor's court as an enemy of the Church.
And thus did the feudal princes strike their first blow against the humanist scholars of the land. And the enormity of the plan, the realization of what and who was the real victim, slowly seeped into the consciousness of the teachers, the poets, and the painters. And for the first time in history, men of goodwill came together to fight back.
Quiet. Let Holbein the painter speak.
Yes, Holbein.
I say that Von Houten is right. The princes are perverting the office of the Inquisition. They use it against us. They threaten the whole development of culture in this land.
Reuchlin's not the whole culture.
No, but what he stands for is the free inquiry after truth, the right to explore his world and widen it with knowledge and with art.
If they burn Reuchlin, they burn our prestige. They bring back an eternal night for the bright day we've found. They'll plunge mankind into a pit.
If he can't see it yet, Holbein, draw a picture for him.
Let Albrecht Dürer draw. I'll paint.
You'll paint, Holbein, and Dürer will draw, but for Reuchlin.
Eh?
And I'll sweat poems out of this pen of mine, and Melanchthon will give us tracts. I say the pen is mightier than the sword, brothers. I say truth will batter down the strongest fortress in this land.
The words have a fine poetic ring, Ulrich. But what's the meaning?
This. We'll fight for Reuchlin, each in his own way, but together. And we will defend what is most sacred to us all. Our ideals and hopes for the coming world. The freedom of men's minds for the unhampered search for truth. This we will fight for by defending Reuchlin. Our skill with words, with pencil and brush, will be fighting for ourselves. Well?
I'll paint.
Good. I'll draw. And I'll write tracts. Brothers, we'll fight until the sound of our rallying reaches Rome and they hear what's been done in this land.
Witness against Dr. John Reuchlin, Sebastian Baum of Strasbourg, student of the accused.
My Lord Prince.
What is it, Peppercorn?
May I see you privately, my lord? It cannot wait.
Come this way.
It has only just come to my attention, my lord.
What is it?
This, my lord. Look at it.
A drawing.
By Albrecht Dürer.
Why, this is you, Peppercorn. In chains.
And you, my lord, behind me, also in chains.
What?
Descending into the mouth of hell while Christ commands us down.
How dare he?
Not only he, my lord. Here, a tract by Melanchthon, a poem by Ulrich von Hutten, all attacking us.
I'll have them flogged.
It's not as simple as that, my lord. They are all fighting back.
These bookworms?
Aye, it is the miracle of the age. The bookworms. Marching as one.
I'll have them buried as one.
Yes, my lord. But meanwhile, there are questions being asked in Rome.
The Pope?
And the cardinals. These bookworms' voices seem to have carried across the Alps.
Will they act? In Rome, I mean?
I do not know, my lord.
Then we must move swiftly, Peppercorn. Reuchlin must be a corpse before they do.
Will Rome act, Your Reverence?
I cannot tell, Ulrich, my son.
Will they permit such perversion of the Inquisitor's office?
God's justice moves in inscrutable ways, Ulrich.
But the princes move as clear as air.
Ulrich.
Forgive my heat, Your Reverence, but I see not Reuchlin and an honored natural death, but Reuchlin at the stake.
I have received questions from Rome. They are not asleep, my son.
But time, Your Reverence. Time's running out.
What would you have me do? The Inquisitor is not of my diocese. I am aware of how monstrous is this thing the princes are doing. My anger is as sincere as yours, Ulrich.
I know that, Your Reverence. You've done much for us.
But you would have me do more.
Yes.
What?
Send the Pope another appeal.
And the clamor and protest of the enlightened men of 16th Germany, 16th century Germany rose and gained strength. And as the feudal princes of the realm drove on the murderous persecution with a renewed vigor, the surprised questions in Rome became angry answers.
This is a monstrous act.
They pervert the offices of the Mother Church. The prosecutors are the true enemies of the Church.
Like a sword in battle, the issue grew bright and sharp. Would a massive door be clanged shut upon men's minds, trapping them in the narrow medieval world? The question hung like a headsman's axe over the future of Germany. And upon a spring day when enlightenment in this land stood like a criminal before the Inquisitor's court, Rome acted. The Pope reserved judgment to himself.
My Lord Emperor, His Holiness Pope Leo X, has in his wisdom seen fit to reserve judgment to himself upon the charges of Dr. John Reuchlin as an enemy of the Church. He appoints as his ambassador in this matter myself, Bishop of Speyer, who alone is authorized either to free or condemn said John Reuchlin.
The prince-electors are here, Your Reverence.
Let them come in.
The bishop will see you, my lords.
Good day to you, Your Reverence.
Good day to you, my lords. I am honored by your visit.
You know why we are here, Your Reverence.
My judgment on Reuchlin?
Yes.
I have not reached any as yet.
He is guilty.
That remains to be seen, my lord.
The evidence is conclusive, Your Reverence. What he said regarding the Hebrew book...
I have not read it all.
Your Reverence, let us cease this playing. The issue and the guilt are clear in our eyes, and immediate action is necessary. Our peasants grow restless with these fools' words about the potentiality of man. We are good Christians, Your Reverence, but we're also princes of an empire. We will defend our land and rights with all the strength we can command. And, Your Reverence, we will defend yours, the churches. Be with us in this matter, and we will build you the finest cathedral in all Germany.
It is as I have said, my lords. As yet, I have not read all the evidence.
A gentleman to see you, Your Reverence. A von Herten.
Let him come in.
The bishop will see you, sir.
You are Ulrich von Hutten?
Yes, Your Reverence.
Now is the time to strike the blow for freedom. God would have it so. Take heart, whose heart for freedom still can beat. No longer bend your will to those whose lies have wrought us ill.
My poem, Your Reverence.
Yes, and a very good poem, too, my son.
Thanks, Your Reverence.
But have I reached a decision?
Yes, Your Reverence.
What will you build for me, you scholars, poets, and painters?
Build?
The princes of the empire have promised me the finest cathedral in all Germany, if I see this matter their way. What will you promise if I see it yours, my son?
A poem, Your Reverence. My feelings and those of hundreds of others poured into a paltry poem.
I think God's justice, my son, likes the style of your architecture best of all.
And in a few days, the papal legate, the Bishop of Speyer, rendered judgment.
I, Bishop of Speyer, with full authorization from His Holiness, Pope Leo X, find that the writings and teachings of John Reuchlin, in reference to such books as the Jews use, as not being harmful to our Mother Church. And further do I find John Peppercorn, instigator of these charges, guilty of slander, and find him a son.
And the fight was won. The attack upon the emancipation of men's mind, upon the freedom of their reason, was foiled, but only for a little while. What began as a great promise was wiped out in the blood of countless peasants, as Germany from 1518 to 1648 plunged into a century of civil wars. And after the final struggle, the 30 Years' War, the nation was devastated and impoverished. The peasants in brutal servitude, great provinces razed by fire and sword. Science and art had fled, and the great hopeful learning of the universities was replaced by narrow, pedantic ignorance. It was the dream of the feudal princes that ultimately won the land. And because that dream is still murderously alive in Germany today, we comprehend how enormous is the betrayal of those early years. That heritage of freedom left by the scholars, the poets, and the painters stands like forgotten ruins in a lost land. Yet, because the fight for liberty belongs to the whole history of man, because it is the heritage of all peoples, it belongs to us. On the way we came, these were the initial battles. These laid the pattern for our democratic world. Thus, we, citizens and soldiers of this republic, claim that heritage as ours.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you Chapter 6 of the new historical series, We Came This Way. Next week, We Came This Way will present a story of the Netherlands in the days of William the Silent. Tonight's script was written by Rayful Hayes and directed by Ira Avery. The original music is composed by Leo Kempinski and conducted by Milton Cadams. The members of the cast were Alexander Scooby, Joe DeSantis, Martin Wolfson, Don Morrison, Maurice Torplin, John Martin, David Kerman, John Archer, and Gregory Morton. Your narrator was John W. Vandercook. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail or land or life if freedom fails? the Free Company, speaking from New York. Today, the Free Company presents Orson Welles in his own play, His Honor the Mayor. The Free Company is a group of writers, actors, and radio workers who come together voluntarily to present a series of plays about our basic liberties. We're unpaid, unsponsored, and uncontrolled. Just a group of Americans saying what we believe about this country and about freedom, trying to say it by means of plays, just as the Bible parables or the anecdotes that Lincoln used to tell illustrate other truths by means of stories. Some of our plays deal with the whole subject of freedom, others with the different basic civil rights on which that freedom rests. Today, the theme is an ancient and fundamental democratic right, which will become clear to you as you listen to the play. This week's author is Orson Welles, and the cast is recruited from his own Mercury Theater. Most appear prominently in Mr. Welles' forthcoming motion picture, Citizen Kane, and are now to be seen on Broadway in the Mercury's new success, Native Son. We present His Honor the Mayor.
This story happened in a small town near the Mexican border. We'll call it Benton, because I never heard of any town by that name. Our hero, who's the mayor of the town, we'll call Nags. Bill Nags, because I don't know anybody called Bill Nags. Right here, I want to say that this broadcast isn't intended to be uplifting or inspirational. It hasn't any moral at the end of it or any message. You can draw your own conclusions, and I hope you do. I'd like to know what you think of Mayor Nags' problem, and if you think he solved it the right way. Maybe you'll say he didn't solve it at all. That's possible. Believe me, I'm not campaigning for Nags' re-election. He's a friend of mine, but I don't want to get mixed up in municipal politics, particularly in a town that's almost 2,000 miles away from my own. I'm just going to tell you what happened.
Bill, time to get up. I'm not going to tell you again.
Let me sleep another half hour.
No, sir.
Just one little half hour more.
I know why you don't want to get up today. Hear me, Bill? It's always the same. When you're in trouble and don't want to face it, you try to stay in bed.
If I had troubles, I'd stay awake. When I finally do drop off, I'd like to take advantage of it. I don't know why you always assume that my motives are mean and petty and niggling.
What does niggling mean?
Picayune.
What does that mean?
Niggling. Niggling, picayune. Picayune, niggling. Don't sound like English.
Are you awake now?
The Nags are a good couple, and although neither of them believes it, each has a better opinion of the other than is usual in marriages as old as theirs. They have better reasons than most, maybe. Anyway, they think they have, which is the best reason of all. Mrs. Nags looks a little older than she ought to because her life hasn't been easy. But she wears the smartest clothes she can afford, which isn't true of most of the other ladies in town, and doesn't especially enhance her popularity. Her husband, the mayor, looks younger than his years and his job, not because he doesn't work as hard as anybody in the state. His features just never grew up with the rest of him, and he stands very straight.
Morning, I want flapjacks. Hey, Mary?
Yes, Bill?
I don't care how fat I get. Today I want flapjacks and maple syrup.
Today you shall have them.
Thanks.
Take my word for it, when responsibilities get to be almost unendurable, a man on a diet takes to his sugars and starches as an addict retreats to his opium pipe or a drunkard to his bottle. On this particular day, Mayor Nags ate 3 helpings of Mrs. Nags' flapjacks, 2 nut bars before a lunch, which included potatoes, among other forbidden fruits like bread and butter and custard pie. I won't reveal the full catalog of what His Honor consumed during the course of that day, but by the time he got to bed, claiming to Mrs. Nags that he'd lost 10 years of his life, she says he'd gained at least 5 pounds.
Morning, Bill.
Hello, Jerry.
What'll it be?
Fill her up.
Okay, Bill. What are you aiming to do about the meeting tonight, Bill? The White Crusaders rally.
Don't know yet.
Hadn't you ought to Make up your mind, Bill?
Reckon so. What you think about it, Jerry?
Well, there's conditions in this town's got to be changed. You know that, Bill.
Reckon so. Which condition?
These here Reds.
You mean communists?
Yeah.
We only got one communist in town, Jerry. Joe Enochen. He can't hurt anybody. He's 87 years old. Besides, there's nothing illegal about being a communist.
That's what you say, Bill.
That's what I say. There's no law in this country against having opinions.
What about them labor organizers that come into town? They're Reds, ain't they?
I don't think so. They're just trying to get the hands over at the factory to form a union.
Yeah. Unions.
Well, the hands get paid more for their work, they're going to spend more. Maybe buy some new tires for their cars from you. Maybe buy some new cars. Would you object to that?
Unions is what's wrecking this country.
Check my oil.
Holding up defense.
Heap of money in them big defense orders. Don't you guess part of it belongs to labor?
Your oil's all right.
What you mad at, Jerry? Bet you don't know. Hey, Jerry.
Yeah?
You going to that meeting tonight?
Sure am.
I'll see you there.
On his way to work, Mayor Naggs always looks in at the Carters after he's been to Jerry's garage. It's right next to the city hall. Carter's Drugs and Stationery.
Morning, Mrs. Carter.
Morning, Mr. Naggs. Here's your papers. Can't see how you ever get around to reading all them papers, Mr. Naggs.
I get them from my conscience.
Your conscience?
Just take them all up and put them on my desk so as I can look at the words on the mastheads during the course of the day. All them big words like Dallas and Houston and Denver and Chicago, Seattle and New York. Makes me think I keep up with the world. Of course I don't.
Mr. Naggs. What you going to do about that Crusaders rally?
Mrs. Carter, what should I do?
You oughtn't to let them hold it. It's going to make trouble. Them white Crusaders hanged a Mexican in Effigy last week.
Yeah, with a sign on him that said I tried to vote.
No telling what they'll do after this meeting. They may get after some real live Mexicans. You can't tell, Mr. Naggs. You know what the boys is like when they get excited.
Yes, I know.
Of course, everybody agrees we mustn't let them Mexicans get the vote, but still...
Why not?
Why not what?
Why shouldn't the Mexicans vote, same as we do?
Oh, Mr. Naggs, you know just as well as I do.
I'd like to hear your reasons.
Well, there's so many of them. Why, if we let the Mexicans vote, they'd run the whole town.
Mrs. Carter, didn't folks ever tell you about all that federal money that I throw away on the Mexicans for their schools and whatnot? Naturally, I want the poll tax abolished so they'll vote for me.
Mr. Naggs, you're joking.
Haven't you heard that if the Mexicans could afford to vote, they'd make me a dictator?
You'd be a wonderful president. I'd like to see you in the White House, Mr. Naggs. I really would. But not if we got to get rid of the poll tax to do it.
Of course, I'm biased, Mrs. Carter. But haven't you ever heard this is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people?
Sure thing, Mr. Naggs. American people. Oh, them Mexicans don't even speak English.
But we don't give them much reason to learn it. Got to go to work.
What's that for, Mr. Naggs?
Give me a candy bar. Nuts in it.
Pearl Hylas is passionately in love with Mayor Naggs. She is his secretary.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Colonel Egenhorn.
Mr. Mayor.
Well?
Just for a moment, may I have your private ear?
Come on into the office.
Your Honor.
Yeah?
Lou Rudnick over at the Sentinel's been trying to get you. He says it can't wait.
Put him on.
Yes, Your Honor. It's about the White Crusaders. He wants to know if you're going to let that meeting go on tonight. He wants a statement for the paper.
Get him on the phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
And don't call me Your Honor.
I'll get right to the point.
Well, thanks.
The White Crusaders, Mr. Mayor. You may not realize it, but I have considerable interest in that organization.
I know all about you, Colonel Egenhorn.
Do you, indeed?
Yes, I do indeed.
What do you know about me, Naggs?
Well, I don't know how old you are or where you were born. You made $1 million on patent medicines before you moved into the county and built that big ranch. I know that. And from there on, I really know about you. You're supposed to be retired, and you keep pretty busy, Colonel. You bought up the old Dayton print shop, for instance. You turned out a lot of stuff from there. I bet you write most of it.
I write it all, Mr. Mayor. Do you mind?
Yes, I mind. I don't like that literature of yours going out all over the country with my town's postmark on it.
Your town?
I'm a citizen. Benton's my town. I work hard for it.
I don't like it to be a return address for all that anti-Semitic garbage.
That's a loose term, Mr. Mayor.
What's a loose term? Garbage? Yeah, I agree with you.
No, anti-Semitic. The International Jew.
Mr. Rudnick on the phone, Your Honor.
Lou? Yeah? Yes, Lou. I know what it means. Fascism is just one word for it, loose term. No, nothing. Lou, you can print it in your paper that I can't stop it. I said I can't stop it. I know about refusing, revoking licenses. Just say I can't stop the meeting. Lou.
Hung up on you, didn't he? Hung right up.
Yeah.
Glad to see you're taking that stand, Mr. Mayor. I don't forget any favor.
Don't thank me.
I'll do more than thank you. By the way, here's a copy of the White Crusader, a little monthly publication of ours. Read it, Mr. Mayor. Keep an open mind. I think you're big enough to admit your mistakes. As for the crusade itself, our ranks are always open to men of your mettle.
And color?
Naturally.
How about my religion?
You're a Christian?
Maybe you forgot, Colonel. I'm a Catholic.
I had forgotten. Well, Mr. Naggs, we always manage to make exceptions.
Well, that's very nice of you, Colonel. But as far as I'm concerned, you...
For broadcasting purposes, I have to censor the rest of Mr. Naggs' remarks. Enough to say that these remarks were unanswerable and that Colonel Eggenhorn left the mayor's office very red in the face and in quite a hurry. The mayor spent the rest of the morning receiving committees and talking on the telephone. The subject was always the White Crusaders' rally. The first committee came from Benton College and was headed by Naggs' old friend Noble Cornflower, the president. Second was semi-officially from the Chamber of Commerce, and the third was sent by the American Legion. Everybody telephoned. Nobody wanted the Crusaders to hold their meeting.
Yes, Dr. Evers, I know what they stand for. I know. Well, we'll see. I said we'll see. Thanks for calling.
Mrs. Dewey on the other line, Your Honor.
I talked to her before.
She's calling again.
I talked to everybody in town. Do I have to talk to them all twice?
What's funny, Your Honor?
I was thinking that can't be a very big meeting tonight. Everybody's objected to it. There ain't nobody left to attend.
Your Honor.
I know, Mrs. Dewey, and don't call me Your Honor. Tell her I'm out to lunch, and that's where I am, darn it. Out to lunch.
Father Hatton and Mayor Naggs went to school together when they were kids. Now Father Hatton hears Mayor Naggs at confession. Every so often. They meet for lunch all the time. There was some coolness between them during the mayor's gambling reform a couple of months back when a fanatic, or at least tactless, member of the police under orders to clean up every game in town embarrassed one of the church's bingo socials. Nothing serious, though. Never any real difference of opinion.
Bill, I don't agree with you.
No coffee, Father.
Thanks.
I wish you did.
It isn't just that these White Crusaders oppose the church. They're lined up against everything anybody could possibly mean by Christianity.
I know.
Worse than that, they've recruited every convenient branch of intolerance. They're anti-labor, anti-Semitic.
Anti-everything but themselves. Yeah, there's a dozen more little clubs here and there like the White Crusaders. All those nuts are the same.
Those nuts. Bill, that's what they said in Germany. About the Nazis a while ago when Adolf Hitler was still on a soapbox. Those nuts. Nobody thought those nuts could do any harm.
Germany was a young democracy. Don't forget it. Her republic was only a few years old. It lacked experience. We're the oldest democracy on the planet. We know our way around. Gosh, I got too much faith in America to think Colonel Eggenhorn or any reasonable facsimile could march in and start giving us orders. Look at the way our folks are rising up against this White Crusade business right here in town.
Listen, Bill.
Folks just won't stand for it.
They won't if they can help it. People are decent and good at heart. They won't listen to lies unless you make them.
I'm not making them. Excuse me for shouting. Lose respect for thought, Father.
Forget my clothes.
Well, darn it all, I'm not making anybody listen to lies. I'm just upholding the Bill of Rights.
Why do you think they're having this meeting?
What?
You heard me.
Yes, I heard you.
Let me tell you what you know. Benton has a factory that makes auto parts and ships them up north. Who owns the factory? Nobody in Benton. Who works in it?
Everybody in Benton that'll take the wages.
That's the whole point. Now, I don't care about unions, Bill. They're not my concern. But last week, a couple of organizers were beaten up in my parish. One of them takes communion in my church. I don't want that to happen again. And it's going to happen just as long as the White Crusaders get their way. I warned you I was going to tell you what you know. Well, here's something maybe you don't know.
I've heard that some of my parishioners and a whole lot of our citizens are planning to visit that little meeting tonight. What? That is, if you allow it to be held.
What?
Don't keep saying what. You hear me perfectly well.
How do you know?
Sometimes a priest knows more about the world than you might think.
Yeah, sometimes he knows more about a town than the mayor himself.
Well?
Well?
I don't want you to have to call out deputies, Bill, or ask the governor for help. What I'd really hate would be for you to have to stop the right people from doing the wrong thing. Do you understand me?
I understand you. Waiter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Get me another piece of pie.
Mayor Daggs is just about as stubborn as they come. You may have guessed that Father Hatton didn't convince him, but he worried him sorely because Mayor Naggs could see that everything the priest told him was true.
Sure it's true. So's the Bill of Rights.
What's that, Your Honor?
The Bill of Rights.
I didn't understand you.
You know what the Bill of Rights is, Pearl. Answer the telephone.
No, I don't, Your Honor.
Go to the public library and look it up.
All righty. Shall I make a transcript and bring it back to you?
Memorize it. Learn it by heart. Then go to the corner of Main Street and Central and recite it.
That's a scream.
Go on. Go out and find me 10 citizens like you that never heard of the Bill of Rights. Bring it back here, and I'll recite it.
You mean I get the afternoon off?
If you get out of here quick enough.
Gee, thanks. You better answer the telephone.
Hello, and don't call me your aunt. No, not you, Mrs. Dewey. Just a second, please. Hello? Just a minute. Just a minute.
3 more calls came in from Mrs. Dewey before the afternoon was over. But now most of the calls weren't complaints. Most of them were threats. Some political, some social, a lot of them the kind of threats Father Hatton was afraid of. These were all anonymous. By supper time, Bill Naggs had listened to enough of them to know that things were serious. For the sake of the record, I must tell you that Pearl went to the public library after treating herself to a malted at Carter's and looked up the Bill of Rights. She didn't learn it, of course, but she read it all through, including the place where it says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievance.
Hey! Joe Enoch! What do you want? Want your advice. You won't take it. Maybe I will. You never agree with anybody, Joe, and this time I don't either. What about the White Crusaders?
Don't let them congregate. Goodbye.
Hey! Joe Enochen!
What is it now?
You know, I thought you were the one man in town might agree with me.
Well, I don't agree with you.
Joe, I can't start interfering with the people's right to assemble.
They ain't people, they're fascists. Everybody else wants you to interfere, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Well, there's the people for you. Everybody else. Ever hear of the will of the people?
Ever hear of the Bill of Rights?
Now, where'd the Bill of Rights come from? The will of the people. Where'd the Constitution come from? It didn't come down from Mount Sinai, Bob. God didn't write it. Listen, this country with its institutions belongs to the people who inhabit it. Whenever they shall grow weary of the existing government, they can exercise their constitutional right of amending it or their revolutionary right to dismember or overthrow it.
Naturally, you would advocate overthrowing the Constitution and the Bill of Rights, Joe. You're the town communist.
I didn't say that. Abe Lincoln said it. And I don't advocate overthrowing it any more than he did. I just believe in the will of the people. So did he. So should you. Don't set yourself up against the will of the people, Nags. You're their servant. They pay you to serve. Besides, I ain't a communist. I'm an anarchist.
Sit right down, Bill. Don't wash up unless you want to. There's creamed chicken and baked potatoes and hot bread.
Mary, have you seen today's Sentinel?
And chocolate cake for dessert.
Says I'm going to lose my job.
And I sent out for some ice cream.
If I don't stop that meeting, I guess I will.
What do you want me to say, Bill?
If I don't keep my job, I'll never grow up to be Abraham Lincoln like you want me to be.
What do you want me to say?
I want you to tell me what to do.
You never asked me that before.
Well?
You'll never grow up to be Abraham Lincoln like I want you to be. if you do something just to keep your job.
I'm never going to be Abraham Lincoln, honey. But I promise you it won't be because of that.
The White Crusaders rally was scheduled for 9 o'clock at Nicky's dance hall. Mary and Bill Knaggs arrived at 8:30.
Mr. Knaggs, the sheriff's been trying to get you. You didn't answer your phone.
I know I didn't. What's he want, Sam?
He wants to swear in some deputies.
Tell him to sit tight.
Where are you going?
To the meeting.
In there?
My own meeting. Right now, I'm going to greet my friends.
Oh, the Crusaders?
No, the ones that ain't. Ones that aren't, I should say. Sam, you stay with the car here and watch out for Mrs. Knaggs.
As I told you, this story hasn't any moral or any message of mine tied to it. It's about morals and messages, though, and I was serious when I said I hoped you draw your own conclusions. I don't insist that Mayor Knaggs did the right thing. I do believe the subject is worth conversation, and I'd like to hear your opinion of how he solved his problem. Also, I admitted earlier that he mightn't have solved it at all. By 9 o'clock, the White Crusaders had gathered. A lot of the members may have been too scared to come because there wasn't much of a crowd inside the hall. The crowd was outside.
Get away from that door, Knaggs! If you don't break up that meeting, Knaggs, we will! Let us let them turn it.
Half the town was there at least. Central Street, which runs past the dance hall, was jammed so you couldn't move.
Go on, Knaggs, get away!
Why?
We're going in.
You belong to the White Crusaders, Charlie? There's nothing to see in there. Just a couple of dozen anonymous citizens in fancy dress. There's nothing to hear. You know what they're talking about?
We know!
So do I. They're talking about scaring the Mexicans to keep them from voting for me. Talking about keeping unions out of the factory so the town don't get any more of that money from up north. Well, maybe that's all right. But here's something that ain't. They're talking about hating the Jews. We only got one Jewish family in the county. The Mankowitzes. Anybody hate the Mankowitzes? Anybody want to join the White Crusaders? No. We got a better club out here. Not so exclusive, but more fun. We're the Loyal Order of Fellow Men. We're supposed to love each other, you remember? The rules out here are easier to follow, and we didn't make them.
Oh, shut up, Bill! We're going
What's that? You back there. Can't see you. What's your name? You got the floor. No further remarks? All right. The chair will resume.
Why don't you break up that meeting?
Because I'm holding one of my own. Friends, you all know perfectly well I'm demagoguing you. Sure. I'm demagoguing you, same as Colonel Egenhorn in there's demagoguing the Crusaders. Only I ain't fomenting and inciting a riot. Just the reverse. I ain't kidding you. You know I'm just filibustering until that gang breaks up. I don't like what's going on in there any more than you do. Believe me, I like it less than most of you. You say this is a free country and you got a right to stop a meeting if you want to. I say it's a free country and anybody can hold a meeting. You say, who's the mayor to stand up against the whole town? Or I say, who's the town to stand up against the mayor it elected? As long as I'm in office, the laws are going to be obeyed. That's what I'm paid for. If you don't like me, elect somebody else. If you don't like the laws, change them. But don't start forbidding anybody the right to assemble. Democracy is a rare, precious thing. And once you start that, you finish democracy. Democracy guarantees freedom of assembly unconditionally to the worst lice that want it. If they don't get it, they'll go underground so as we can't see them. Let them thumb their noses at the stars and stripes. Just as long as they don't touch it. Let them jeer at everything we're willing to die for. That's anybody's right, the right to jeer. The right to be what's called nowadays un-American. Like this White Crusaders rally, that's un-American, all right? But listen, if we break up that meeting, we're un-American. For keeps. A lot of you work in the factory and you want a union. How would you like it if I didn't let you hold a strike meeting? All of you have read the history books. You know what the right to assemble and worship God meant to most of those folks that first came here, the ones that couldn't pray the way they wanted to in the old country. Are you convinced? Maybe so, maybe no. Anyway, you're not going to break the law, are you? All right. Neither's the White Crusaders. Let them raise a hand against a living soul, and by glory, I promise you, the law's got them. Hello, Colonel Aikenhorn. Well, folks, the rally's over. You and your dirty shirts going home, Colonel?
I demand a police escort.
I don't guess you'll need it, Colonel.
Well, I think I do.
Well, I'm going to take a chance on it. Good night, Colonel. Folks, the Colonel and his boys are asking for trouble. Let's not give it to them.
The crowd gave way and let the Crusaders go home. They went meekly. There wasn't an illegal move.
Thanks, everybody. And if you don't like what I've done, please wait till Election Day. Meeting's adjourned.
Then the crowd broke up. Mayor Naggs went back to where his wife was waiting for him in the car. They drove home together.
Like his honor the mayor, then, let us stand fast by the right of lawful assembly. Let us say with that...
This is John Daly in the courtroom of City Hall, corner of Nassau and Wall Street, New York City. Here on this 4th of August, 1735, the long-delayed trial of John Peter Zenger is about to begin. He stands accused of the crime of libel against the person and character of His Excellency, Colonel William Cosby, Governor of the provinces of New York and New Jersey. Informed observers believe that Zenger's chances for acquittal are dim. They point out that he is heavily handicapped. The governor controls the court, presided over by Chief Justice James Delancey. Zenger's 2 attorneys have been disbarred, and the Crown has appointed John Chambers, a young and relatively unknown attorney, to defend Zenger. This case has been waiting to come to trial for 8 months. It has attracted considerable attention both here and in England. There are many who see it.
August 4th, 1735, New York City. You are there.
John Peter Zenger, a colonial printer, stands before a government-controlled court determined to convict him for libel. CBS takes you back 214 years to one of the most celebrated trials in our nation's history, the trial which established our treasured heritage of freedom of the press. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon, is based on historical fact and quotation. Walter Hamden plays Mr. Andrew Hamilton in today's broadcast. And now...
A crowded courtroom in colonial New York, and John Daly.
Action here in the colonies is about to begin. The courtroom is packed with people who have come from points as far away as Boston and Philadelphia to witness this trial. Chief Justice Delancey and his associate, Justice Phillips, have not appeared yet. So now to our CBS News headquarters for the trial and the latest developments in this dramatic case. Go ahead, Quincy Howe.
There's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. The issue is not just whether John Peter Zenger is guilty of libeling Governor Cosby. The larger question is, shall the people of these colonies have the right to protest against what they regard as arbitrary and oppressive rule of any and all Crown-appointed governors? 2 years ago, when Colonel Cosby became governor, he began to tax the people in what they considered a high-handed manner. It's also alleged that he suppressed their civil rights. When the colonists tried to get some relief in the city council, the governor removed the senior member of that body, the beloved and respected Rip Van Dam. When the people took their case to the courts, Governor Cosby replaced the Chief Justice, Mr. Lewis Morris, with Mr. James Delancey, who will preside over today's trial. Deprived of their normal avenues of protest, several influential New Yorkers got together and backed John Peter Zenger in issuing a newspaper, the New York Weekly Journal, which published many unsigned articles attacking the governor. 8 months ago, Cosby arrested Zenger on a warrant charging him with printing seditious libels, and Justice Delancey, set the bail so high that Zenger had to stay in jail. If the jury finds Zenger guilty, the New York Weekly Journal will certainly go out of business. Also, many colonists believe that such a precedent will tend to discourage opposition to the government and will throttle a free press. Just a moment. The sheriff has brought Zenger into the courtroom, so back to John Daly.
Zenger is being led into the prisoner's dock, and the crowd has broken into a spontaneous demonstration. Zenger just waved at his wife, Mrs. Anna Zenger, who is sitting next to John Chambers, his attorney, and Don Hollenbeck is with Mrs. Zenger also, so over to Don Hollenbeck.
The bailiff seems to be quieting this demonstration for Zenger. Mrs. Zenger, is this the first time you've seen your husband since his imprisonment?
The first time. This is the first time.
And how do you think he looks?
Dreadful, terrible. He's lost so much weight, so much.
Mrs. Zenger, there's been some talk that the articles in the journal, those that the governor specifically objected to, were not written by your husband. Is that true?
Oh, John printed the articles.
I know that, but they were never signed. Who actually wrote them?
That is what His Excellency would like to know. That is why he threw my husband in jail, to find out. He was sure he could make John tell who wrote the articles. Then he could punish them. Even if my husband didn't confess, the governor thought that with John in jail, the paper would be finished. But His High and Mighty Excellency failed in both his plots. John would not tell, and the journal kept on being printed.
Yes, it certainly did, and much of the credit for that belongs to you, Mrs. Zenger. And now that the trial's begun, how do you think it's going to go?
The jury will find my husband innocent. They must. If they convict John, the only weapon we have against Cosby and all the others like him is lost. Our voices choked off. We're struck dumb, and Cosby can run riot over us. And we will have neither the right to protest nor the voice to cry out with. But if John is acquitted, as I pray the Lord he will be, then men everywhere in America will be able to speak out as free men must speak out, without fear and freely.
Thank you, Mrs. Anna Zenger. Now the sheriff is asking that the aisles be cleared. It seems the trial is about to start, so back to John Daly.
The aisles are being cleared, and this place is taking on some semblance of order. Mr. Richard Bradley, the Attorney General who will prosecute Zenger, is standing at the Crown's table. He seems very complacent. He's smiling, and at the moment, setting his powdered wig at just the right position on his head. And now the bailiff has reached up to the judge's bench and is pounding the gavel. Chief Justice Delancey and Associate Justice Phillips are entering the courtroom from their chambers. They're going up to their places on the bench. The spectators have risen. Let's listen.
Oyez! The New York Supreme Court, term of August, in the 9th year of the reign of our sovereign Lord King George II, Justices Delancey and Phillips presiding. All those having business before this court draw near, give your attention, and ye shall be heard. Be seated.
The clerk will read the calendar. The Crown versus John Peter Zenger, printer of New York City. Mr. Attorney General, are you prepared for the Crown?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Mr. John Chambers, are you prepared for the defendant?
May it please Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chambers, what is it?
May I address Your Honors to say that I have just been advised that I am to have the cooperation of another attorney in the presentation of my case.
Another attorney, sir?
I ask, sir, that you declare to be qualified at this bar the distinguished member of the bar of our neighboring colony, Pennsylvania, Mr. Andrew Hamilton.
Andrew Hamilton will defend Zenger. Hamilton, the most distinguished, the most noted attorney in the colonies, is here in this courtroom, and he's going to help defend John Peter Zenger. He was sitting with Rip Van Dam. We didn't recognize him because we've never seen him before, but we certainly do know of his reputation. Mr. Hamilton rose when Chambers spoke his name. He has come forward to the bench. The spectators burst into spontaneous applause when they heard his name, and the bailiffs are now trying to quiet them. Their reaction is not at all surprising, for with Andrew Hamilton pleading his case, John Peter Zenger's cause is no longer hopeless. Hamilton is a brilliant trial lawyer. He has a long and remarkable record of courtroom victories. He is a man in his early 80s. Some time ago he retired from active practice, but he apparently has come out of retirement to defend Zenger. Now Zenger, the underdog, has at least a fighting chance. At last, the crowd has quieted down. Now back to the bench.
Mr. Hamilton, Your Honor, I am ready to take the oath. The oath. Yes, of course, yes, the oath. Well, now raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that at this bar you will abide by the laws of our Lord and Majesty the King and all the ordinances pertaining to the trial of this case?
I do.
We welcome you to our bar, Mr. Hamilton.
I thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Hamilton is now taking his place at the defense table. If it were anyone else, Justice Delancey might possibly have refused the oath, but he just couldn't refuse it to Andrew Hamilton. That's the gavel again. The trial will proceed.
The clerk will panel the jurors.
Robert Sinclair, Joseph Dillingham, Charles Osborne, Daniel Forsyth.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection to what, Mr. Chambers?
I humbly move, Your Honor, that the sheriff be instructed to read the names of the jurors in the same order as they appear in the freeholder's book.
How is that? Are they not in that order?
No, sir, they are not. Some of the names that were last on the panel are now placed first.
Clerk, is it so? Look on that copy. Is it a true copy of the panel?
Yes, I believe it is.
Well, then how is it that some of the names are misplaced?
I have the list handed to me by the sheriff.
Yes. Well, then, I say someone must be in error. Yes. Well, now, put aside the list you've read and read the names from the freeholder's book in the order they do appear.
Yes, Your Honor.
Apparently, some attempt to obtain a jury favorable to the Crown has been frustrated. Normally, a jury is selected from a list of names known as the Freeholder's Book, and customarily the names are called in order. Here, however, someone evidently shuffled the names so that the list contained a number of men who are known to favor the governor. Whatever the reasons behind the maneuver, quite obviously it has failed. And now, as the clerk finishes reading off the true list, the jurors, most of whom are middle-class merchants and farmers, are filing into the jury box. And they're all in there now, standing and waiting.
Do you have any challenges, Mr. Chambers?
No, Your Honor. The defense is satisfied.
Yes. Mr. Attorney General, are you too satisfied?
That is the Crown.
Yes.
Of course, yes. The Crown is happy. Very happy indeed.
Well, swear in the jury.
Mr. Thomas Hunt, as foreman of this jury, do you swear that you shall well and truly try and true deliverance make between our sovereign lord the king and the prisoner at the bar whom you have in your charge, and a true verdict give according to your evidence? So help you God?
I do.
Gentlemen, the same oath which your foreman hath taken on his behalf, you and every one of you shall well and truly observe and keep on your honor. Repeat after me, I do.
I do.
Be seated.
The jurors now seat themselves, and the long-awaited trial of John Peter Zenger actually begins.
Mr. Attorney General, will you proceed?
Very pleased, Your Honor, that, gentlemen of the jury, the charge against the defendant, John Peter Zenger, is that he did willfully and maliciously print a false, scandalous, and seditious libel in which His Excellency, the Governor of this province, who is the King's immediate representative here, is greatly and unjustly scandalized as a person that has no regard to law nor justice. Such libeling has always been discouraged as a thing that tends to create differences among men, ill blood among the people, and oftentimes great bloodshed. There can be no doubt but that you, gentlemen of the jury, will condemn these practices and find the defendant guilty as charged.
Mr. Chambers?
Your Honors, gentlemen of the jury, my client, John Peter Zenger, pleads not guilty to the charge. We shall attempt to show that none of the alleged libels refer directly to any specific person. And we shall also point out that it is incumbent upon the Crown to prove that the defendant is the author of the said libels.
Your Honors,
My respectable but very young colleague has stated that it is necessary for the Crown to show that Zenger personally is responsible for the appearance of the libels in the so-called newspaper he publishes. It shall be my happy duty to prove this beyond reasonable doubt. My witnesses will show...
may I be forgiven for interrupting the discourse of the learned attorney for the Crown?
What is the nature of your interruption, Mr. Hamilton?
May it please your honors, I will save the Attorney General the trouble of going further into the matter, for I do confess for my client that he both printed and published the statements set forth in the charges.
As you've heard, Mr. Hamilton has surprisingly admitted that Zenger printed and published the alleged libels. Now the Attorney General again.
As Mr. Hamilton has confessed the printing and publishing of these libels, I think the jury must find the verdict for the king.
Not so neither, Mr. Attorney General. There is more to this bargain. Now, I hope it is not our bare printing and publishing a paper that will make it a libel. You will have something more to do before you make my client a libeler, for the words themselves must be libelous, that is, false, scandalous, and seditious, or else we are not guilty.
Your Honors, I think nothing is plainer than that the words contained in the articles as pertaining to the governor are scandalous and tend to sedition. And if such a thing is not libel, I think it may be said that there can be no such thing as a libel.
May it please your honors, I must insist that what my client is charged with is not a libel. I observed just now that Mr. Attorney General, in defining a libel, made use of the words scandalous and seditious. But whether from design or not, I cannot say, he omitted the word false.
I repeat, a libel is still a libel, notwithstanding it may be true.
In this I must again differ with my honorable colleague. I point out to him that the indictment to which my client pleaded not guilty accused him of, I quote, a certain false, malicious, seditious, and scandalous libel. Now, Your Honor, the word false must have some meaning, or else how came it there? To show the court that I am in earnest, and to save the court's time and Mr. Attorney General's trouble, I will agree that everything Mr. Zenger printed about His Excellency the Governor is scandalous, seditious, and a libel, provided only that he proves them false. So it seems our work is now pretty much shortened. All the Crown is left to do is prove the word false, and we are guilty. If he is reluctant to do that, we shall take the task upon ourselves and prove them true.
Mr. Hamilton, you cannot be permitted to give the truth of a libel in evidence. A libel is not to be justified, for it is nevertheless a libel that it is true.
Your Honor, I'm sorry the court has so quickly decided upon this bit of law.
The law is clear. You cannot justify a libel.
With submission, I have seen the practice in very great court.
Mr. Hamilton, after the court have declared their opinion, it is not good manners to insist upon a point in which you are overruled.
Your Honor, I must insist on...
Use the court with good manners, sir. You are not to be permitted to argue against the opinion of the court.
Then I will say no more at this time.
Mr. Hamilton has now turned his back on the bench, almost deliberately, it seems, and he is approaching the jury. Apparently, he intends to skip the pleading, the evidence, and to go at once to the final summing up before the jury. Mr. Hamilton.
Gentlemen of the jury, it is to you we must now appeal. For witness, we are denied the liberty of proving the truth of the facts deemed libelous. Gentlemen, power may be justly compared to a great river. While kept within its bounds, It is both beautiful and useful, but when it overflows its banks, it bears down all before it, and it brings destruction and desolation wherever it comes. If then this is the nature of power, let us at least do our duty, and like wise men who value freedom, use our utmost care to support liberty. The only bulwark we have against lawless power, which in all ages has sacrificed to its wild lust and boundless ambition the blood of the best men that ever lived. As you see, I labor under the weight of many years and am borne down with the great infirmities of body. Yet, old and weak as I am, I should think it my duty, if required, to go to the furthest parts of the land where my service could be of any use in assisting to quench the flame of prosecutions that aim to deprive a people of the right of remonstrating, aye, and complaining too, against arbitrary attempts of the men in power. Men who injure and oppress the people under their administration provoke them, cry out and complain, and then make that very complaint the foundation for new oppressions and persecutions. Gentlemen, I make no doubt but your upright conduct this day will entitle you to the love and esteem of your fellow citizens. For every man who prefers freedom to a life of slavery will bless and honor you as men who have baffled an act of tyranny. Gentlemen of the jury, your impartial and uncorrupt verdict today will lay a noble foundation for securing to ourselves, our posterity, and our neighbors that to which nature and the laws of our country have given us a right, the liberty both of exposing and opposing arbitrary power by speaking and writing the truth. The question before the court, and you, gentlemen of the jury, is not of small nor private concern. It is not the cause of a poor printer, nor of New York alone, which you are now trying. No, it may in its consequence affect every free man in America. It is the best cause. It is the cause of liberty. The defense rests.
Mr. Attorney General, will you sum up for the Crown?
Well, that is, gentlemen of the jury, all that you have to consider is the fact that Mr. Zenger, the defendant, printed and published certain scandalous libels which reflected upon the integrity of His Excellency the Governor. Well, these are confessed. Well, yes, they're confessed. Well, now, I'm certain you must find the defendant guilty as charged. But yes, of course. The Crown rests.
Mr. Bradley's summation was brief, certainly. He seems to be stunned, still under the power of Mr. Hamilton's oratory. Chief Justice Delancey is about to begin his charge to the jury.
Gentlemen of the jury, my charge to you shall be most brief. I wish to remind you that as the facts or words in the charges are confessed, the only thing that can come in question before you is whether the words as set forth in the charges constitute a libel. Now, as that is a matter of law, you may leave that question in the hands of the court. In other words, gentlemen, you, as a jury, have only to decide facts, not law. The facts being confessed, your duty is obvious. Bailiff, remove the jury to its chamber for deliberation. The court will recess.
Chief Justice Delancey and his charge to the jury practically instructed it to bring in a verdict of guilty against John Peter Zenger. There's a confusion of emotions here in this courtroom, a mixture of fear and of hope. Don Hollenbeck has made his way to the defense table. He is at Mr. Andrew Hamilton's side, so now over to Don Hollenbeck.
Mr. Hamilton, that was a most eloquent and moving summation. How were you brought into this case? Who brought you here?
I was first informed of Mr. Zinger's predicament by Mr. Rip Van Dam.
And what verdict, sir, do you think the jury will bring in?
I think they will find as their conscience instructs them.
But even if they do find Zinger not guilty, won't they expose themselves to retaliation by the governor and his party? After all, even after this trial, these men will still have to live here in New York City.
Yes, and they must now determine just how they shall live, whether as free citizens or as slaves.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew Hamilton. And now here's Mrs. Anna Zinger. Mrs. Zinger, did you know that Mr. Hamilton was going to be here today, that he was going to defend your husband?
No. It was a complete, a wonderful surprise. His words were great words. No matter how the trial comes out, no matter what happens now, I should like to acknowledge the deep debt that my husband and I owe to Andrew Hamilton. He is wonderful.
Thank you, Mrs. Anna Zinger. The bailiff is calling the court to order now, so back to John Daly.
The bailiff's call for order is no doubt the signal that the jury is returning. Of course, the jury will not be allowed to return to the courtroom until order is complete here, and there's been a great deal of excited chatter and comment about the magnificent summation of Mr. Hamilton. However, now the people are returning to their seats, are nearly all seated. The judges, as a matter of fact, are entering the courtroom and taking their places. The jury has reached its verdict in a remarkably short time, and yes, here come the jurors now. They're filing into the jury box. The spectators have finally cleared the aisles and are all in their seats, those who have seats. Justice Delancey is looking over to the jury box, waiting for the jurymen to get finally settled. Now there's a sudden hush over the courtroom. There's the gavel and back to the bench.
You may proceed, Mr. Clark.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have.
Do you find the defendant, John Peter Zenger, guilty of printing and publishing the libels as charged?
We find John Peter Zenger not guilty.
Not guilty. Verdict is not guilty. John Peter Zenger has been acquitted of the charges against him. The principle that truth can be used as a defense against the charge of libel is upheld. Zenger is free. The courtroom here is in an uproar. People are rushing forward to congratulate Zenger and Hamilton. Mrs.
August 4th, 1735. John Peter Zenger is acquitted, and the American colonies win a free press to spearhead their fight for independence.
You have been listening to the trial of John Peter Zenger, another broadcast in the series You Are There, produced and directed by Robert Louis Cheon. The trial of John Peter Zenger was written by Irv Tunick and Mr. Cheon. Walter Hamden played Mr. Andrew Hamilton. Inga Adams was Anna Zenger. D.A. Clark Smith was Justice Delancey. Bernard Lenroe played Attorney General Bradley. Richard Newton was John Chambers, and the cast included Guy Sorrell, Bert Cowlin, Van Marlowe, and others. Next week.
October 4th, 1066, England. The Battle of Hastings. You are there.
CBS is proud of its Sunday programming, which brings you distinguished drama like You Are There and fine music from the New York Philharmonic Symphony Orchestra, which follows over most of these stations. CBS Sunday nights are filled with a remarkable array of talent as well. Tonight, for example, over most of these CBS stations, you will hear Van Johnson starring on the Prudential Hour. You'll hear Spike Jones, Amos and Andy, Dashiell Hammett's Sam Spade, Broadway's Helen Hayes, and Hollywood's Eve Arden. They'll all be here tonight, and in case you think we've made a big omission, Jack Benny will be here on all of these stations with his guests, Claudette Colbert and Vincent Price. This is CBS, Jack Benny's radio address, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood for the Free Company. Today, Melvin Douglas, Claire Trevor, Edward Ellis, Margaret Hamilton, and Charles Bickford appear in a new original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek, by Mark Connolly, author of the Pulitzer Prize play Green Pasture. The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek is the second in a series produced by the Free Company, a group of prominent writers, actors, and radio workers who have organized to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of these plays will deal with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Today's drama, for example, concerns freedom of speech as applied to teaching. Other plays will cover more general ground. All of them are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of our freedom. All of them will be written by America's most distinguished dramatists, including Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, Robert E. Sherwood, and John Steinbeck, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. And now, Mark Connolly's original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek.
Children, stay in your seats. The bell hasn't rung yet. Oh, I know it isn't easy to get used to school again and a new teacher, but I think tomorrow we'll all feel more at home together. I know I'm going to like being here, and I know I'm going to like you. And you can make it easy for me to like you by being good pupils. Now, oh, that's not what I call being a good pupil. Do you think your seat is about to collapse?
No, ma'am.
Well, then sit back in it. Will you tell me your name again?
Eddie Etheridge.
Oh, yes. Have I been boring you, Eddie?
You what?
Have you heard one word of what I've been saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then sit properly, please. You're not going to exit under your desk, you know. Remember, march out in order. Class dismissed.
Oh, boy. Okay, thank you.
Some more pie? pie, Mrs. Roberts?
No, thanks, Clara. Miss Thatcher might.
Oh, no more, thank you. It was delicious, though. You want some, Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Roberts don't want any more. I'm glad you like lemon pie, Miss Thatcher. If you're going to board with us, you'll enjoy it every Tuesday. I don't think we missed a Tuesday in 18 years, have we, Clem?
No.
Well, how'd you like your Millersville class, Miss Thatcher?
Oh, very much. They're unusually bright children.
I guess they have to be with all the things they teach them these days.
They're teaching them too much.
Mr. Roberts, don't you agree there are many things children must know today they didn't need to 30 years ago?
What?
Well, nowadays, if they don't know more about Europe, for instance, they're not going to be able to understand and appreciate their own country as they should.
They don't need to have politics thrown at them.
Oh, but we've been teaching civics since they've been public schools, and, well, civics embrace political history.
Are you teaching them politics in your class?
No, I'm afraid the 5th grade is a little young for civics.
That ain't the way the communists feel. They like to get at 'em young.
There isn't any communism in your schools, is there?
We've seen signs of it, but it ain't going to get very far.
No, Mr. Roberts and I usually go to the movies on Tuesday night, and if you'd like to come along...
Oh, that's very kind of you, but as a matter of fact, I've already made an engagement to go.
Oh, that's nice. You going with one of the other teachers?
No, Mr. Hunter's going to call for me about 8.
Oh, that's nice, too. You must have made quite an impression on the principal. Last year, he never took any of the teachers to the movies.
Well, I've known Mr. Hunter for some time.
Oh, that's so. Where did you meet him?
The summer before the war started. We were both in a teachers' group that was touring Europe.
And you met him on the tour?
Mm-hmm.
Were you there when the war began?
Yes. We managed to get out of Germany just in time.
On that trip you made, did you go to Russia, too?
Yes. Russia, France, Germany, and England.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you mean, Mr. Roberts?
I was just wondering where Mr. Hunter got some of those radical ideas of his.
What radical ideas, Mr. Roberts?
Now, Clem, Miss Thatcher's a friend of Mr. Hunter's.
Okay. Better get our hats if we're going to go to the movies.
Good evening, Miss Thatcher.
Good evening, Mr. Hunter. Were your ears burning a little while ago?
Oh, why?
Well, I don't think Mr. Roberts approves of you completely.
No, I'm afraid he doesn't. If he ever learns you came here on my recommendation, I don't think your fine record in Bridgeton is going to help you.
Well, he isn't very cordial now.
You know, you don't have to live here, even if he is a member of the school board.
Oh, no, sir. I intend to do a little work on him. You know, I'd really like to find out what's behind those fixed ideas of his.
I'm afraid you won't get very far. You ought to see him at a school board meeting.
Has he made trouble for you?
When I became principal last year, Roberts almost stopped me from using the Clavering textbooks.
But didn't you tell him that they were required reading in half a dozen states?
Yes, but Roberts acted as though I'd brought the Clavering series personally from Moscow.
Oh, goodness.
I pointed out that Dr. Clavering was one of the most honored educators in America. But I couldn't convince Roberts that he wasn't dedicated to poisoning the minds of school children.
Well, but you got the books approved, all right.
Yes. I hope I won't have him against me on anything this year. The 3 new board members are all friends of his. Well, you ready?
Yes.
You want to know what subversive activity I've planned?
What?
I intend to hold your hand at the movies, even if they ride me out of town on a rail.
Albert, 3 times 12. 36. Eleanor, 4 times 7.
28.
A sailor cried, "Land, land," and at daybreak Columbus saw that it was indeed land. quizzes next week, Pop. The teacher wrote on the blackboard. Eddie Etheridge, monitor of erasers.
Uh-huh. That's fine.
Why don't you sign the report card now, Pop? Then it'll be ready.
Because I want to go over it. We've got all day tomorrow and Sunday.
Is there a league meeting tonight?
Why do you think I'm putting on this uniform?
Well, there could be a parade.
You never saw me parade at night.
What are they going to meet about tonight?
Oh, we're going to talk about new officers for next year. If you don't ask too many questions, they may make me commander.
Isn't being vice commander just as good?
No, that's just being second in command. Darn collar's getting awful tight.
Pop, did you know in the Revolutionary War, a lot of the soldiers didn't have any uniforms at all?
That's right. They were very poor.
Some of them were rich, though.
Not many.
I bet the smugglers were.
Who?
The smugglers, like John Hancock.
What John Hancock?
Huh? The John Hancock that signed the Declaration of Independence. He was a smuggler.
Who said so?
It's true. It's in the book.
What book?
The history book at school.
John Hancock was one of the founders of our country. You remember what happens to you when you tell dream lies.
But this isn't a dream lie. It's in the book. And Miss Thatcher had me read it to the class today. I've got it downstairs. I'll show it to you.
You bet you will. Wait a minute. I'm going down with you. Get my cap out of the box. What does that book say about George Washington?
I forget all. But he had false teeth.
Mm-hmm. I suppose he was a crook, too.
Oh, no, sir. He was all right.
How would you know? I like 'em feeding you kids that stuff.
But it's true, isn't it, Pop?
Listen, son, they're giving you a lot of anti-Americanism. Now let's get down and look at that book. What's the name of that teacher of yours? I'm here to tell you that you fellas don't know what's going on at that school. When my kid got through talking, I thought he might be just making things up the way kids do. But I saw the things he was talking about printed in the book the kids are learning from. Printed right there in that book.
Something ought to be done about that quick.
What do you think we ought to do, Harry?
I'll tell you what we ought to do. I want the American Veterans League to make a protest and send it to me as a member of the school board. I'll turn it over to the superintendent of schools Monday morning. Then we'll get action.
Will somebody put that as a motion? I move that the Veterans League Millersville unit demand that the school board investigate on American activity.
I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you tonight.
Oh, why?
I've got to go to a school board meeting. The witch hunters are riding again.
In what direction?
Toward a bonfire of the Clavering textbooks.
But I thought you convinced them last year that...
Now we've got 3 new members on the board. Each as reactionary as Mrs. O'Leary's cow. Put an unexpected truth in front of them, and they'll always kick over the lamp. Tonight, Mr. Etheridge promises to introduce some surprises.
I want to go to that meeting.
I don't think that would be wise.
I'm going just the same. I've got a feeling I'm one of the surprises.
Last year, the fact that some other school boards had approved the Clavering books persuaded the Millersville board to adopt them. Gentlemen, I maintain this board has had something put over on it, and that we can't repair the damage a minute too soon. Before I'm through, I think you'll decide to get rid of these books and the people who are using them for anti-American purposes.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Taylor.
As superintendent of schools, I'm included in Mr. Etheridge's generalities, and I believe...
I'm not including you, Dr. Taylor. I know you 100% American. Mr. Hunter here is the man I'm concerned about. Now, I don't know whether the whole board has ever read these Clavering books. I doubt the new members have.
I read them.
I know you did, Mr. Roberts. And I wish I'd been on the board when you tried to stop them last year. But for the benefit of those that haven't read these books, I have a few quotations I want them to listen to. And I think they'll be just as appalled as I was by the dirty, disgusting, un-American statement this man Clavering makes. Listen to this one on page 22, book 4. In many instances, the devotion of the leaders in the fight for independence in 1776 was caused less by patriotism than by the opportunity for what today we would call graft. That's a fine way to help children take pride in their forefathers, isn't it? And look what he has to say about the Boston Massacre, one of the outrages that brought on the revolution. I quote, "The mob was at least as much to blame for the Boston Massacre as the troops."
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hunter.
I'm afraid Mr. Etheridge will find that the book is quite correct on that point.
You mean calling American patriots a mob?
On that occasion, they really were a mob.
That isn't the main point. It's the whole general attitude the books take I object to. It's the undermining of our children's confidence in the men who help make America what it is. What good is there in saying John Hancock was a smuggler? All these dirty personal insults to great men's memories. Saying John Adams was a political boss. Andrew Jackson was rough and uncultured. Couldn't even spell correctly. He says that about another American president. Dirty personal insults to our American heroes. Now that's swell stuff to feed the mind of kids, isn't it? Gentlemen, if what I read to you isn't enough to justify throwing out these books and the man who brought them to Millersville, I'm going to show you the damage that's been done already. What happens when Mr. Hunter brings his own picked teachers into our schools and turns them loose on our boys and girls? Ask Mrs. Dayton and her son to come in. Come right in, Wilbur. You come in too, Mrs. Dayton. This is Wilbur Dayton. Sit down, Wilbur. How old are you, son?
10.
Now, I want you to tell these gentlemen just what you told me this afternoon.
Well, we were all sitting there, and Miss Thatcher said, "Do you know who this is?"
Wait a minute, Wilbur. Are you talking about the geography class on Thursday?
Yes, sir.
What made it different from any other geography class?
Well, because Miss Thatcher opened her desk and took out the statue.
What kind of a statue?
Hitler's statue.
You mean Adolf Hitler of Germany?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what it was?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what the school children in Germany did when they saw the statue of Hitler?
Yes, sir.
What did they do?
They saluted it.
And what did you do?
Well, she told us what a great man he was, and then we said, "Heil Hitler."
All right. You can go now, Wilbur.
No, he mustn't go. This isn't a fair hearing at all. I should like to question Wilbur.
Mr. Chairman, this young woman has no official standing at this hearing, and I don't want this child intimidated.
Mr. Chairman, I'm this child's teacher, and if I'm being included in these charges, I have a right to defend myself, too.
That's substantially true, Miss Etheridge. I think Miss Thatcher has the right to question Wilbur. Go ahead, Miss Thatcher.
Thank you. I was told this might happen, and I brought something along with me to show you. It's right here in my purse. Now, I want you gentlemen to look at that statue you heard so much about. I think you'll admit that statue isn't a very accurate description of it. Wilbur, is this what I showed you and the other children in class Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you call it a statue?
Well, it's Hitler.
Yes, of course it is. Do you remember what I said it was?
Oh, you said it was a toy you got in Germany.
Didn't I say I saw children buying them from a man on the street?
Yes, ma'am. They cost 10 pfennigs.
Didn't I say I wanted to show you the difference between the toys children play with here and the ones they have in Germany?
Yes, ma'am.
But she made you salute it, too, didn't she?
Wilbur, did I tell you to salute it?
Some of us did.
Yes. And I'd like to show you, gentlemen, why they did. When you pull this string, you see the little arm goes up in the air in a kind of salute. Now, completely for their information, I told them that German children were led to believe Hitler was much more than just a human being. He was perfect and above all criticism. That they had to salute even this little figure of him. I know, because I saw it done. Before I said any more, half a dozen of them were raising their arms and saluting it, too. Isn't that exactly what happened, Wilbur?
I guess so.
You mustn't guess, Wilbur. Is that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And didn't we all laugh when you imitated the little figure and raised your arms?
Yes, ma'am.
When you and Eddie Etheridge said, "Heil Hitler," what did I do?
Well, you laughed.
And what else?
You told us to stop.
Well, just one more thing, Wilbur. Have you ever heard me at any time say that Germany was better than America? Or that anybody in Germany was better than anybody in America?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember what I said Hitler was doing to the children in Germany?
But they had to obey him like mules.
Did I say mules?
Like donkeys.
All right. Thank you, Wilbur. That's all I want to ask you.
All right, you can go home now, Wilbur. Unless Mr. Etheridge wants to ask you some more questions.
This still doesn't change the fact that the Clavering series is a menace to this town. And I move that we vote on the question of removing them.
Very well, Mr. Etheridge. Is there any more discussion? Mr. Hunter, is there anything you'd like to say?
There isn't very much he can say. It's black and white.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to say a few words. The Clavering books were bought by this board on my recommendation. And I must go on record as saying that I have just as high an opinion of them today as I had when I urged you to purchase them last year. They deal honestly with historical truth.
That's not the point. There's a lot of things that are true that you don't have to tell children.
Mr. Etheridge, what do you believe is the purpose of teaching American history?
Why, to instill patriotism.
Well, believe it or not, Mr. Etheridge, the great army of decent school teachers in America want our children to be patriotic, too. But I think we have different definitions of a patriot. We teachers believe that a patriot is someone who exerts himself to promote the well-being of his country. That's Dr. Clavering's definition. And it's in the dictionary, too. You say Dr. Clavering's a muckraker. I say he's an American patriot who has written in his books not only the great achievements of our country and the men who made it what it is, but the human aspects of our history that let us see and understand as clearly as possible the living world in which the contributors to our greatness existed. They didn't live on monuments. They were human beings, some weak, some strong, some facing crises with level heads, some merely passionate, some scrupulously honest, some not. George Santayana, one of the greatest teachers America ever had, said those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Now, no one can deny that we're living in a changing world. Its social and economic orders are vanishing in front of our eyes. The chief purpose of teaching history is not to glorify the past, but to ensure the future. And our children have the right to be given history truthfully, so that they can use its lessons to solve the problems every human being faces today. The only way to make a child a real patriot is to give him history, not an arrangement of eulogies and flowery obituaries under the guise of history.
I'd like to have the floor.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Last year, I said the board ought not to buy the Clavering books because I'd been told how radical they were. Well, this year we've got a very bright boarder at our house, that Miss Thatcher you just had up. And I'm here to say that in the last couple of months she's opened my eyes, and so has Mr. Hunter. And I ain't ashamed to say that when I said we oughtn't to buy the books because they were communistic, I made a darn fool of myself, and I ain't going to do it again. I'm behind Mr. Hunter 100%.
But you told me this afternoon you'd back me up.
No, I didn't. I just said I'd be here and I'd have my eyes open. Harry, I don't want to get into a fight with you. I just want to ask you this. Has Mr. Hunter convinced you you're wrong?
He hasn't convinced me this Clavering isn't a muckraker.
Then you're even dumber than I was. Can't you see that you're the muckraker?
What are you talking about? Just because I'm American enough?
Now, wait a minute. You'll have a chance to answer me when I get through. These Clavering books don't insult and cheapen our great men. You're doing that by implying that they weren't big enough to survive a comparison of their faults and virtues. Now, let me show you what I mean. All our lives, we've been used to seeing pictures and photographs and statues of Lincoln with a mole on his cheek. Right here. And if any painter or sculptor dared to show us Lincoln without that mole, there ain't nobody over 8 years old in America wouldn't say, put that mole back. We know it don't make him look like a movie hero, but he didn't happen to be a movie hero. So you put that mole back, because that's the way he was. It makes him realer to us. We want him tall and lanky, with big knuckles, and forgetting sometimes to have his pants pressed. We know Lincoln pretty well. We ought to know America just as well as we know Lincoln. And if it's parts of this history that ain't pretty to look at, let's face the facts, then make improvements as we get a chance to. If you want to see what happens to a country that has nothing but little tin gods in it, look at Germany. School children there are being taught on your system. All their leaders are perfect, and all their histories are being rewritten to prove it. Well, you want our kids to be told about America that way? We know that everything considered, it's one of the best countries ever organized. We want to keep it that way. And that means not being afraid to learn what made it tick in the beginning and what keeps it going today. Now, it's getting late and there's a question before the board. But if you ain't convinced yet, I'm prepared to sit here all night to get it through that thick skull of yours.
It is moved and seconded that the Millersville Board of Education...
Sorry to take you away from your class.
Oh, that's all right.
Did you see Mr. Roberts last night?
No, but I talked with him this morning. He told me how they voted.
Well, we're safe for another year.
Yes, darling. We'll always be safe. As long as there are Americans like Mr. Roberts to keep his eyes open.
Our freedom, then, has this meaning, that here in our land, the truth may be taught always. Academic freedom is the first liberty to die when dictators rule, for dictators know the power of education. Let us, like Mr. Roberts in the play, keep our eyes open for truth. Let us resist any attempt to suppress truth or to distort it. Let us consider again the most powerful words ever spoken against the enemies of man, the lightning-charged words of Lincoln at Gettysburg. And let us renew in this threatening hour his high resolve that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. In this, the second of our series of broadcasts, the stars and the author of today's drama joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, to all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed. This is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mark Connolly's play today will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. criticisms of historical facts contained in The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek are based on authentic conditions. There is no flavoring series, but you will find the names of the actual textbooks containing the controversial facts used in the play in Howard K. Beale's Survey of Teaching, which he prepared for the Commission on Social Studies of the American Historical Association. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents An American Crusader by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night, starring Francho Tone and a distinguished company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Human Adventure.
Presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System with the University of Chicago for America's radio audience.
These evenings, through science and scholarship, enter with us upon a new search toward the fuller understanding of our universe, ourselves, and our society.
Our host is Meredith Wilson of the Department of History of the University of Chicago.
Our story is the story of man's search for knowledge, which is science, his search for wisdom, which is scholarship, the adventure in ideas, which is the human adventure. This day, from a recent work of historical scholarship, new light on the economic and political beginnings of a new nation.
This hour, a study of revolution.
Seems a bit unfair to me.
I suppose one could say so, but we're part of a great empire. Really, it's not so serious as you would have me believe.
No, perhaps not. Yet I feel imposed upon.
Come now, you mustn't grumble so, or we'll put you down for a crank.
I'm no crank. I'm a perfectly good, law-abiding subject of the British Empire.
So help me, my friend. I don't question your loyalty.
I should hope not. No one knows better than I do. Here in the colonies, we draw our strength from Britain. Yet I do feel we are being treated rather shabbily. Crank or no crank, I say it seems a bit unfair.
How long are we to bear such injustice? It rankles my very soul to think about it.
Easily, my friend, easily. Would you have us take you for a radical?
Take me for what you will. I've had my fill, and I intend to speak my mind. This is no longer the Dark Ages. This is 1762.
Be calm now. Be calm. We are all linked together in a profitable chain of dependence. The colonies, with our parent England, form a beautiful whole, and together we shall all make our fortune.
If fortunes are to be made, let them be made for us and not for England. Let us have our independence.
Independence? You are a radical.
Burn it down! Burn the house down! Give the scoundrels a taste of our independence!
Listen to me, men! Listen to me! This is the house of an honorable agent of the king.
This is the house of a sneaking tax collector. This is the house of a nation of tyranny. Burn it down! Burn it down, I say!
Hear me! Hear me! Are you without respect for the law? Are you without respect for the crown? Have you no respect for your own mother country?
Show your mettle, men. You afraid of your shadows? Let them know what it is to be an American. Burn the house! Burn it down!
Burn it down! Burn the house down!
Burn! 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 Burn!
They tell us, sir, that we are weak, unable to cope with so formidable an adversary.
But when shall we be stronger? Will it be the next week or the next year? Will it be when we are totally disarmed and when a British guard shall be stationed in every house? Shall we gather strength by irresolution and inaction? The battle, sir, is not to the strong alone. It is to the vigilant, the active, and the brave. Besides, we have no choice. There is no retreat but in submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. Their clanking may be heard on the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat it, sir. Let it come.
Patrick Henry made that speech in 1775. But many of his countrymen considered him a Virginia hothead and failed to share his joy in the prospect of conflict. Why then should the bloody struggle be welcomed? What are the causes of the American Revolution? Tonight we dramatize the struggle of the 13 American colonies for independence from the British Empire, as told by John C. Miller in his study of the origins of the American Revolution.
And now, our host for the human adventure, Meredith Wilson of the Department of History of the University of Chicago.
World War II is ended, and we have victory without peace. The cries for independence are heard from colonial peoples around the world. The dictators may be dead, but tyranny lives wherever men are taxed without consent or forced to yield obedience to alien peoples. In such a crisis, this country, as the world's strongest power, must face the persisting question of empire and colonial peoples. A university is concerned with the problems of history, problems which involve revolution and empire. Tonight we turn to the story of our fathers, who fought for the principle that all governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Our struggle for freedom in 1776 is the timeless struggle between despotism and democracy. For when men are moved to revolt, mere economic concessions do not satisfy them. Our unhappy generation must learn that freedom is not something to be owned, but something to be lived. We can have it only when we insist that others share it. The quest for freedom is our great human adventure.
In the year 1764, the tiny island kingdom of Great Britain has reached a new height in empire. She has secured Canada and India, and numbers among her possessions 13 colonies strung along the Atlantic seaboard of North America. Thus, the fashionable aristocracy in London, basking in the victories won in the Treaty of Paris in 1763, looks to the government of its empire, dances the newest minuet.
Egad, sir, I told him. Who is to be the master, England or the colonies?
My dear Lord Ratcliffe, I feel sure no colonial could properly answer that, eh, what?
You may feel so, Sir Henry, but you have no idea what unreasonable scoundrels these colonials may be.
Is that so? More wine for you, Lord Ratcliffe.
If you don't mind. A fine bottle, this.
You, other gentlemen, will you have some? You, sir. You've drunk precious little. Won't you join us, sir?
Thank you, no. I'm not used to such quantities of good wine.
But my word, I believe you speak with an American accent, sir.
It is not surprising, my lord, inasmuch as I am an American.
Oh, how very embarrassing.
Please understand, sir, that my comments upon the character of our colonials were not personal ones.
Am I to understand, then, Lord Ratcliffe, that you do not consider me quite so boorish as my brother colonial?
Oh, indeed not, indeed not. Not nearly so boorish. Isn't that so, Ratcliffe?
My dear fellow, some of my best friends are colonials.
You are very generous, Lord Ratcliffe.
Not at all, not at all. But come now, sir. You will agree that the American colonies are making a great deal of sound and fury about nothing.
Yes. What in the world has gotten into you chaps? You spout grievances like so many naughty school children.
Some of us feel, Sir Henry, that the schoolmaster is unjust.
Unjust? An Englishman unjust? Please, sir, be more specific or be more courteous.
Oh, very well. For a full century, the English Parliament has been channeling American trade into British coffers.
So help me, I see nothing unjust in that.
Naturally not, sir. The coffers are yours. But we are bound to resent it when you pass laws making it virtually impossible for us to trade with other nations.
Oh, upon my soul, pish tush.
By your laws, we must supply your manufacturers with raw materials.
And why not, my good fellow? It's always been so.
Moreover, your laws dictate that the American colonies purchase the fruit of Britain's factories while making it most difficult for us to establish our own.
Sound business policy. Surely you'll admit that.
Some of my countrymen are not so certain of Tory business policy.
But how perfectly impractical of them. The very size and wealth of the empire contradicts them.
The empire, sir, has been won partly by wars.
A time-honored method, I should say.
Quite so, but wars are expensive. The 7 Years' War is just now exacting its fee.
We shall devise means of paying for that. Never worry.
I do not doubt it.
Gracious man, what are taxes for?
Exactly. And whom will you tax?
You imply, sir, that there would be a large colonial tax. And I quite agree. Why should there not be? We have fought a war to save the Americans from the French and Indians. Now they must pay for that defense.
Here. What do you say to that?
I say, gentlemen, that you will be adding one more hot coal to an already smoldering fire. It's possible that you cannot now find a revolution in the colonies, but I am certain you can make one. Well, gentlemen, this is a party, and I shall make no more dreary political conversation. You will excuse me, I'm sure.
Perfectly astonishing, fellow.
Most unreasonable. Radical, perhaps. Possibly a Whig.
Quite typical of the American colonials, I should say. I didn't catch the fellow's name. Did you?
Oh, my wife mentioned it earlier this evening. I believe it was, oh, dear. He is the agent of Pennsylvania, as I remember. Franklin. Yes, that's it. Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
Revolution? No, not in the polite conversation of a London drawing room. But Mr. Franklin is a wise man, and he has detected a source of resentment. A resentment uttered later in the same year of 1764 by a shocked Virginia planter and soldier, George Washington. He says,
I've learned on good authority that Britain plans to tax us for the support of her troops among us. It is said we taxed 60,000 pounds per year.
Washington's authority is good indeed. 10,000 redcoats are sent to America. British soldiers whose presence in the colonies must be paid for. And Parliament, for the first time in its history, turns to the pockets of the colonists for revenue. In 1764, George Grenville, penny-pinching Chancellor of the Exchequer, pilots 2 laws through England's Parliament. First, the Sugar Act.
For improving the revenue of this kingdom, a duty of 3d a gallon shall be imposed on foreign molasses and on refined sugar.
That's not just another tax. By taxing molasses from which rum is made, Grenville threatens New England with ruin, strikes a blow at the economic foundations of the Middle Atlantic colonies, and at the same time opens the way for British West Indians to get rich at the expense of the American colonials. Then in 1765, another Grenville law, the Stamp Act.
To secure revenues toward the expense of defending, protecting, and securing the colonies, stamps sold by His Majesty's government must be affixed to all deeds, mortgages, inventories, college diplomas, playing cards, pamphlets, newspapers, and calendars.
Just how bad is that? Is it something to get excited about? What do the colonists think of it? They cluster in drawing rooms and taverns and on street corners and on the town commons, in Massachusetts, in Virginia, in Rhode Island, and South Carolina. Farmers, merchants, printers, mechanics, planters, the crowds gather.
Quiet! Quiet! I have something to say. I'll tell you what this Stamp Act is. A hateful project to transfer the whole property of the king's subjects in America to his subjects in Great Britain.
Take your ease, Thomas Dodd. It ain't no such thing.
You defend the Stamp Act, friend? Then tell us how.
I ain't defending no one. I'm saying Thomas Dodd is a hothead, and this Stamp Act ain't no more serious than a fly on a horse's rump. I heard a lawyer say today that all it meant was 1 shilling per man in all these colonies for a whole year. Now, that's but a third of an honest day's work, and it won't hurt none of you to pay it.
Aye, my friend. but by the same power by which England can make us pay 1 shilling, in time they can make us pay our last shilling.
We are Englishmen. We must let the Parliament lay what burdens they please on us. It is our duty to patiently bear them till they shall be pleased to relieve us.
Then why don't they tax themselves, too? Why must we colonists be the only ones?
There's a man with brains in his skull.
Brains? Is it brains to speak disloyally of king and country? Is it brains to utter treason?
Call it what you will, friend. I tell you that the Stamp Act not only threatens to fleece us of our money, it does something worse than that.
Nothing could be worse than that for you, Thomas Todd.
Make your jibes and have your jokes. But remember, I warn you now that this Stamp Act threatens more than our money. It threatens our liberty.
Big words, friend. Explain yourself.
Answer me now. Who is being taxed?
We are.
And who asked us if we wanted to be taxed? Eh? Who asked us? No one asked us, that's who. And tell me this now. Who passed this Stamp Act that taxes our money? The British Parliament did. And is there anyone in the British Parliament to stand up for us and say our say for us there? There is not. Are we properly represented in our own government? No! So what have we got? I'll tell you. Taxation without representation. And for one, I won't stand for it. We've got to protest. Is that right? We've got to protest! Protest! Protest!
Protest, they say. Is that revolution? Not yet, but closer, always closer. The colonists refuse to buy British. Patriots swear they will fight up to their knees in blood against the Stamp Act. Hatred surges into riot. Crown officers and stamp masters are chased through back alleys of America and hanged in effigy. But it is not yet revolution. And in 1766, as the American boycott takes effect and British merchants look to their pockets, Parliament repeals the obnoxious Stamp Act. A clerk in the British Treasury Office makes a notation.
Debit, £631 9 shillings, representing administration and printing expenses for revenue stamps unused.
The Stamp Act is gone. The British are making concessions. The British are appeasing the colonists. But the seeds of revolution are still there. Each man with a grievance is one more such seed. Each man like this merchant.
At first, I didn't complain about the navigation acts that forced me to trade with Britain and Britain only. You could always get around them with a little smuggling. But now, Grenville has clamped down on smuggling. He has made paper money illegal and tried to drain us of hard money. I wonder now, why should our trade be restricted? Why should I let a British merchant profit from my work?
Each man with a grievance is a seed of revolution.
I'd like to have been an iron worker like my father. But in 1750, Britain prohibited erection of any new mills in the colonies. So I can't get the job I want.
Each man with a grievance, one more seed.
Parliament is restricting our trade and ruining our manufacturing. And now the last straw, they're robbing us of our political liberty. I say that all men have a natural right to life, liberty, and property.
Each man, one more seed.
To me, the absurdity of absurdities is that these paltry fellows who have jockeyed, fought, and pandered their ways in the House of Commons should regard themselves as representatives of Virginians or Pennsylvanians whom they have never seen. And our taxes support them.
In that discontent, there is enough ill will and enough malice to start a fight. But it takes two to make a fight. Where American colonies grumble their grievances against the British protest against the colonies. For every American who said no taxation without representation, there was an Englishman who said,
A country which we cannot tax is a country not subject to us. You colonials are English subjects. It is therefore perfectly within the rights and duties of Parliament to demand taxes from you.
For every American who complained of a domineering British Parliament, there was an Englishman who said,
The supremacy of the British legislator must be complete, entire, and unconditional. To allow otherwise would weaken us all, including the colonies.
For every American who called upon the principle of natural law and natural rights to defend his views, there was an Englishman who said,
An American rioter and rebel thinks he has a right to defraud the customs, to perjure himself at the customs house, to tar and feather government customs officers. But the laws of nature, which give these surprising rights to American rioters, give no such right to the king's officers to strike back.
For every American who cursed the British and shouted for blood, there was an Englishman who said,
Patriots, sons of liberty, poppycock, merely a few self-seeking rabble-rousers. Catch and hang those few and all will be quiet over there.
Is it revolution then? Not yet. Not just yet. But gradually, year by year, the kindling is piled higher. In 1767, Parliament imposes the townshend duties on window glass, on lead, on paints, on paper, and on tea. Tea is a short word. Tea is a common, harmless drink. But in 1773, tea becomes a bigger word. It becomes a great issue. And here is how it happens. In 1773 in London, Lord North, the British Tory leader, calls his advisers to a meeting.
Gentlemen, I have called you this night to discuss the question of tea.
Tea. I wish I'd never heard the word.
You forget, sir, that the tax on tea is the source of great revenue to His Majesty's government.
Let me, sir, I forget nothing of the sort. I only wish to know why these accursed Americans object so to the tea tax. It's not they who are taxed, it's the East India Company.
You are naive, Raycliffe. The Americans are entirely aware that the revenue derived from the tax on tea is used to support our troops and civil service in the colonies. The colonists, unjustly, I feel, regard this as an infringement of their liberty.
Scurvy pack of troublemakers.
Be that as it may, Sir Henry, I believe I have hit upon a solution.
I should be amazed if that be true, Lord North.
Hear me out. First, you're aware that the East India Company has again fallen on evil days. Millions of pounds of tea stand unsold in their warehouses in India. Now, this is an unhappy state of affairs for the government. An obvious danger to our treasury.
Of course the tea rots unsold. The Dutch are smuggling tea into the colonies and underselling the East India Company.
Then our only recourse is to reduce the tea tax in order that our tea may be sold more cheaply.
Not at all, my dear Sir Henry. I have a better means. I simply propose that we allow the East India Company to sell its tea directly to the Americans. I propose that we no longer require that company to sell the tea to merchants here in England, who have always then resold it to the Americans. I propose simply that we eliminate the middleman.
Lord North, I congratulate you, sir. You are a wizard, sir.
Clever, most clever. Even the Dutch smugglers will be undersold. Deucedly clever.
Still, however, there is a question unsolved. The Americans will continue to object to the tax for the same reason they have objected before.
The Americans object to the tax on the ground that it interferes with their liberty. And liberty, sir, bothers a man less when his purse is enlarged.
I have heard that 1 million Americans drink tea twice a day. Make it easier and cheaper for them to have their tea, and patriotism will wither.
Very good. Right.
Who would have thought that tea would be the key to domestic peace? Astonishing, wouldn't you say?
No, very sorry, Tory gentlemen. Peace is not the word. True, the colonists now actually pay less for tea than do the English themselves, but fear of monopoly, fear of stolen liberty, these things are not killed by low prices. Patriotism does not wither. Cheap tea does not sweeten colonial bitterness. Instead, in America, men talk like this.
Americans, do not suffer yourself to sip the accursed duty tea. For if you do, the devil will enter you, and you will instantly become a traitor to your country.
Beware the East India Company.
It's a trick, that's what it is. What the Parliament couldn't fleece from us by taxes, the Crown will take from us by monopoly. I'll buy no British tea, not I.
There are 3 shiploads of their foul tea in Boston Harbor. And you know what I say? I say let them go back to India with him. Let them take it back where it came from.
Is that what you say? I say differently. I say we ought to show them what we think of their tea tax and their tricks. I say, let's throw the tea overboard. Let's dump the stuff into the salt water.
On the night of December 16th, 150 Bostonians disguised as Indians creep quietly to the sides of the tea ships in the harbor.
Who goes there?
Indians!
Then be gone. You can't come aboard this ship. Here, what
going on here? I tell you, you can't board this ship.
Board the ships, men. Board the ships.
Hey, you! There's British goods aboard this ship. You can't do this. What do you think you're doing? Get off here. Get off.
To the tea, men. Find the tea. Into the water with it. Dump it all. Down with the Tories, men. Down with the king. Show your spirit. Find every chest of tea aboard. That's the boys. There's the first one.
You can't do this. This is treason. It's treason.
Get it all, men. Every last chest of it. Every last chest of it.
This is treason. You'll all hang. This is treason, I
say. Treason is a bigger word than tea. He who commits treason is disloyal. He who is disloyal is a rebel. He may not be a rebel with a gun. The guns come later. But there is still time for the worried British General Gage to write to his superiors in London.
If you think 10,000 soldiers sufficient here, send 20. If 1 million is thought enough, send 2. You will save both blood and treasure in the end.
There's barely time for Patrick Henry to say,
"The next gale from the north will bring to our ears the clash of resounding arms. I am of the opinion, sirs, that we must fight."
Britain girds for revenge and mastery, but when she attempts to punish Boston, the other colonies unite in alarm. At a Continental Congress in Philadelphia, they pledge aid in case of an unprovoked armed clash of Bostonian and Redcoat. It's closer now, much closer. Then on the night of April 18th, 1775, a farmer sits reading in his house near Lexington, Massachusetts. His wife interrupts him.
John, I'm afraid.
Afraid of what, wife?
This wild talk, these angry men. These men who've stored the powder in the big house in town.
I helped store that powder, Elizabeth.
I know it well. You've caught the fever, too.
'Tis no fever. If a man must fight, he needs the tools to do it.
Must you fight? There is no war.
Not yet.
Not yet. Then you think there will be war?
You believe it as much as I.
Say you'll not fight, John. Please say it.
I have not fought. Yet.
John, I've hid your musket.
Hid? Foolish woman. 'Tis no time to play such pranks.
I'm afraid for you, John.
The rumor has it General Gage may march his redcoats on our town to take our powder from us.
Here? To Lexington?
Aye, here to Lexington. Wait. Quiet.
What's the matter? What do you hear?
Listen, Elizabeth. You hear? A horse. Listen.
A galloping horse.
Give me my musket, Elizabeth.
Why? Why, John?
You will hear. Listen now.
The redcoats are coming!
You hear, Elizabeth?
The war has come now. The war has come.
Where is my musket, Elizabeth? I must go now. Have faith, my wife. The time has come. Where is my musket?
Your musket is behind the chimney, John.
Now it has come. Now there is revolution. Now the 13 colonies along the Atlantic seaboard of the continent band together, call themselves the 13 United States of America. It is inevitable now that a year later a new nation shall announce to the world,
"We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness."
The Human Adventure is jointly presented by the Mutual Broadcasting System and the University of Chicago. Selected programs are transcribed for rebroadcast for the overseas network of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Music was by Kenneth Churchill, the conductor, Robert Trendler. The script editor, in cooperation with the University of Chicago, Francis Coughlin. The writers, Velma Burke and John D. Hess. The director, Morrison Wood. 1 week from tonight, The Human Adventure will present Machiavelli, Teacher of Tyrants, A Guide to Practical Evil.
That's next week, Machiavelli.
This program has come to you from Chicago. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail of plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? This is Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood. Last Sunday, I read a statement about the principles upon which the Free Company was founded. Something about its membership and something about what it has accomplished. I want to repeat that statement today for the benefit of those in the radio audience who missed it last week. Some people have too little faith in America. Some people have been listening to harsh voices from across the seas, and the voices have been getting louder. Some people are just confused. It was to deal with this confusion in one way and one medium of expression that a group of writers and actors and Columbia itself formed the Free Company. The Free Company has the endorsement and cooperation of the Attorney General of the United States and the Solicitor General of the United States. The members of the Free Company have dedicated their talents to the proposition that we have in this country a way of life that is unique and precious and something to be infinitely proud of. It's the American way of life. In the spring of 1941, with all its flaws and all its problems, still the best way of life on earth. Who are some of the members of the Free Company? Well, there's James Boyd, chairman of the Free Company and author of the series of American historical stories, Drums, Marching On, The Long Hunt, and Bitter Creek. He's a $1-a-year man at the Department of Justice and served as first lieutenant in the AEF at San Miguel and Meuse-Argonne offensives. Robert E. Sherwood, chairman of the Free Company Writers, is a Pulitzer Prize winner with a list of more than half a dozen stage successes to his credit, of which his latest is the anti-totalitarian play, There Shall Be No Night. He was a member of the famed Black Watch of the Canadian Expeditionary Forces. Then there are other eminent Americans: Paul Green, Archibald MacLeish, Stephen Vincent Benet, George M. Cohan, Mark Connolly, Norman Corwin, Ernest Hemingway, Elmer Rice, William Soroyan, Orson Welles, and many others. Columbia's vice president in charge of broadcasts, W.B. Lewis, is a member, and Columbia supplies the production, the music, some of the cast, and the time. All these individuals form a Free Company, a company to interpret the true spirit of the Bill of Rights, the honest way, the American way of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Today, Maxwell Anderson writes on freedom to worship God. Here, we take that freedom as a matter of course, but it can be lost, and the playwright shows us a nation where men not only may not worship God each in his own way, but where they may not worship any God at all except the state. We present Paul Muni in The Miracle of the Danube by Maxwell Anderson. under the medieval towers of an ancient fortress on the banks of the Danube, a military trial is being held. German officers sit square and erect on tall hand-carved chairs about a long table. The officer in charge is General Merck, a veteran of the First World War. A major and several other subordinates sit with him to share the examination. The accused prisoner is Captain Cassell, now somewhat worn and worried by
all leaders of the Third Reich, I declare this court-martial in session. Captain Cassell, I have known you and your work for several years. You have been recommended to the higher command for acts of distinguished service and for devotion to our common cause. Nevertheless, as these officers know, there is no possibility of leniency toward those who have knowingly or even unwittingly abetted the enemies of our nation or our cause. We shall hear the charges against you in order. Lieutenant, read the accusations.
In September 1938, 3 women prisoners assigned to the charge of Captain Cassell escaped during a transfer. This was held accidental and was passed over at the time, but is now recalled because of later occurrences.
I allow you to speak in regard to that charge, Captain.
Thank you, General Merck. It is true. They escaped.
You have nothing to say about the circumstances?
I would have given my life to avoid any betrayal.
We shall go into that later. Read the next charge.
On February 10, 1939, Captain Cassell was in command of the firing squads at the Moravian prison. 7 graves were dug at his order to accommodate the prisoners executed on that day. Only 6 of these graves were filled and no trace of the 7th body was found. This also was passed over as an error in the record.
Do you wish to comment on this, Captain?
Yes, General Merck. It was an error.
Proceed.
During the greater part of the years 1939 and 1940, Captain Cassell was employed, among others, in the work of transferring populations in Central Europe. This work necessitated occasional executions and the stranding of refugee groups within restricted territorial limits. Captain Cassell appeared to be an exemplary officer, eager to carry out the policies of the state. They knew him as the Reaper. His headquarters were known as Castle Blood. He was depended on more and more by his superiors.
You will note, Captain, that we give you all possible credit.
I tried to be a good soldier, General Merck.
Continue.
But there began to appear certain cracks and lesions in Captain Cassell's efficiency. 4 religious leaders, determined enemies of the state, slipped through his hands into Sweden with a number of followers and were not recaptured. There was a riot at a concentration camp on the eastern border, and the captain failed at a critical moment to give a necessary order to fire on the crowd. Later, he was entrusted with the liquidation of a large body of undesirables who had been collected at a southeastern boundary. These men and women escaped in such fashion that Captain Cassell must be held responsible. It has been found necessary, therefore, to subject Captain Cassell to military trial.
Captain Cassell, you are aware, no doubt, that these are capital charges. I ask you directly, were you remiss? Were any of these lapses intentional?
No, sir.
Then how do you explain them?
I cannot.
Come, sir, you're your own enemy. We're all friendly here. We do not intend to lose so valuable a servant from the ranks. Begin at the first rank. The 3 women who escaped into Sweden. How did that happen?
There were 4 of them. 3 women and a man.
In the records, there are only the 3.
Yes. The man joined them.
Joined them? Where?
In the camp. One of them was ill. He was taking care of her. He seemed to be a kind of doctor.
But the escape?
It was his doing. His only.
But how?
He spoke to me about the women. He spoke to me very strangely. For some reason, I could not take my eyes from his face. He had a way of speaking at once passionately and slowly, so that you waited for his words.
Now, come, what does this mean? Did he talk you into letting them go?
No, I refused him. I laughed at him. I despised him.
But the evidence shows that a catch had been overlooked on one of the doors and that the 3 disappeared into the night.
Yes, that's true, but not because I was affected by what he said. Not because I connived at escape. I laughed at him, as I said, and turned him into the street. Locked up the women for the night. I looked personally at the lock on every door. Perhaps in my anger at this vagrant, I was not so careful as I should have been. He stood there talking and made me angry. But if there was an oversight, it was, I assure you, an intention.
For the moment, I shall accept that explanation. Let us look next at the 7 graves which were dug for those sentenced to be shot on December 9th at the Krug Fortress. 6 men had been sentenced. 6 Polish Jews convicted of sabotage while working on the great military road. Your records, however, showed that 7 men were ordered before the firing squads. 7 graves were dug, and that the orders for this 7th execution were cancelled at the last moment. On the face of it, this looks like connivance of escape.
It was the custom in the Krug Fortress to place those condemned to death in a common cell. I shut those 6 prisoners into the death cell after the trial. I saw to this personally. Then, as I turned away, I saw this 7th man with them.
A 7th?
Yes, Major.
Who was it?
It was the same man who had argued with me about the women on the night of their escape.
How did he come there?
I didn't know he came there, but he was there. I said to myself, this time, nothing shall go wrong. He's got himself somehow into the death cell with the condemned. Very well. Let him die with the others. I know I had no right to order an execution without the sanction of the court, but that man was my evil demon. He'd got me into trouble once, and he was trying it again.
Calmly, Captain.
Very well. I ordered him shot. The prisoners were marched from their cells, and he came with the others. He stood up with the others before the squads. He went up and down among them, telling them to have courage. But when the firing was over, when they were shot down, he was not among them. His body wasn't there.
Where was it?
I don't know. I tell you, I don't know. But was this to be held against me? Would I have ordered him shot if I wanted him to escape?
Calmly.
I can't speak of him calmly. I'm sorry.
You made an effort to locate this man?
We made every effort, Major. The guards were questioned. The locks were examined. The civil and military authorities went over the ground inch by inch. They found nothing suspicious.
Let us proceed to the next charge. In the summer of 1940, you were conducting a consignment of prisoners from the eastern border to a Baltic port. Among them were 4 Lutheran ministers who had banded together to resist the interpretation of Christianity which is orthodox in the Third Reich. These 4, with some 20 of their followers, escaped from the freight car in which they were being transported. This car was under your guard.
The car caught fire, General Nutt. It was necessary to open the doors.
In what fashion did the car catch fire?
I cannot say how the fire originated, sir.
This man who escaped at the time of the executions, did he have any part in the escape from the boxcar?
Yes. Yes. He was there.
What part did he take in the affair?
It's difficult.
Tell us the story of that escape.
All of it?
Yes, from the beginning.
I will try. It will not be believed. However, I will try. We were in the car. I saw his face among the other prisoners in the car. And it was walking. You! Stand up!
Yes, sir.
Come forward. How do you come to be among these prisoners?
I came in with them.
Do you know what prison they're bound for?
Yes.
Do you know the reputation of that prison?
I do.
Then that's what will happen to you, my friend. You've pushed in once too often where you're not wanted. First torture, then death.
I am accustomed to torture.
And to death, too, I suppose.
Yes, even to death.
Who are you?
Don't you remember?
No.
The picture in the silver frame. The reproduction of the Giotto that hung in your mother's room. The face in that picture. Surely it comes back to you now.
What are you trying to tell me?
The plainest, simplest truth. My face is the face in a picture by Giotto.
Don't talk rot like that. Don't try to gull me with some fantastic story.
But this is not fantasy. My face is that face. My hands are those hands. My garments are the same.
What do you mean? How could you be a man out of a picture? I see you before my eyes, and you're real.
The others here have not seen me. See? They stare at you. Because you talk with the empty air.
You lie! You lie? You're trying to confuse me. To mislead me.
Why are you here?
You bring me here. You create me out of your mind, out of your horror and regret for the blood you have spilled, for the man you were. You bring me here because you hate yourself and what you do.
We shall see whether you're real. We shall see.
I sealed the car doors together. I kept my automatic ready against an escape. Then there arose a cry among the prisoners. A housing had caught fire. Soon it was necessary to open the doors for air. Our car was the last on the train, and I therefore climbed to the roof and thence down the coupling, which I loosed. When the car was free, I set the brakes and we came to a stop in the dark near a village. At the point of my automatic, I held the prisoners within the car while I ran to look at the housing. Then I saw that I had somehow been fooled. There was no fire. I turned to the car door in a rage, and the prisoners began pouring out. That painted face in the lead. I emptied my gun at him, point blank, and he did not fall. I swear to you, gentlemen. I swear to you, gentlemen. Within 3 paces, I fired 10 times at his heart without effect. For he stood there and spoke to me still. The other prisoners made off in the dark, and then he, too, was gone. And I found myself beside the empty car in the night.
And you expect us to believe that?
No, gentlemen, I do not expect you to believe it. I wake in the night and say to myself that it cannot be true. That I'm a respectable officer, that I'm sane. That I live in a sane world where these things cannot happen. There are no ghosts, no shadows, no things like men that will not fall when you shoot them through. I know that. And yet, this happened, as I've told it.
Did you ever see this man again, this figure out of the Giotto painting?
Not for several months.
In justice to the captain, perhaps I should tell you of his conduct after this episode of the boxcar. He came to the general staff with a request that he be put under some rigorous mental and physical discipline. He was sent to an academy in the Black Forest and there underwent a course in their Spartan regime. Here there is iron control, long hours of labor and instruction, no comforts, cold water, a Lacedaemonian diet. After 6 weeks, Captain Cassell emerged from this training a new man. He was placed in charge of the liquidation of a certain province. He became known at this time as the Grim Reaper. The faltering which had marked his previous actions had disappeared. He showed no aversion to violence or the shedding of blood. For nearly a year, he led the way among the military protectors of that region. There was talk of making him Governor-General of the whole Polish area.
What was the nature of your work at this time, Captain Cassell?
I was in charge of the extermination of the intelligent, all leaders or thinkers, all writers or artists. All who stood out in any way were arrested and in some fashion eliminated.
Did you feel any reluctance in carrying out this work?
None! It is not the business of a German officer to feel reluctance. It is his business to obey. Moreover, I'm convinced and was convinced then that it is essential to the welfare of our master nation that we make slaves of our inferiors. An acceptance of slavery is only possible among those who cannot think for themselves and who have no leaders. It was my duty for the good of our country to eliminate the leadership among the subject people.
You never softened your blows, never drew back your hand, never allowed yourself to be overcome by pity?
Never! If only because I had made errors in the past, I determined never to slip again. I'd learned my lesson. Time was gone when a face out of a cheap reproduction would come between me and those who were condemned.
Do you mean that this face still haunted you?
At times, faintly. But I refused to see it. I drew a curtain of blood between that face and me. And then it ceased to appear. And I was free to do my work.
Then this last occurrence, this last charge against you, the freeing of the boatload of prisoners on the Romanian frontier, how do you account for that?
I don't know. I don't know.
You understand that we must make these inquiries, Captain. Tell us what happened on the river steamer on the Danube.
I've conducted 200 prisoners on the boat. on board the steamer of Constanta. There were 20 guards. My instructions were to land the prisoners on a small island near the Romanian frontier, execute the able-bodied among them, and abandon the others without supplies. We arrived at a point near that island at night, on the 6th of last November. Since we were unable to locate the channel in the dark, it was necessary to wait till dawn before landing the prisoners. They slept on deck, men, women, and children. Half of the guards went below deck to sleep, and the others remained on duty. I was awake and on deck. I stood looking at the black water of the river. Then the moon rose, and I could see an outline of the river banks a mile or so away. As I looked toward that shore, a man came walking out from it.
Captain Cassell, there was a mile of water, you say, between you and the shore.
Yes.
Then I don't follow you.
This man came walking across the water.
Is it profitable to listen further, General Merck?
We must hear him out. Go on, Captain.
He came walking across the water, very slowly. It must have been half an hour before he came near enough so that we could see his face.
When you saw it, what face was it?
The face of the Giotto Christ.
Your phantom, my dear Captain, your phantom.
No. This time he was not a phantom.
How do you know?
Because the prisoners saw him. They woke each other and watched him as he came.
Such proof is hardly acceptable.
Also, I had set the guards at the rail to keep him off the boat, but now the guards were phantoms, and he stepped through them as if they weren't there. He was real, and they were specters, with the moon shining through them.
I think you confuse the matter, Captain. The men of the guard were flesh and blood. This ghostly figure passed through their ranks because he was a shadow, a memory of a painted face.
No, he was real. And the guard was made up of shadows. He was real among them as he's real among you now.
Is he among us now?
You don't see him.
I do not.
There, behind you, where the light falls. You see no one there?
Nothing, Captain.
Why have you come here?
Was I ever with you when you had not called for me?
I've never called for you. I've drenched myself in blood to be rid of you. I've filled the air with screams and covered half the earth to be rid of you.
Would it be possible to declare him of unsound mind?
We can hardly escape the issue of guilt or innocence.
And if he is guilty?
The guilty must be punished.
Very well.
What happened, Captain, after this man came across the water to your ship?
He came through the soldiers. They had become like air, unreal. They could not stop him. Then this thing came over me that I'd felt before.
What thing?
I was glad that he had come. In some horrible way, I was glad that I couldn't hurt him. Glad that he would conquer. That I would betray my rank and my orders. In some horrible way, it didn't matter, for he had become real, and he and I were real together in a country of ghosts. He and I and the band of prisoners were real, but the soldiers and the nation that lay behind them were unreal. The armies, the men of the government, the men of the secret police, all the forces of our nation were shadows that could not stop a wind. There was only one reality. This man and I, on the dark river, and the group of prisoners sent there to die.
And what came of this?
I don't know. I think I must have let them go.
You mean you allowed the prisoners to escape?
Yes.
You knew that this was an action deserving of death?
It seemed not to matter.
I think we need take no further testimony. To my mind, Captain Cassell is guilty and his usefulness is at an end. Is there any dissent?
None, General Merck.
Then the lieutenant will record the sentence. Captain Cassell, you have received an impartial trial at the hands of your brother officers, and it is my unpleasant duty to inform you that there is only one military consequence to your action.
You, too, are shadows. You of this court.
Be quiet, sir.
You're all shadows. Ghostly folk about a table in a city of ghosts. The chairs and walls show through your forms. Your voices come from a distance. Echoes of men.
You will face a firing squad in the prison yard in the morning.
And they too will be shadows. Why should I fear them? Or any among this nation of specters? I know now that I'm free of you. He and I sit together here, and we are real in the midst of a cackling assemblage of shadows.
The cause is dismissed.
Go and leave me. I know what you think, insofar as you think, insofar as you exist at all. My mind is clear, and I know what I was never sure of. You're evil as you're empty. And my happiness is here, in the face of this one reality, this one friend who says that I did well when I did a kindness, that I was worthy when I could not kill.
Your prisoner, Sergeant.
Now that I've said these things, they'll make an end of me. They will put me to death out of their world.
They put me to death long ago.
I must face the firing squad in the morning. Will you stay with me then?
Yes, I will stay with you.
And in the night, if I'm alone, my mind will torture me. Will you stay with me in the night?
Yes, I will stay.
Will you say again the words you said on the bank of the Danube?
No man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other.
And the rest?
Yes. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they that do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy.
This way, Captain.
Yes. I'm ready.
So Captain Cassell went to his death because his inner spirit would not be denied. That death was one of triumph and of comfort. He had found again his true belief, had made his peace with God. The freedom of every man and every woman to find that peace is, of all freedoms, the most fundamental, precious, and profound. And the powers of darkness know that well, and that is why, when they would enslave mankind, they strike first at the freedom of the soul. Faced with this threat in other lands, let us renew our resolve that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, that government of the people, by the people, and for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Paul Muni and Maxwell Anderson joined the Free Company under the chairmanship of James Boyd in contributing their services without payment. Leith Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild, to the American Federation of Radio Artists, and to the Columbia Network, all of whom have combined to make this series possible, To all these people, with a word of especial thanks to Irving Reese, who directed, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
A copy of today's broadcast by Maxwell Anderson has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York. A complete collection of the Free Company plays will be available in book form at your local bookstore on Monday, May 5th. Next Sunday, as previously announced, we broadcast the final program in the first cycle of Free Company plays, called Above Suspicion. It was adapted from an outline prepared for the Free Company by the late Sherwood Anderson and stars Paul Lucas. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail a plow or sail or land or life if freedom fail? This is Burgess Meredith in Hollywood speaking for the Free Company. Today we hear Francho Tone and Gail Patrick in a new radio play by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night. The Free Company is a group of leading writers, actors, and radio workers who have joined together on their own initiative to present a series of dramas illustrating and explaining our basic American liberties. All members contribute their services as a free expression of their faith in American democracy and in the basic civil rights which make that way of living together possible. The list of writers for the Free Company includes some of the most distinguished names in American letters. 9 Free Company members have won Pulitzer Prize awards. Our dramatists include Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, and John Steinbeck. Today, Robert E. Sherwood's play, An American Crusader, seeks to honor the memory of a man who fought against cruel odds for freedom of speech and for freedom of the press. His name was Elijah Parrish Lovejoy. He lived more than 100 years ago when our country was in a period of growing uncertainty and fear, increasing doubt of the permanence of our institutions. Americans in Lovejoy's time could be heard saying many of the same things that we hear today.
People are hollering about the need for national unity, but there ain't no such thing.
We've got to abolish slavery. There can be no compromise with evil.
If we keep on the way we're going, we'll be in war, and that'll mean the end of democracy.
What this country needs is sound money. This new doctrine of President Monroe sounds good on paper, but it won't work. The trouble with this country is we're getting mixed up in the politics of Europe. The trouble with this country is...
One of the greatest American voices was raised in an expression of faith at the dedication of the Bunker Hill Monument in Boston. It was the voice of Daniel Webster.
If the true spark of religious and civil liberty be kindled, it will burn. Human agency cannot extinguish it. Like the earth's central fire, it may be smothered for a time. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave both the ocean and the land, and at some time or other, in some place or other, the volcano will break out and flame up to heaven.
So spoke Daniel Webster, and his words burned into the soul of young Elijah Lovejoy, who had gone from his native Maine to the Theological Seminary in Princeton. The day before his graduation, he is called to the office of Dr. Guthrie, the Dean of the Saints.
Oh, Mr. Lovejoy, I'm glad to see you. Do sit down.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to have a word with you before you leave us. I knew there would be no time in the midst of tomorrow's ceremonies. Of course, like all the others, you'll be glad to be out of this stuffy, scholastic atmosphere.
I'll never stop being grateful to you, sir, for your kindness, your understanding.
I hope you really mean that, Mr. Lovejoy.
I shouldn't say it if I didn't mean it, Dr. Guthrie.
No, I'm sure you wouldn't. I've observed that you're one who isn't afraid to speak his mind. I believe you'll make a great name for yourself as a minister of the gospel.
Dr. Guthrie, I have a confession to make.
I'm eager to hear it, Mr. Lovejoy.
I'm not going to preach the gospel. At least not from the pulpit.
But tomorrow you'll be ordained as a minister. You've been working hard for years to reach that goal.
I know it. But there's a great battle going on. A battle which will decide whether freedom and slavery can continue to exist side by side in the same country, in the same world. I want to join in that fight.
And how do you propose to fight, and where?
I have an opportunity to become editor of a newspaper in St. Louis, Missouri. That's where the fight's strongest. Do you feel I'm making a mistake?
Naturally, I'm disappointed. I've been a minister of the gospel all my life. For the past 30 years and more, I've been instructing young men like yourself in the Word of God.
And you taught it well, Dr. Guthrie. So well that you filled me with a desire to preach it. Not only from the pulpit, but in the marketplace, in the streets, on the farms, and across the great waters. For the Word of God is the promise of justice to all men, equality for all men, freedom for all men by God's will. I know I can say these things in the church to pious people, but I believe I can say them more strongly through the press, the free press. More people will hear them.
You realize, don't you, that in following this course you'll be risking your life? This war you're entering, it's a bitter war. A war to the death.
I realize that, Dr. Guthrie, but if I am risking my life, it could not be in a better cause.
That is no more than the truth, Mr. Lovejoy. May God give you strength in the battle that is ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Elijah Lovejoy went to St. Louis. He gained recognition as a young man of high promise, of courage, of intelligence, and integrity, and there was no one more appreciative of his good qualities than a certain young lady named Cecilia Ann French.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, miss. What can I do for you?
We want a marriage license.
Well, I suspected as much, seeing as this is the Marriage License Bureau. Name, please.
Elijah Parrish Lovejoy.
Date and place of birth.
Albion, Maine, November 9th, 1802.
And the lovely bride.
Celia Ann French. Born right here in St. Louis.
You don't have to say when. Your occupation, Miss Lovejoy?
I'm a minister of the gospel. And I'm editor of the St. Louis Observer.
Oh, I thought I'd seen your name somewhere. Been having a mite of trouble, haven't you, Miss Lovejoy?
Yes, a little.
Well, I guess everybody is these days. Here's your license. Wish you both luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elijah.
Yes.
What did he mean, trouble?
Oh, nothing in particular. All newspaper editors have trouble as part of our job.
Elijah, don't lie to me. You have been having a particular kind of trouble, for my father said.
I know what your father says. He thinks I'm one of those crazy reformers who'd better keep their ideas to themselves.
And maybe he's right, Elijah. If you endanger yourself by expressing those ideas.
Celia, listen to me. Your father's a dear old gentleman who has a fine, big plantation and many slaves. And a beautiful daughter. And ideas and beliefs that are not the same as mine. He doesn't think anything should ever be changed.
And you think everything should be changed?
Not quite everything, but many things. Oh, I don't say your father isn't justified in his convictions. But he doesn't realize that times have changed. That what was true in his time is no longer true in yours and mine. He helped shape and build his world, as you and I must shape and build our world, Celia.
But if it means danger and trouble.
There is always danger and trouble when men battle for truth. Celia, darling, I love you more than anything in the world except one thing.
And that one thing?
Man's liberty.
But that's only an idea.
Not an idea, Celia. An ideal.
An ideal for which men have fought and died since the beginning of history. It's a never-ending battle, for in every generation there's a new threat, a new menace. And it must be met, no matter what the cost.
I'm not sure that I understand. And I'm a little frightened, too. Oh, Elijah, promise me. Promise me you'll keep out of danger for my sake.
I promise to love you for as long as I shall live. Be content with that, darling. And right now, let's forget everything except the one important fact that we're going to be married.
Young bride like you turned all of a sudden into a widow.
What do you mean? Get out of here.
Now, don't start any trouble, Mr. Lovejoy.
We mean business.
Let us hear what they have to say, Elijah.
That's good advice, Mrs. Lovejoy.
Come on, then. What is it you want?
We want to tell you we don't like your newspaper, Mr. Lovejoy. And we're telling you in the interest of your health, you better get out of St. Louis. Get out fast. Move to some district where your opinions are more popular.
Have I been printing anything that's false?
We're not here to argue that point.
We're telling you to get.
We've given you fair warning, Mr. Lovejoy. That's all.
Come on, boy.
Oh, Elijah.
I'm sorry this happened, darling.
Is this what you meant by the battle for truth?
Yes. This is what I meant.
The country was becoming more seriously divided. One group was shouting slavery must be abolished. The other group was shouting each state must mind its own business and leave its neighbors alone. And Lovejoy was forced to move his printing press across the Mississippi River to Alton in Illinois. There he and his bride set up housekeeping anew, and he started another newspaper.
Look, darling, the first issue of the Alton Observer. Aren't you proud? Here, read it.
Slavery is a crime against God and man. It is poison in the very lifeblood of human society. But, Elijah, you're saying the very same things that you said in St. Louis.
Of course I am. They're the truth.
But people don't want to hear the truth.
Nonsense, Celia. Illinois is a free territory. It was the truth that set us free. It'll keep us free.
It's all very well to fight for the truth, but not at the risk of losing your home and happiness and maybe your own life.
I wish I could make you understand, Celia, that the truth for which I fight is worth all that risk. Once you see that, once you understand, then you'll not fear any longer.
In a way, I understand. But it all seems so hopeless. You're only one man against a city. What good does it do to raise your voice? Who listens?
When I was still in college, I heard Daniel Webster. I've never forgotten his words. They burned into my very soul. He said, if the true spark of religious and civil liberty be kindled, it will burn. Like the earth's central fire, it may be smothered for a time. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave both the ocean and the land, and at some time or other, in some place or other, the volcano will break out and flame up to heaven. Those were his words, Celia. I don't want to have it said they were spoken in vain. That's why, even though mine's the only voice in all this territory, it must be raised to keep alive that spark of liberty.
At the risk, Elijah.
I'm going to fight them to the end, Celia. I'm determined. Good, Jake. What is it? The new newspaper. Read that.
Slavery is a
crime against God and man.
Well, who's printing that disgraceful inflammatory?
It's that young preacher that just moved in. Name of Lovejoy. I say, he's the fellow they threw out of St. Louis. Sure he is.
He ain't got no right to print such stuff. That's war talk.
That's precisely what it is. Trying to stir up trouble. As Judge Douglas says, he's trying to inflame the passions of men.
If you let people like that go on talking, and worse, printing their opinions, why, we'll end up in war, civil war. Well, since we seem to be agreed, the next question is, what do we do about it?
Elijah, look. There's a mob of men coming up to the house. Men with torches. Oh, darling, I'm frightened.
There's no need to be scared.
What are you going to do?
I'll go out to talk to them.
Oh, Elijah.
I'll be all right, my dear. Well, gentlemen, we just come to call, Mr. Lovejoy, to tell you won't be needing to go down to your newspaper office tomorrow. Because the newspaper ain't any good without a printing press, and your printing press ain't there any longer. You've stolen it?
Oh, no, we ain't stole it. We just heaved it in the Mississippi River.
Yes, you'll find it in the mud, Mr. Lovejoy. And it won't be in very good condition for printing anymore your firebrand war talk.
Have you got anything to say to us before we bid you good night, Mr. Lovejoy?
Just this. The Mississippi's a mighty big river, but it isn't big enough to drown all the words that are going to be spoken before this issue's settled. Good night.
You're all right, Elijah?
Yes, dear, I'm all right. But I'm silenced. Oh, you should have listened to your father, Celia. Never married a crazy reformer with no gift for anything but antagonizing people.
Would we have to leave Alton now?
I don't know. I don't know where we could go or what we could do. We haven't any money left.
Does it matter, darling?
Yes, it does matter. We can't let them beat us this way.
But what's the use of going on, Elijah? Yours is only one voice crying in the wilderness.
All the more reason why my voice must be heard then. For surely somewhere, somehow, somebody will hear. The ocean may overwhelm it. Mountains may press it down. But its inherent and unconquerable force will heave the ultimate land.
And there were some who heard, even in Alton. Some who knew Lovejoy was fighting the good fight. And some, too, who knew that he could not fight alone.
Mr. Lovejoy?
Yes, Dr. Mack.
I believe you know these gentlemen, Mr. Strother, Mr. Callahan, Mr. Enton.
How do you do, gentlemen? How do you do, sir?
We've come to you on behalf of certain citizens of this town. Citizens who've come here from all parts of the country, north and south. We represent all sorts of political opinion. But we are united in our devotion to the principles of our Constitution, including freedom of speech.
Well, I'm glad to hear those principles have not been totally forgotten by all Americans.
I'm from South Carolina, sir. My family have been slaveholders for generations. But I believe in the words of Voltaire. I disagree with what you say, but I will defend with my life your right to say it, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Strother. You're a real patriot.
As we all are, I hope. We've taken up a collection sufficient to buy you a new printing press, Mr. Lovejoy. We wish you to resume publication of your paper.
And if that scalawag mob comes around again, call on us. We'll help you fight them. Are you ready to fight for freedom, Mr. Callahan? I'm an American of Irish descent, Mr. Lovejoy. Need I say more? No. Need say no more, or any of you. Gentlemen, this is an act of great generosity and great faith. I shall do my best to justify it.
Once more, the Alton Observer printed its attacks on slavery and intolerance. But the mob was strong, and again the crusader Lovejoy was attacked and his press destroyed. He set up a new press in a warehouse in Alton. An armed guard of volunteers assembled to defend the building on the night of November 7th, 1837.
I suppose it's useless for me to ask you, beg you, please don't go down there.
Oh, I have to go, my darling. I've got to get the paper out.
They'll try to kill you, you know that.
Yes, I know it. But I also know that they can't kill what I stand for. All over the country, the Friends of Freedom are interested in this fight. We can't surrender now.
What satisfaction will there be for me knowing that your ideals live on while you...
Darling, there are certain things that are more important than our own lives. The things which make our own lives worth living. I'm no hero. I'm just an ordinary person who believes that there's no point in being an American. There's no point in being a man unless this country lives in freedom. If I denied that belief, I wouldn't deserve to be your husband. You know it. There'd be no happiness, no peace for either of us.
All right, Elijah. If that's what you believe, then I can't change you. But I'm going with you.
No, Celia, you can't.
Wherever you are, I want to be.
I've made this fight against your wishes, against your better judgment, yet you've stood by me no matter what you felt or what you believed. But I can't let you do this. The risk's too great, Celia.
No matter what the risk, no matter what I believe, a wife's place is by her husband's side, and that's where I intend to be. I'm going with you, Elijah, and nothing you can say can stop me. I'm determined too, Elijah.
We've got to stop Lovejoy from printing that filthy sheet of his, and we've got to stop him now.
That's right. We can't let him get away with his radical talk any longer.
Destroy his press. Burn his warehouse. They've got the warehouse gone. Yeah, but there's only 5 or 6 men at most. We got 30.
And we got guns and we can shoot them.
We gotta get that Lovejoy. We gotta prove to him that guns are what talk. They talk louder than words. Guns that'll stop his words.
Kill Lovejoy. That's the only way to stop him.
Kill Lovejoy. And you're with me, men. Show him we're with you. This war talk is being heard all over the country. He's getting people inflamed and excited everywhere. There's only one way. Kill him and silence him once and for all. All right. Do we do it now, or do we let Lovejoy go on printing his rotten paper? We'll do it now.
Here's the headline, Joe. Free men arise, death to slavery. And the subhead, our forefathers fought for liberty, so must we.
If we print that, Mr. Lovejoy, this press will go into the river like all the others.
Just the same. Go ahead and print it. Where's the rest of that copy, Celia?
Right here, darling.
Thanks. Ready, Joe?
Sure, Mr. Lovejoy.
All right, let's get on with the editorial. The Declaration of Independence.
Lovejoy! Yes, Lovejoy. There's a mob of men out there. They're armed and they're surrounding the warehouse. What should we do? Lovejoy! We want you to come out of there. We're holding our fire for 1 minute. If you ain't out by then, we're coming in.
Elijah.
Oh, Celia, I should never have let you come. Now I've no choice but to yield.
Not because of me.
Yes, Celia, those men out there are desperate men. They have guns. They mean to use them. Your life's in danger here. That's all my fault. I won't let you take the risk. I'll go out.
Elijah, once you said you were not afraid to die. Then neither am I.
Celia.
If those men out there are the ones you're fighting, if mob violence and hate and destruction are your enemies, then I understand at last what you've been fighting for. Elijah, go on with your editorial.
I'm giving you one last warning, Lovejoy. You better come out.
You're not going out, Elijah. You're going to show them that not even guns can stop you.
Celia, you're wonderful.
Callahan, return that fire. But shoot over their heads. We don't want any bloodshed. I'll tell the boys.
All right, Joe, once again. The Declaration of Independence said to the people of this nation, the whole world, we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator. Life, liberty.
They can't shoot. They haven't hit one of us yet. Hey, you, Gus, Bill, Lem, get around there behind that warehouse and heave in some of them flaming packages. Set it afire. You bet, Jake. And the rest of you keep shooting tight.
The final word of that declaration, with a firm reliance in the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. And where is our sacred honor today if we submit meekly and timorously to evil?
Lovejoy! Macklin's been killed.
Oh, how terrible.
What about the others?
Two are bad hurt. We can't hold out much longer.
There's no use going on.
There's every use in going on. That's just what that mob out there wants, to stop you, but they can't.
I'm thinking of you, Celia, of your safety.
Please, if you love me, Elijah, go on.
Oh, you're very brave. All right, Callahan, keep firing.
All right.
Let's go on, Joe. Ready?
Yes.
In the preamble to the Constitution of the United States, it is written, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish...
No use, Lovejoy. We can't go on. They fired the warehouse. There's nothing to do but surrender. It's suicide
on. Suicide for all of us.
We've got to fight on.
No, Celia. Callahan's right. There's no use going on. They've trapped us. I've got to go out with them.
Oh, no. No, you mustn't.
It's my fight, but I've got to finish it my way.
Come on out, Lovejoy. We got to finish up. Come on out.
Elijah, I can't bear to have him.
Are you coming out, Lovejoy, or is you?
You've been very brave, Celia.
It's you that's made me brave, darling. Without you.
And we've got to go on being brave, both of us. The fight didn't begin with us. It won't end with us.
This is your last chance, Lovejoy.
I'm going out to them, darling.
Yes.
I love you. I love you so very much. Remember that. Always.
It's about time, Lovejoy.
There's no use continuing your useless murder, gentlemen. You succeeded?
You bet we've succeeded, and that ain't all.
Once again, you've succeeded in suppressing freedom of speech.
Oh, what's that? We thought you'd learned your lesson, Lovejoy, but I guess you're slow to learn. Huh? Big bullets to learn here. How many times we've gone on and on with your war talk. Now we're going to put an end to it once and for all.
Do you really believe that guns can suppress freedom of speech?
We can certainly suppress you, and that's all we're after.
If you believe that in suppressing me you suppress the beliefs and the ideals for which I stand, then I pity your ignorance.
What's the use of letting him go on talking? Why don't we get it over?
Let me say this one thing. If preaching the gospel of freedom is a crime in this land, then I'm a criminal and I'm ready to die. Other men have died for that same gospel. And God willing, there'll be men who come after me, willing to die.
Let him have it, Jake. As long as you're ready, Mr. Lovejoy.
I'm ready.
So be it.
So died the Reverend Elijah Parrish Lovejoy. In the halls of Congress, an ex-president of the United States, John Quincy Adams, rises to speak.
Elijah Lovejoy is the first American martyr to the freedom of the press and the freedom of the slave.
And in the years that went by, the gospel of freedom that Lovejoy had preached was spread through the land. And in that same state of Illinois, an obscure small-town lawyer arose and spoke. That he was a future president of the United States, and his name was Abraham Lincoln, and he fired the imaginations of men with these immortal words.
If we could first know where we are and whither we are tending, we could better judge what to do and how to do it. A policy has been initiated with the avowed object and confident promise of putting an end to slavery agitation. Under that policy, that agitation has not only not ceased, but has constantly augmented. In my opinion, it will not cease until a crisis shall have been reached and passed. A house divided against itself cannot stand. I believe this government cannot endure permanently half slave and half free.
As Elijah Lovejoy gave his life for freedom, so did Abraham Lincoln give his life for freedom. The Union was saved, and this nation did endure, all free. Today, the freedom Lovejoy fought for, freedom of the press, is increasingly denied as the enemies of all human liberty march to victory after victory. And under the threat of a world half slave and half free, let us renew again the pledge of Lincoln, and let us once more highly resolve that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Francho Tone and Gail Patrick, soon to be seen in MGM's Love Crazy, as well as the author of today's drama, Robert E. Sherwood, joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists
and to the Columbia Network, all of whom have combined to make this series possible. To all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed. This is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
Enjoyed Mr. Sherwood's play this afternoon will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents One More Free Man by James Boyd, with an all-star cast including Alan Dinehart, Betty Field, Elia Kazan, Margot, Dorothy McGuire, and Lionel Stander, and will be directed by Norman Corwin, with music by Bernard Herrmann. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
What avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail?
This is James Boyd speaking for the Free Company. Last Sunday it was announced in error that today Paul Muni would be heard in a drama by Maxwell Anderson. Mr. Muni will be heard in Maxwell Anderson's The Miracle of the Danube on April 27th. This afternoon we're going to hear A Start in Life, an original radio play by Paul Green, author of In Abraham's Bosom, a Pulitzer Prize play, as well as Johnny Johnson, and the current Broadway success, Native Son. Canada Lee, star of Native Son, plays our lead today. The Free Company is a group of writers, actors, and radio workers who have come together voluntarily to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of their plays have been about freedom in general, some about one or another of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Mr. Green showed us a scene where no legal right of a certain old colored man is violated, but where an attitude toward him and toward his race works against him and against his loyal, hopeful son, just as much as though his rights had been destroyed under the law. The Free Company presents A Start in Life. Our play today is in and around a great American university in the southern part of the United States. The college sits aloft on a hill. Its observatory, library, science buildings, museums, dormitories, and church spires shining in the first rays of the morning sun. This, like 100 others, is our temple of learning, the interpreter and guardian of democratic truth. A mile away, in a little field below the hill, is a Negro cabin. A cabin like thousands of other Negro cabins and dwelling shacks throughout the land.
Ain't that boy up yet, Mammy?
Ain't called him yet, Pappy.
Lord, the day near about broke already. And ain't it cold out there? Whew, that ground's froze like a bull's horn.
Feed the mules?
I has. Hey, Bobo, get out in that bed.
Watch that fatback fine, honey. I'll go get him up. Better get up in there, boy, if you was going with your pappy. Oh, get up, get up. Breakfast is all done fixed and got you some hot coffee, too.
Let me alone.
What about all your proud bragging about how soon you was going to be up this morning? Get out of that bed, boy.
Is it time to get up, Mammy?
Sure is. And if you was going to haul wood for that festa up at the big college, you better rise and shine. Come on now. Come on, bring your shoes into the kitchen.
Here, let them fix everything on the table for you, honey. Oh, you sure look pretty this morning.
Oh, Pappy, ain't you ashamed?
I reckon I can give you a big hug, too, on a morning like this. Yeah, what's the matter, gal?
Just thinking about that wagon wheel.
That right back wheel?
It's all dished out and crooked and it rattles so.
That old wheel gonna hold up. Ain't it held up so far?
Oh, if you could just get you a good new wheel.
Honey, I'm gonna. When the professor paid me for hauling the wood, that's what I'm gonna do.
Look out how you drive 'em, honey. Don't load 'em up too heavy.
You know me, gal. I'm careful.
This is the best job we ever has had. Don't lose it.
Hush up, here come Bobo. No use to fret him. Come on, son, eat.
Ooh, fat back and coffee.
Wash that face first.
These here taters and backbone coming mighty good for your dinner.
Yeah, and don't forget them collards. Collards give a man muscle power to handle them big pieces of wood. Sit down, boy. Lord, make us thankful for what we're about to receive and be with us in time to come. Amen.
Now, Bobo, this is your big start in life. Today you begins. You start hauling for the white folks with your daddy.
And I was going to save my money. Ain't I, Pappy?
Sure. We're all going to save our money. Ain't I got a new wagon wheel to pay for? And there's that Mary mule. Ain't paid out on her yet.
I'm going to help you pay for him, Pappy.
Sure, we're all going to help, honey. And you and me, we'll be out every morning hauling away. Wood for the festers, carrying off their trash. And with our 2 mules and maybe someday a brand new spanking wagon. Yes, sir. We're making a new start now. Come on, let's hurry and finish here and hitch up them mules. No, you can't whistle, boy.
I was learning mighty fast.
I mean, it's too cold for you to whistle. Getting light enough to see the frost everywhere. Boy, there is a frost. How's your feet?
Oh, they all right. Look at that big star over there.
Yeah, that's in the east. The morning star. That old red sun soon be coming up there.
Look how big is that star that sets across the river at sundown.
That's the same star. The morning star and the evening star is the same star, the good book say.
How come that? One of them's on the right hand and one of them's over there on the left hand. How come they be on the same 2 sides of you?
Well, that's 'cause it goes around under the earth and rises again. God's power.
Does God make all that happen?
It sure do. He's smart and all-powerful. Knows everything. Does everything.
White folks powerful, too. They knows heaps.
Yeah, but they ain't God.
But they's next to God, ain't they?
Well, now, maybe you might say that. Mostly they act like it.
I bet old Professor's near about next to God.
Huh?
You know, Professor Johnson, the man we're going to haul the wood for. Mammy said he about the biggest man at the university.
He's a smart man, all right, and he's going to pay us good for this hauling.
Gosh, I feel like a grown-up man today.
You do, huh? Yeah, I'll break you off a chew of tobacco.
Oh, thanks, Pappy. Yeah, it's kind of funny, oh. You know who the smartest man in the world is, Pappy?
God, I done told you.
Maybe.
Sure.
But you next to him.
Oh, well, dog my cat.
And you is, too. You about the biggest man in them. I'm all, Pappy.
Yeah, I'll give you one more chew of tobacco and you'll bag me clean out in my breeches. And all here at the first commencement. See, can you drive? You're starting up that long hill into town now. I don't reckon these mules will run away with you. They sure mighty smart-spirited, though.
Here, let me take that whip. Get on there, mule. Get up there. Got a big day's work. Get light down so we can see everything.
Yeah. And look up there at the white folks' town. See the church spires. Old sun touching them off with fire.
Ain't that a high one? I mean, that one's sticking way up.
That's them shouting white folks Methodists. They built that. Pointing their finger way up. Way up in the face of God. Morning, Sister Lucy.
Morning, Brother Jody.
Morning, ma'am.
How is you, Lucy?
I'm fine, thank you.
You're all up early.
Sure, anybody cooks for the white folks got to be up early. Don't you see you got there, Brother Jody? No pot and corn wouldn't help none.
I guess not. Wish I had more. See you later.
Yes, sir. Bye, y'all.
Bye. Bye, Miss Lucy. Gee, Miss Lucy looks mighty cold, all bundled up.
Sure, she's cold. That's why she walks so fast.
The white folks sleep late, don't they?
Sure, but the good book say be up and doing. That's how to get ahead. We's up and doing, ain't we?
We sure is.
He that rises with the sun, the man that gets the most work done. But the white folks twist and turn in their beds heavy with their deep thinking.
Gee, everything sure looks funny. All them buildings all shut up and so early in the morning. And look, that bank building over there. I bet they just got a bushel of dollars in there.
So they have. Yellow dollars and white dollars and great big piles of greenbacks. That's where you and me gonna put our money. Yes, sir, when we get it saved up.
How much you reckon we're gonna make, Pappy?
We'll make something every day. And you get your 10 cents. Every day you get it.
And then, look at that hardware window. Them fishing hooks and poles. I get me one of them, ain't I?
Sure.
And then I go up to the creek and catch Mammy a mess of yellow bellies anytime I want them, can I?
You sure can do that, too.
And then someday, who knows? Someday maybe I'll get me a bicycle.
Lord help my life. Done spent that money long before you earned it. Want all cream and no milk.
Just an old bicycle. Second-hand, maybe. And then I could come uptown and get things when you and Mammy wanted them.
You were peddling your guts out trying to get up that long hill. You wait till you make some money before you spend it. Now remember, boy, him that buys what he don't need is going to need what he can't buy. That's an old saying my daddy taught me. You know, them old sayings come in handy. That's how come I got along the way I have, with a team and a wagon of my own. Now remember that.
Yes, sir.
Well, here he is. Whoa!
Oh.
Well, now let's begin.
Look at all that wood.
Ain't it true? Mergings of it. Professor had them CC boys down here cleaning up and piling away. Gonna have him a big hillside garden down here. And see right over there, between them sweet gums? Well, that's where the swimming pool's gonna be for the children. Splashing and ducking about in the hot dog days.
That sure be nice. Mm-hmm. And look at that house up there shining. It looks just like a mansion.
That is a mansion. Got 10 rooms in it.
Sure is a rich man.
Yeah, Professor Johnson, he make the money. Well, now, let's get busy so we can make some, too. Here goes.
See, Pappy? See up there?
Huh?
Them bicycles on the porch. Those brand new.
Yeah, they children's. Now, turn your eyes on this here wood and let's load. That's it. That's it. Now, right over here. That's right. Give me that other.
That old blind Mary mule sure loved them dead leaves.
She ain't never had enough of nothing. I give her 3 big ears of corn and a whole 2 hands of fodder this morning. Can't fill her up. Fire! Dang old hide. Have to tie her. Reckon that'll keep her.
Boy, that's some house. How did that professor make so much money? Well, how do he?
Well, he teaches in the college. But that's the leastest of it. He writes books. Big books, they tell.
Yeah, what does he write about?
He writes about us Negroes. Now, go on away.
What do you write about Negroes for? Ain't nothing to tell about them, is there?
Don't know. Say he makes plenty money selling them books.
Do the color folks buy them?
Now, how can us poor colored folks buy any books? Hush your mouth. Whoa! Ho, I tell you! Ho!
She wants some more of them leaves.
Well, she ain't gonna get them.
Is that the professor over there on the porch?
Hey, what are you boys doing down there?
Take off your caps, son. We thought we'd get up and get an early start, sir.
Well, you have. You're waking up the whole neighborhood.
Well, we'll be right quiet, sir. Yes, sir, right quiet and easy.
I hope so. Now put the wood around in the cellar, and I'll be out later.
He's kind of sore about something.
Well, that's just his way. Come on, we got a load now. Let's untie old Mary. Ready?
Yes, sir.
Stand back now. We're going to drive out of here. Get up! You Suki, get up from there. Pull your part.
Look out! That hamstring's broke. Look out!
I tell you. Ain't that a come off? Now that hamstring was cut from Ben Cate's bull hide. Said it could hold an elephant. That's all right, though. I'll fix it in a minute.
There's the professor man, Pappy. He's coming this way.
What's the trouble?
Nothing, sir, nothing. I was just getting ready to ride out.
What the devil are you beating your mules for?
Well, old Suki's kind of lazy sometimes, but we'll be right along, Professor.
For the last time, I tell you, don't make so much noise. Mrs. Johnson's not gotten up.
Yes, sir. Now we go out of here. Get up. Get up. We'll drive this up to the house.
Watch out, Pappy. Watch out. He's going to hit a tree.
Watch out, mule. That dod-drotten hussy. Sprat-legged fool. The stump-sucking ditchwater animal. Now pull your jaw. Come here. Gee! You better push. I'll push, too.
Gee whiz, maybe we ought not put such a big load in next time.
That's all right. Everything fine now. We'll take this load round to the back door. Get up. Whoa! Whoa! Well, here we is.
Look, old Mary's biting them shrubs.
Dang old hook. Hold the head, son. I'll throw the wood out. Then we'll take it inside the cellar. Give me that.
Well, I see you got one load around here.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
And see that your mules don't eat Mrs. Johnson's spirea bushes, these here.
Yes, sir. No, sir.
I hope they haven't been eating them already.
No, sir. No, sir.
Well, all right. Is that your boy?
Yes, sir.
He seems smart. What's your name, son?
They call me Bobo.
Bobo, eh? How old are you?
About 9 or 10.
Yes, sir. That's right. He'll be 10 the next coming 5th of July.
Huh?
Does he go to school?
Well, no, sir. He ain't,
Well, you ought to have that boy in school. Now, how do you ever expect him to grow up to be anything?
His mammy teaches him some at night. He can read a little.
Well, you still ought to have that boy in school. Now, how do you expect... What have you got in your mouth, boy? Don't tell me you're chewing tobacco.
Yes, sir. He takes a little mite now and then to curtain him up.
And barefooted. Now, what's the matter with you, letting the boy go around like that?
Oh, he don't mind the cold much. You see, the sun done come up and everything's getting warm. He don't mind the cold.
Heavens above, barefooted in this weather.
Oh, I got shoes, Mr. White Folks.
That's right. Some of Judge Markham's wife gave them to him.
Well, then he ought to wear them.
But they's too small for him, being they's white woman's shoes, see? But his feet's like wet leather. He don't mind the cold.
Right. What have you got there? You realize one of your wheels there's about to cave in?
Well, we want to drive some wedges over that tire. They need a bit might shrink.
They sure do. That's no outfit to come hauling wood with. Oh, well, do the best you can.
Yes.
Mrs. Johnson, breakfast is ready. Breakfast is ready.
I'll be right in, Martha. All right, now, but be as quiet as you can, please.
What's the matter, Bobo? Bet you swallowed that backer down, didn't you?
I couldn't help it. That man, he scared me.
No, he won't hurt you. He's a good man.
How many children you got?
Well, they got about 4. All little girls, they say. Yeah, all of them little girls. Mm-hmm.
All them little girls and their bicycle. I see all their wheels on the porch over there. See them red wheels?
Yeah, that's right. Nothing but girls. I've been knowing Fessel for a long time. Fact is, I helped dig the foundation for this house. From 7 in the morning till 6 at night. 7 to 6. Swinging that old pick in the pipe clay.
But that was before you got your mules and wagons, wasn't it, Pappy?
Sure. I was like all the other Negroes down in the ditch. Digging.
But Pappy didn't stay there. He come out of that ditch.
That's right. All the time I was going to save my money and get in business for myself.
And now we in.
And everything's smooth sailing. Come on, we get another load. Reckon that'll hold that old wheel.
Don't know. It stands mighty crankside.
But we ain't got much of a load on this time. Sure, it'll stand. Get up, Mary. You spooky? What in the name of time ails that mule?
Here's that man again.
What in the name of mercy is the trouble this time?
One of the wheels got a little cantankerous, but we done fixed it.
Well, it doesn't look like it. Still, it ought to hold up that handful of wood.
Yes, sir. We's loaded light this time.
I'll say you are. Won't your mules pull?
Seems like the old Scratch himself got into Blind Mary.
From the looks of things, she needs something to eat. Maybe she's too weak to pull.
She could pull all right if she just would, sir.
Why in the name of mercy did you come here trying to haul wood with such a turnout as this?
Yes, sir, but...
But nothing. Leading your poor mules that way won't make them pull. Here, son. You hold her head a minute. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Back. That's it, girl, now. Right, easy.
You sure you know your stuff about mules, Fessel?
Well, I know enough not to starve them to death. Not to try to haul wood with a harness and wagon falling to bits. What's the matter, son?
Nothing, sir.
You're shaking with a cold.
But no, sir, I ain't cold.
All right. Here goes. Get up there. Get up.
Yeah, he sure can drive, can't he, son?
Look out. That wheel's going to fall off.
Well, I reckon there won't be any more wood hauling. Here, take your mules and your rattle trap and clear out.
We'll fix that up, sir. In a jiffy.
Here, we're getting a new wheel, huh? Well, you need 4 new wheels. Here's $1, though you haven't earned even 50 cents. I'll get somebody else to haul my wood. Good Lord, heavens above.
What is it, Marvin?
Oh, these Negroes, these Negroes. You needn't come back tomorrow. Just forget it. Just forget it.
Don't let it fret you so.
Well, how can I help it? There are millions like them. Hopeless, helpless.
Oh, come on. Finish your breakfast, Marvin.
What do you say, Pap?
I reckon that's the end of our job. We got to get this thing home. What are you looking at?
Nothing.
Yeah, well, why are you looking at me like that?
Nothing.
I'm a mind to get a switch and fail you. Quit looking at me.
I ain't done nothing.
Ain't done nothing. Nobody done nothing. Mule's done nothing. You done nothing. That professor talking to me. Abuses me like a dog. Mule, hold your head up! I reckon that'll hold you for a while, you... Here. Help me get one of these limbs and stick on this axle. Got to drag this thing back home. Hear me? You hear me?
Yes.
Catch hold of that side of the wheel and lift it up. Got to put a limb on it and drag home. What business is it yours, woman?
Well, I ain't got your dinner ready yet.
We don't want no dinner.
What's the matter, son?
Nothing.
What in the world's happened, boy?
Stop! Stop, I tell you!
What's happened?
Nothing. Nothing.
Did your wagon break down, son?
Yes, it did. Had to haul the wagon home ourselves.
Don't worry about it, son. We'll get us a new wagon. Maybe. Sometime.
It ain't that. It ain't that.
Oh, what is it, baby?
It's Pappy. Pappy. The way that man treated him.
What man?
Shut up, Bobo.
He talked rough to Pappy. What? And Pappy couldn't do nothing. He didn't do nothing.
Shut up, I tell you.
Don't let that boy.
Lay our hands on him, I'll beat him black and blue.
Don't you do it. Don't you. Don't look like that. Oh, honey, never mind. Please, Pappy, please.
Yeah, that white man. We ought to get my gun and go back and kill him.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
And the way he looked at me, abused me. They put out the light, make the day dark like a cloud. Stomp on me, squash me. Give me no chance. Yeah, taking your life away, take all. Put a fence around the world and leave you no room. Now I'm down at the bottom. Oh.
Look at your poor face. In your eyes. Don't cry. I got my arms about you. All safe about you, honey. I'll hold you tighter.
I ain't crying, gal. Ain't no use to cry. There ain't no use.
Come on. I'll get you dinner.
In our Bill of Rights, we say that no man shall be deprived of his vote by reason of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. We say that under the law all men are equal. We do not always observe even the letter of our law. And if we did, it would not suffice. For freedom is a faith, and laws alone will never save us if we lose faith. Faith in equal justice and equal freedom for all.
The this afternoon's Columbia presentation of the Free Company's drama by Paul Green starred Canada Lee as Pappy, with Georgette Harvey as Mammy, Edna May Harris as Bobo, Louis Van Rooten as the Professor, and Marietta Canty. Music was arranged and conducted by Lynn Murray, and the production was under the direction of Norman Corwin. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive a copy of this broadcast. Write to The Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York. Next Sunday, April 20th, at this same time, you will hear a verse drama by Archibald MacLeish, starring Burgess Meredith, titled The State's Talking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood for the Free Company. Today, Melvin Douglas, Claire Trevor, Edward Ellis, Margaret Hamilton, and Charles Bickford appear in a new original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek, by Mark Connolly, author of the Pulitzer Prize play Green Pasture. The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek is the second in a series produced by the Free Company, a group of prominent writers, actors, and radio workers who have organized to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of these plays will deal with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Today's drama, for example, concerns freedom of speech as applied to teaching. Other plays will cover more general ground. All of them are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of our freedom. All of them will be written by America's most distinguished dramatists, including Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, Robert E. Sherwood, and John Steinbeck, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. And now, Mark Connolly's original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek.
Children, stay in your seats. The bell hasn't rung yet. Oh, I know it isn't easy to get used to school again and a new teacher, but I think tomorrow we'll all feel more at home together. I know I'm going to like being here, and I know I'm going to like you. And you can make it easy for me to like you by being good pupils. Now, that's not what I call being a good pupil. Do you think your seat is about to collapse?
No, ma'am.
Well, then sit back in it. Will you tell me your name again?
Eddie Etheridge.
Oh, yes. Have I been boring you, Eddie?
You what?
Have you heard one word of what I've been saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then sit properly, please. You're not going to exit under your desk, you know. Remember, march out in order. Class dismissed. Would you like some more pie, Mrs. Roberts?
No, thanks, Clara. Miss Thatcher might.
Oh, no more, thank you. It was delicious, though. You want some, Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Roberts don't want any more. I'm glad you like lemon pie, Miss Thatcher. If you're going to board with us, you'll enjoy it every Tuesday. I don't think we've missed a Tuesday in 18 years, have we, Clem?
No.
Well, how'd you like your Millersville class, Miss Thatcher?
Oh, very much. They're unusually bright children.
I guess they have to be with all the things they teach them these days.
They're teaching them too much.
Mr. Roberts, don't you agree there are many things children must know today they didn't need to 30 years ago?
What?
Well, nowadays, if they don't know more about Europe, for instance, they're not going to be able to understand and appreciate their own country as they should.
They don't need to have politics thrown at them.
Oh, but we've been teaching civics since they've been public schools, and, well, civics embrace political history.
Are you teaching them politics in your class?
No, I'm afraid the 5th grade is a little young for civics.
That ain't the way the communists feel. They like to get at them young.
There isn't any communism in your schools, is there?
We've seen signs of it, but it ain't going to get very far.
Now, Mr. Roberts and I usually go to the movies on Tuesday night, and if you'd like to come along...
Oh, that's very kind of you, but as a matter of fact, I've already made an engagement to go.
Oh, that's nice. You going with one of the other teachers?
No, Mr. Hunter's going to call for me about 8.
Oh, that's nice, too. You must have made quite an impression on the principal. Last year, he never took any of the teachers to the movies.
Well, I've known Mr. Hunter for some time.
That's so. Where'd you meet him?
The summer before the war started. We were both in a teachers' group that was touring Europe.
And you met him on the tour?
Mm-hmm.
Were you there when the war began?
Yes. We managed to get out of Germany just in time.
On that trip you made, did you go to Russia, too?
Yes. Russia, France, Germany, and England.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you mean, Mr. Roberts?
I was just wondering where Mr. Hunter got some of those radical ideas of his.
What radical ideas, Mr. Roberts?
Now, Clem, Miss Thatcher's a friend of Mr. Hunter's.
Okay. Better get our hats if we're going to go to the movies.
Good evening, Miss Thatcher.
Good evening, Mr. Hunter. Were your ears burning a little while ago?
Oh, why?
Well, I don't think Mr. Roberts approves of you completely.
No, I'm afraid he doesn't. If he ever learns you came here on my recommendation, I don't think your fine record in Bridgeton is going to help you.
Well, he isn't very cordial now.
You know, you don't have to live here, even if he is a member of the school board.
Oh, no, sir. I intend to do a little work on him. You know, I'd really like to find out what's behind those fixed ideas of his.
I'm afraid you won't get very far. You ought to see him at a school board meeting.
Has he made trouble for you?
When I became principal last year, Roberts almost stopped me from using the Clavering textbooks.
But didn't you tell him that they were required reading in half a dozen states?
Yes, but Roberts acted as though I'd brought the Clavering series personally from Moscow.
Oh, goodness.
I pointed out that Dr. Clavering was one of the most honored educators in America. I couldn't convince Roberts that he wasn't dedicated to poisoning the minds of school children.
Well, but you got the books approved all right.
Yes. I hope I won't have him against me on anything this year. The 3 new board members are all friends of his. Well, you ready?
Yes.
You want to know what subversive activity I've planned?
What?
I intend to hold your hand at the movies, even if they ride me out of town on a rail.
Albert, 3 times 12. 36. Ellen,
Sunday.
Is there a league meeting tonight?
Why do you think I'm putting on this uniform?
Well, there could be a parade.
You never saw me parade at night.
What are they going to meet about tonight?
Oh, we're going to talk about new officers for next year. If you don't ask too many questions, they may make me commander.
Isn't being vice commander just as good?
No, that's just being second in command. Darn collar's getting awful tight.
Pop, did you know in the Revolutionary War, a lot of the soldiers didn't have any uniforms at all?
That's right. They were very poor.
Some of them were rich, though.
Not many.
I bet the smugglers were.
Who?
The smugglers, like John Hancock.
What John Hancock?
Huh? The John Hancock that signed the Declaration of Independence. He was a smuggler.
Who said so?
It's true. It's in the book.
What book?
The history book at school.
John Hancock was one of the founders of our country. You remember what happens to you when you tell dream lies.
But this isn't a dream lie. It's in the book. And Miss Thatcher had me read it to the class today. I've got it downstairs. I'll show it to you.
You bet you will. Wait a minute. I'm going down with you. Get my cap out of the box. What does that book say about George Washington?
I forget all. But he had false teeth.
Mm-hmm. I suppose he was a crook, too.
Oh, no, sir. He was all right.
How would you know? I like 'em feeding you kids that stuff.
But it's true, isn't it, Pop?
Listen, son, they're giving you a lot of anti-Americanism. Now let's get down and look at that book. What's the name of that teacher of yours? I'm here to tell you that you fellas don't know what's going on at that school. When my kid got through talking, I thought he might be just making things up the way kids do. But I saw the things he was talking about printed in the book the kids are learning from. Printed right there in that book.
Something ought to be done about that quick.
What do you think we ought to do, Harry?
I'll tell you what we ought to do. I want the American Veterans League to make a protest and send it to me as a member of the school board. I'll turn it over to the superintendent of schools Monday morning. Then we'll get action.
Will somebody put that as a motion? I move that the Veterans League Millersville unit demand that the school board investigate un-American activities.
I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you tonight.
Oh, why?
I've got to go to a school board meeting. The witch hunters are riding again.
In what direction?
Toward a bonfire of the Clavering textbooks.
But I thought you convinced them last year that...
Now we've got 3 new members on the board. Each as reactionary as Mrs. O'Leary's cow. Put an unexpected truth in front of them, and they'll always kick over the lamp. Tonight, Mr. Etheridge promises to introduce some surprises.
I want to go to that meeting.
I don't think that would be wise.
I'm going just the same. I've got a feeling I'm one of the surprises.
Last year, the fact that some other school boards had approved the Clavering books persuaded the Millersville board to adopt them. Gentlemen, I maintain this board has had something put over on it, and that we can't repair the damage a minute too soon. Before I'm through, I think you'll decide to get rid of these books and the people who are using them for anti-American purposes.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Taylor.
As superintendent of schools, I'm included in Mr. Etheridge's generalities, and I believe...
I'm not including you, Dr. Taylor. I know you're 100% American. Mr. Hunter here is the man I'm concerned about.
Now, I don't know whether the whole board has ever read these flavoring books. I doubt the new members have.
I read them.
I know you did, Mr. Roberts. And I wish I'd been on the board when you tried to stop them last year. But for the benefit of those that haven't read these books, I have a few quotations I want them to listen to. And I think they'll be just as appalled as I was by the dirty, disgusting, un-American statement this man Clavering makes. Listen to this one on page 22, book 4. In many instances, the devotion of the leaders in the fight for independence in 1776 was caused less by patriotism than by the opportunity for what today we would call graft. That's a fine way to help children take pride in their forefathers, isn't it? And look what he has to say about the Boston Massacre, one of the outrages that brought on the revolution. I quote, "The mob was at least as much to blame for the Boston Massacre as the troops."
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hunter, I'm afraid Mr. Etheridge will find that the book is quite correct on that point.
You mean calling American patriots a mob?
On that occasion, they really were a mob.
That isn't the main point. It's the whole general attitude the books take I object to. It's the undermining of our children's confidence in the men who helped make America what it is. What good is there in saying John Hancock was a smuggler? All these dirty personal insults to great men's memories. Saying John Adams was a political boss. Andrew Jackson was rough and uncultured. Couldn't even spell correctly. He says that about another American president. Dirty personal insults to our American heroes. Now that's swell stuff to feed the mind of kids, isn't it? Gentlemen, if what I've read to you isn't enough to justify throwing out these books and the man who brought them to Millersville, I'm going to show you the damage that's been done already. What happens when Mr. Hunter brings his own picked teachers into our schools and turns them loose on our boys and girls? Ask Mrs. Dayton and her son to come in. Come right in, Wilbur. You come in too, Mrs. Dayton. This is Wilbur Dayton. Sit down, Wilbur. How old are you, son?
10.
Now, I want you to tell these gentlemen just what you told me this afternoon.
Well, we were all sitting there, and Miss Thatcher said, "Do you know who this is?"
Wait a minute, Wilbur. Are you talking about the geography class on Thursday?
Yes, sir.
What made it different from any other geography class?
Well, because Miss Thatcher opened her desk and took out the statue.
What kind of a statue?
Hitler's statue.
You mean Adolf Hitler of Germany?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what it was?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what the school children in Germany did when they saw the statue of Hitler?
Yes, sir.
What did they do?
They saluted it.
And what did you do?
Well, she told us what a great man he was, and then we said, "Heil Hitler."
All right. You can go now, Wilbur.
No, he mustn't go. This isn't a fair hearing at all. I should like to question Wilbur.
Mr. Chairman, this young woman has no official standing at this hearing, and I don't want this child intimidated.
Mr. Chairman, I'm this child's teacher, and if I'm being included in these charges, I have a right to defend myself, too.
That's substantially true, Mr. Etheridge. I think Miss Thatcher has the right to question Wilbur. Go ahead, Miss Thatcher.
Thank you. I was told this might happen, and I brought something along with me to show you. It's right here in my purse. Now, I want you gentlemen to look at that statue you heard so much about. I think you'll admit that statue isn't a very accurate description of it. Wilbur, is this what I showed you and the other children in class Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you call it a statue?
Well, it's Hitler.
Yes, of course it is. Do you remember what I said it was?
You said it was a toy you got in Germany.
Didn't I say I saw children buying them from a man on the street?
Yes, ma'am. They cost 10 pfennigs.
Didn't I say I wanted to show you the difference between the toys children play with here and the ones they have in Germany?
Yes, ma'am.
But she made you salute it, too, didn't she?
Wilbur, did I tell you to salute it?
Some of us did.
Yes. And I'd like to show you, gentlemen, why they did. When you pull this string, you see the little arm goes up in the air in a kind of salute. Now, completely for their information, I told them that German children were led to believe Hitler was much more than just a human being. He was perfect and above all criticism. That they had to salute even this little figure of him. I know, because I saw it done. Before I said any more, half a dozen of them were raising their arms and saluting it, too. Isn't that exactly what happened, Wilbur?
I guess so.
You mustn't guess, Wilbur. Is that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And didn't we all laugh when you imitated the little figure and raised your arms?
Yes, ma'am.
When you and Eddie Etheridge said, Heil Hitler, what did I do?
Well, you laughed.
And what else?
You told us to stop.
Well, just one more thing, Wilbur. Have you ever heard me at any time say that Germany was better than America? Or that anybody in Germany was better than anybody in America?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember what I said Hitler was doing to the children in Germany?
That they had to obey him like mules.
Did I say mules?
Like donkeys.
All right. Thank you, Wilbur. That's all I want to ask you.
All right, you can go home now, Wilbur. Unless Mr. Etheridge wants to ask you some more questions.
This still doesn't change the fact that the Clavering series is a menace to this town. And I move that we vote on the question of removing them.
Very well, Mr. Etheridge. Is there any more discussion? Mr. Hunter, is there anything you'd like to say?
There isn't very much he can say. It's black and white.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to say a few words. The Clavering books were bought by this board on my recommendation. And I must go on record as saying that I've just as high an opinion of them today as I had when I urged you to purchase them last year. They deal honestly with historical truth.
That's not the point. There's a lot of things that are true that you don't have to tell children.
Mr. Etheridge, what do you believe is the purpose of teaching American history?
Why, to instill patriotism.
Well, believe it or not, Mr. Etheridge, the great army of decent school teachers in America want our children to be patriotic, too. But I think we have different definitions of a patriot. We teachers believe that a patriot is someone who exerts himself to promote the well-being of his country. That's Dr. Clavering's definition. And it's in the dictionary, too. You say Dr. Clavering's a muckraker. I say he's an American patriot who has written in his books not only the great achievements of our country and the men who made it what it is, but the human aspects of our history that let us see and understand as clearly as possible the living world in which the contributors to our greatness existed. They didn't live on monuments. They were human beings, some weak, some strong, some facing crises with level heads, some merely passionate, some scrupulously honest, some not. George Santayana, one of the greatest teachers America ever had, said those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Now, no one can deny that we're living in a changing world. Its social and economic orders are vanishing in front of our eyes. The chief purpose of teaching history is not to glorify the past, but to ensure the future. And our children have the right to be given history truthfully, so that they can use its lessons to solve the problems every human being faces today. The only way to make a child a real patriot is to give him history, not an arrangement of eulogies and flowery obituaries under the guise of history.
I'd like to have the floor.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Last year, I said the board ought not to buy the Clavering books because I'd been told how radical they were. Well, this year we've got a very bright boarder at our house, that Miss Thatcher you just had up. And I'm here to say that in the last couple of months she's opened my eyes, and so has Mr. Hunter. And I ain't ashamed to say that when I said we oughtn't to buy the books because they were communistic, I made a darn fool of myself, and I ain't going to do it again. I'm behind Mr. Hunter 100%.
What you told me this afternoon, you'd back me up.
No, I didn't. I just said I'd be here and I'd have my eyes open. Harry, I don't want to get into a fight with you. I just want to ask you this. Has Mr. Hunter convinced you you're wrong?
He hasn't convinced me this Clavering isn't a muckraker.
Then you're even dumber than I was. Can't you see that you're the muckraker?
What are you talking about? Just because I'm American enough?
Now, wait a minute. You'll have a chance to answer me when I get through. These Clavering books don't insult and cheapen our great men. You're doing that by implying that they weren't big enough to survive a comparison of their faults and virtues. Now, let me show you what I mean. All our lives, we've been used to seeing pictures and photographs and statues of Lincoln with a mole on his cheek. Right here. And if any painter or sculptor dared to show us Lincoln without that mole, there ain't nobody over 8 years old in America wouldn't say, put that mole back. We know it don't make him look like a movie hero, but he didn't happen to be a movie hero. So you put that mole back, because that's the way he was. It makes him realer to us. We want him tall and lanky, with big knuckles, and forgetting sometimes to have his pants pressed. We know Lincoln pretty well. We ought to know America just as well as we know Lincoln. And if it's parts of this history that ain't pretty to look at, let's face the facts, then make improvements as we get a chance to. If you want to see what happens to a country that has nothing but little tin gods in it, look at Germany. School children there are being taught on your system. All their leaders are perfect, and all their histories are being rewritten to prove it. Well, you want our kids to be told about America that way? We know that everything considered, it's one of the best countries ever organized. We want to keep it that way. And that means not being afraid to learn what made it tick in the beginning and what keeps it going today. Now, it's getting late and there's a question before the board. But if you ain't convinced yet, I'm prepared to sit here all night to get it through that thick skull of yours.
It is moved and seconded that the Millersville Board of Education...
Sorry to take you away from your class.
Oh, that's all right.
Did you see Mr. Roberts last night?
No, but I talked with him this morning. He told me how they voted.
Well, we're safe for another year.
Yes, darling. We'll always be safe. As long as there are Americans like Mr. Roberts to keep his eyes open.
Our freedom, then, has this meaning, that here in our land, the truth may be taught always. Academic freedom is the first liberty to die when dictators rule, for dictators know the power of education. Let us, like Mr. Roberts in the play, keep our eyes open for truth. Let us resist any attempt to suppress truth or to distort it. Let us consider again the most powerful words ever spoken against the enemies of man, the lightning-charged words of Lincoln at Gettysburg. And let us renew in this threatening hour his high resolve that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. In this, the second of our series of broadcasts, the stars and the author of today's drama joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, to all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mark Connolly's play today will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. All criticisms of historical facts contained in The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek are based on authentic conditions. There is no flavoring series, but you will find the names of the actual textbooks containing the controversial facts used in the play in Howard K. Beale's Survey of Teaching, which he prepared for the Commission on Social Studies of the American Historical Association. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents An American Crusader by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night, starring Francho Tone and a distinguished company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail?
This is W.B. Lewis, chairman of the radio division of the Free Company, which today presents a new play by James Boyd, author of Drums, Marching On, and Long Hunt. The Free Company is a society of writers, actors, and radio workers organized to prepare and to broadcast a series of radio plays dealing with American democracy. Plays by William Saroyan, Mark Connolly, and Robert E. Sherwood have already been presented. Plays to come will be written by playwrights, novelists, and poets of equal distinction, many of them Pulitzer Prize winners. Some of these plays will be concerned with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to every citizen in the Bill of Rights. Others, like today's drama, will cover the more general theme of freedom as it develops from those basic, vital rights. All are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of freedom, to supply, in terms of our lives today, answers to problems such as those faced by Abraham Lincoln when he said,
"We all declare for liberty, but in using the same word, we do not all mean the same thing. With some, the word liberty may mean for each man to do as he pleases with himself and the product of his labor. While with others, the same word may mean for some men to do as they please with other men and the product of other men's labor. The shepherd drives the wolf from the sheep's throat, for which the sheep thanks the shepherd as his liberator, while the wolf denounces him for the same act as the destroyer of liberty. Plainly, the sheep and the wolf are not agreed upon a definition of the word liberty.
The Free Company presents Alan Dinehart, Betty Field, Elia Kazan, Sidney Lumet, Margot, Myron McCormick and Dorothy McGuire in One More Free Man by James Boyd. The time, shortly after Christmas in the year 1890. The place, a cow camp in the Rocky Mountains. A young mother is alone with her baby in the camp's log-built shelter. She came to the camp to spend Christmas with her husband, a mining engineer. They are snowed in, and her baby came at the blizzard's peak. But today, the road has been opened and a team has come up with supplies and a proper crib for the baby.
A mighty river. Your eyes are shut. Your fists are curled. And now you frown. What are you doing in your dreams? I know nothing about baby's dreams, but I know about mother's dreams. Since I first felt you stir, I dreamed about you. And when you came, I was so glad that the pain seemed only pain I dreamed. And still, the dream of you goes on. Already I see that first warm day of spring, when the snow melts up into the sky and you and I drive down to town. Do you know on that first Sunday what we'll do? I can see it in my dreams. I can hear the organ.
Baptized according to our word through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Therefore I baptize thee, John, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost.
Was that you that cried? You're sleeping. You were crying only in my dream. The water was cold on your head. But never mind, for now you have a name. Your name is John. No one will ever know any secret name for you, my manger baby. And when you go to school, you will be John. John Cross. In school.
John Cross?
Yes, ma'am?
Who broke the window during recess?
I couldn't say.
You mean, you don't know?
No, ma'am, I don't mean that.
Well, did you?
I couldn't say.
I suppose you don't know that either.
No, ma'am, but if everybody that didn't do it says so, then you'll find out who did.
I have a right to find out.
Not that way.
Are you talking back to me?
Yes, ma'am.
That you'll stay in for 2 hours.
Holy mackerel, teacher, what about the ball game?
He'll miss the ball game.
Oh, shucks, then I done it. I broke it.
Then you'll stay in for 2 hours.
Okay, teacher. John, you're clear.
Not at all. John will stay in for 2 hours, too, for talking back.
That's not fair.
2 hours tomorrow, the next day, too.
You're not fair.
2 hours more. Come now, John, this is foolish. If you'll apologize, I'll let you go to the ball game.
I said what I thought.
But that can sometimes be impudent. Come, say you're sorry, and you can go to the ball game.
I said what I thought was right.
Oh, go on, Johnny. Say it and get off. It don't mean nothing.
No.
All right, then. 2 hours today, tomorrow, and the day after.
That's how you'll be in school, perhaps. It will make life harder for you, my manger baby. But I wouldn't want it otherwise. There are plenty of boys otherwise. And are they happier? Some, perhaps. Am I not a natural mother? Mothers are supposed to wish their children safe and happy. But a boy like you, John, will not grow into a safe man, or even a happy one, unless you have good luck. A girl that you can always love, the only luck that lasts. What will she be like? And will I hate or envy her? Or will I be there to do either? It'll make no difference. They'll not think of me, only of each other, of themselves, as your father and I did just a year ago. Will the wedding be In a church like ours? Yes. Yes, in a church, I think.
What is it, John? What's wrong?
Nothing but this. Do you really love me?
Darling, what a silly question.
If you're not sure, you could still say so.
I wouldn't think of such a thing. Oh, John, I think we're going to have a wonderful life. You're going to succeed. By next year, you'll be superintendent, and we can take the house we looked at.
You can say no still. Right now, I'd understand.
John, you're crazy. Maybe you don't love me.
I do love you. So much that I want everything to be good between us. I'd rather give it up than have it spoiled.
Oh, silly, I'm lucky. All the girls envy me.
But inside, are you sure?
Of course I am.
Oh, my son. My son. Will she be big enough for you? And if not that, faithful enough at least? And if she's not, then who will be? The men you work with? You will be an engineer, I think, like your father and like mine. But builders have no place for manger babies. I see bad times for you. Bad times in the hard, roaring world of engineers.
Yes? What do you want?
I'm John Cross, the super down at Black Rock. The GM sent for me.
The general manager's expecting you. Go on in.
Cross, what's this I hear?
What do you hear?
That you've been talking to the men.
What do they say that
Never mind.
say?
Never mind what they say or what you said. I'm your friend. Now, you've done a good job at Black Rock. Production's up. All I want is just a denial that you've been talking to the men. I've written it out. Sign here. I want to show it to the directors. It'll clear you. Don't read it, just sign it. And whatever happens, let this be a lesson to you. Never talk to the men.
What do they say that I said?
They say you attended a meeting, that you told them that you would not lay a man off who tried to organize the mine as long as he got out the ore. I don't know whether that's true. I don't want to. I'm your friend, but I'm a busy man. Come on now, sign here. I'll take care of it.
That is what I told them.
You know the company's policy. The minute we hear of a man organizing, we let him out and send his name to the association.
Yes, I told them that. I told them, too, that they had the right to organize. I can't sign any denial.
Cross, everybody makes mistakes, especially when he's green. Now, when you make one, the thing to do is to clear it up and then forget it. In this case, I'm making it easy for you.
Why easy for me?
Why? Well, I don't know. I guess it's because I see something in you. I see boys coming into the mines by hundreds. I size them up. I'm never wrong. You've got a future in this business, Cross. That's all I have to say, and it's much more than I've ever said to any other man. Now, sign here.
It's not what I believe.
Never mind that, boy. Sign.
These men have a right to better their conditions. Their houses are not fit to live in. There's too much break-off in the company store, too much dust in the working places. We're short on mine props and on ventilators. We're killing men, slowly now, but someday we'll have a big disaster.
My boy, has it ever occurred to you that if a man's not satisfied, he can leave?
Leave? With his family in a company house, with himself in debt to the company store? How leave?
He didn't have to rent the house or run up a store bill, did he?
Where else could he live? How else can he eat when times are slack?
Well, that's his business. He can work it out to suit himself. This is a free country.
Then he's free to organize.
Cross, I've no time to argue. You've got a wife. Jobs are scarce. You'll be on every blacklist in the country.
Chief, we're killing men that might be saved. I've seen their bodies carried out. I know them, living and dead. And I'm for them.
So, I've been trying to protect a radical. Smith, write a letter giving Cross notice and phone the head watchman at Black Rock not to let him on the property.
Yes, sir.
Young man, this is not my business, but I'd hate to be your wife. A real man takes care of the woman he marries. I always understood.
A real man does what he has to do. You're doing what you must, and I am too. Well, I guess there's no more to say. Goodbye, and no hard feelings.
Don't hold out your hand to me. I shake hands with no radical.
Well, just goodbye, then.
Now, my son. Now, what will become of you? Your name is on the list. All doors are shut. And everywhere you go, you bear the brand of troublemaker. A name they give to those who speak the truth. And what will that pretty wife of yours now have to say? I think I I know what you will say in your cheap rooming house with a leaky step.
Well, did you find anything?
No, they'd heard about me.
What are we to do? Look at my dress. Look at my hands.
Oh, Mary, I see them. All the time. Wherever I go, whenever they turn me down.
Why didn't you think of them at Black Rock, then?
Mary.
You could have signed the letter and would be there and going up, not down.
But the men were right. I explained that.
What's right? What's wrong? And are they better off? Look at us. And all because you can't learn to keep quiet.
Keep quiet is not something a man learns. Something he forgets. He forgets how he was as a kid. Kids don't keep quiet. They say what they think. Then something happens to them and they forget.
Is that philosophy? Well, I can't live on it. I'm going home.
Oh. I guess that's best. This is no place for you. Then, when I get a job, I'll come for you. Is that your bag?
Yes, and it's packed. I got supper for you.
Packed?
Don't look at me like that. I got your supper, didn't I?
But, Mary, you could wait a day or two. Something might turn up.
Oh, we've said that 50 times. I must hurry if I'm going to catch my train. Come on.
Yes. Yes, I'll take you to the train. Oh, Mary.
No, let me go, John. I must hurry. Go get my bag. Come on.
Yes, you mustn't miss the train.
You think she'll come back to you? Or even wait? A girl with her bright beauty fading, with not much time to lose. And all the brisk young men around, so confident and careful. No, my son, someday you'll learn the truth. And then for you the name of loneliness will have a meaning all its own. And you will be a wanderer in the dark places of the earth. But work you must. And work perhaps you will among the workers. The workers you work to save.
The meeting will come to order. This meeting of Local 1634 is called for the election of officers and delegates to the National Convention. Nominations are now in order.
I renominate our president, Tony Siegel.
I second the nomination.
I move the nominations be closed.
Well, brothers, it looks like I was in again. I'm much obliged.
Well, the chairman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cross.
This election is not in order. There was no time for other nominations.
All right, bright boy. Is there any other nominations? You see, bright boy? Now sit down.
I want to speak on the nomination.
Wait. Let him speak. Okay, bright boy, go right ahead.
Ever since I joined this union, I've seen how it's run. It's run by Siegel. So in my spare time, I looked around to see how Siegel runs it. Here's what I found. Last spring, we struck in violation of our agreement. We lost 28 days' pay in the goodwill of the town.
Who cares for goodwill?
Ain't the employers chipped us plenty? We lost our wages, but Siegel didn't lose. Ever since then, he's been taking down $100 a month from the employer to keep us working.
That's a lie.
I have proof. Where is it? Not here, Siegel. Not where it can be snatched out of my hands by your gang. But I'll produce it when I'm ready. And I'll produce another piece of paper. Siegel's real name's not Siegel. What is it? But I know what it is. And what he did. Siegel's no working man. The only job he ever did, he got 6 years for. Living off girls. Siegel, am I right? Now, here's my office, Siegel. Resign and take your mob out of the hall and let us have a free election. Siegel, resign or I'll turn you in.
Till you came in here, we had a nice little local, everything quiet and regular. But since, at every meeting, you got a new squawk. Don't we mean to stick by our agreement? Why we show a financial settlement? Is it right to restrict production?
That's what I asked, and I never got an answer.
I never will while I'm here.
That's why I want you out. This is no labor union. It's just a gang that lives off the employers and off the union members. There's you. You and your mob. Not one of you are workers. The rest of the crowd here, the workers, are all right, but they're scared to move. They've got their bread to think of. They've got their wives and kids. You used to live off girls. Well, where are the girls you live off now?
Brothers, I guess you can see his racket. He wants to frame me and get the job.
I'm not a candidate.
What are you then, bright boy?
I'm just a guy. Says what he believes.
And what do you believe? We've heard you talk a lot, but never found out yet.
I believe that people have got to take care of themselves.
Well, ain't we doing it?
Yes, you are, but not us. Listen, boys. To take care of himself, the worker's got three things. He's got his fists for scabs and fakes.
Listen to him, brothers. He'll be punching himself in the jaw, maybe.
He's got his skill. He's got his skill that the world can't do without. And he's got the backing of public opinion. Those are his weapons, and he needs them all.
Well, now that we've heard your little Sunday school lesson, sit down.
I'll not sit down. Listen, you American workmen. We're American workmen no matter where we started from. Where does this local stand today? Have we any respect like good unions? Any public support to back us in a fight? Does this town trust us to stick by our agreements? Do they feel about us the way Junction City feels about their local there? We've thrown away our weapons. Now look, man. Why does the name of the American workman stand high all around the world? Because he's the man that turns out the stuff. That's his ace in the hole, his blue chip. He can turn out the stuff. So I say, let's clean up, start right. If the employers treat us fair, be tough but square, and turn out the stuff. If they're in trouble through no fault of their own, help them keep going if we can, and turn out the stuff. Then if they jip us, strike, with the town behind us, and they'll know they're losing men that can turn out the stuff. Beautiful and true. It's what my father used to say. Now they listen. Now they're cheering, but will they act? Time is the enemy of all things good. The enemy until it has destroyed them. Then when it's too late, it turns and preserves the ruins. Preserves them through generations. Generations in the minds of men. But I must watch my dream until it ends. And it will end, perhaps, where water flows like fate and time, and great ships sleep in darkness by the dock.
Who's that?
It's me, John. Benny.
What are you doing here?
You oughtn't to go alone at night. Not by the docks. We've appointed some of the boys to watch you. We tipped off the cops to watch out, too.
What do you mean, appointed?
We had a meeting, all the right guys. We're going to throw Seago out and put you in. We don't want nothing to happen to you, see?
Pick somebody else. There's plenty.
We've done our picking. Now, listen. Keep out of these dark places, will you? Why make it tough for us to cover you?
All right, maybe you're right.
One thing more. We've been a bunch of heels, see, with this Seago. We ain't proud of it, you understand, but most of us got kids, see? I guess you don't know what that means.
No. I've got no wife, no kids. But I know what it means.
But get this right. From now on, we back you. Boys are all right, you understand? Only sometimes it takes somebody to give them a right steer. Now, let's get out of this. Listen, what's that?
Somebody in a big hurry.
Look out, it might be Siegel. Look out.
Yeah.
John! Did I get you? John! John, can you talk? I can't get to you. They got me, too. Can you hear me, John? Hang on, fella. That's the ambulance. Over here, Doc. Hurry.
Who else got it?
Just him and me. Look at him. Who's this boy?
I'm the driver. I'll fix you up till the doc gets around to you.
You got here quick for once.
Here, roll over in this blanket. There you are. Yeah, we heard the shooting. Knew just where we'd find you, buddy.
Too bad you didn't know sooner. Some of you cops could have got Siegel then.
They got him.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they blocked him off coming out of third, and they cut him down just before we came by. Him and three with him. Didn't you hear it?
That's Siegel and Jack and Red in one arm. Doc, have you looked him over?
Yeah.
Well, for Pete's sake, Doc, I mean, he's a friend of mine.
He'll never walk again. The spinal cord.
You mean he'll be no good? For nothing?
I mean, it's his legs. Only his legs. His other end's all right.
Okay, then, Doc, okay. That's the end we need.
Oh, my little child. It must not happen. It mustn't. Yet if it should, if here and now, between this manger and the magic northern lights, by wishing I could make my dream come true, or not come true, what would I say? I am a daughter of the pioneers, strong men, brave women, free, daring men who worked, took chances, and winning, losing, made this land. What would I say? I'd say then, let the dream come true. Out of my nameless body, let there come a man who speaks the truth he knows. One more free man to make his country great. Are you hungry, my baby? Come. Come then now, come. It's time for you to eat. Out of my body you have come. Out of my body you grow strong. Be happy now. And eat. And sleep. And dream. And then, whatever lies ahead, go on.
What is the meaning of Mr. Boyd's play for us? How does it touch our own lives? Here's how. We are citizens of one of the few remaining countries on the face of the globe in which the John Crosses of this world may still escape the concentration camp and the quicklime grave. John Cross had a compulsion to speak the truth and to act the truth. There are many such men, and there have been many such men in our past. William Penn and Patrick Henry, Thomas Jefferson, Sam Houston, Lincoln, all were men like John Cross. The meaning of our freedom is this, that here in our land, men like John Cross shall win in the end. John Cross may suffer because American democracy, being human, is not perfect. There is always a gap between what our people believe and what they do. Men like John Cross break their bodies and their hearts trying to close that gap. Then others follow, and so another gain in man's long struggle to be free is made secure. We should be proud that we have a land where men and women still are free to lead, and others are free to follow. A land where men and women stand for what is decent and just, where all our citizens have the right, by law and by our great tradition, to make their fight for a better world. Let us again, in this present time of crisis, renew our timeless and high resolve that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. In today's Free Company presentation, you have heard Margot as the mother, Dorothy McGuire as the teacher, Sidney Lumet as John Cross, the schoolboy, Marilyn McCormick as the elder John, Betty Field as Mary, Alan Dinehart as the general manager, and Elia Kazan as Seagull. The stars and author of today's play contributed their services without payment, as did Bernard Herrmann, who composed and conducted the music, and Norman Corwin, who directed the production. All those who enjoyed James Boyd's play will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to The Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System in New York. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. Next week, the Free Company will present Freedom's a Hard-Bought Thing by Stephen Vincent Benet, adapted by David Eskind. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We invite you to listen to a program about free speech, first produced on the Columbia Network a few weeks ago. Free speech. Two words that seem to have new meaning since December 7th, 1941. Or have they? Perhaps the meaning of the words free speech is so deep and timeless that it changes not at all, that it remains valiantly the same today as yesterday, tomorrow as today.
This time and these words are dedicated to the men and women throughout history who have been willing to pay any price, even death itself, rather than surrender freedom of speech. Their voices speaking out to us from all the days and all the times drown out the rantings of tyrants whose names no longer frighten even schoolboys. They are with us, and they speak today, these liberated voices. We hear them and understand, for we too are free and mean to remain so. Let us begin in the Mother of Parliaments in the year of our Lord, 1941.
Mr. Speaker.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Winston Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, members of the House of Commons. Certain members of this Parliament have been questioning of late whether their democratic prerogatives of free speech are not being imposed upon by this government in the present crisis. If these honorable gentlemen really believed what they pretend to believe, I do not imagine they would have the courage to speak out on this subject as they have spoken. It has been pointed out that in wartime, criticism is the lifeblood of a democracy. Well, in war, it is very hard to bring about successes. but very easy to make mistakes or to point them out after they've been made. And so I say this, not so much in answer to the honorable members' questions as for the guidance of those in countries abroad. No one speaking or voting against this government will be assaulted with rubber truncheons or sent to a concentration camp or otherwise molested. We shall keep our parliamentary institutions intact, come what may, and if we stand by so doing, we shall have afforded the final answer to mankind's age-old conflict between slavery and freedom.
In the folded and quiet yesterdays, how many times has it happened? How many times has it happened?
Yes, how many times has it happened? And in the folded and quiet yesterdays of how many lands? Did you read about Socrates in a book? Is it too far back for you, the 399th year before Christ? It needn't be. A man jailed by dictators on trumped-up charges, speaking calmly, freely, to a friend on his last day. That voice never stops speaking, speaks to you now.
Why have you come at this hour, Crito? It must be quite early.
Yes, it is.
What is the exact time?
The dawn is breaking.
I wonder that the keeper of the prison would let you in on this morning of all mornings.
He knows me because I come here often, Socrates. Moreover, I have done him a kindness.
Oh, certainly. You will pardon me for having forgotten.
Socrates, I come to bring a message which is sad and painful, not as I believe to yourself, but to all of us who are your friends.
What? I suppose that the ship has come from Delos, upon the arrival of which I am to die. Very well, Crito. If such is the will of God, I am willing.
Oh, my beloved Socrates, let me entreat you once more to take my advice and escape. For if you die, I will not only lose a friend that cannot be replaced, but there is another evil. People who do not know you and me will believe that I might have saved you if I had been willing to give money.
Good men, and they are the only persons who are worth considering,